Whoa, what's up, everybody, and welcome to the XP Podcast, episode 2 for Tuesday, March 8th. I'm one of your hosts, Mike Z, also known as DJ Aki, also on PlayStation known as Gamus Erectus, mostly because I'm too lazy and or poor to change my name. Joining me, as always, my second in command, my co-host, the Birdman himself, Logan B. What's up, my dude?
Hey, what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? This week's been a crazy one. Actually, good old Mike Z came down to hang out with me for the weekend, so this is gonna be an exciting podcast. Can't wait to get going.
Yeah, and let me tell you what. On that drive up there, man, I was not feeling that drive up there. I don't know if any of you out there have like made a drive and like 20 minutes into it, you're like, man, I do not want these next 4 hours to have to sit here. Sorry, I do not want for the next 4 hours to have to sit here in this seat and do it. Don't know why I was feeling that way, but drive back was much nicer, much more comfortable. We did it all pretty much in one straight shot. We stopped to get gas and then just booked it home. By the way, gas prices are closing in on
Oh, I know. I feel you, man.
closing in on $4 down here, so that's great.
Wait, what is your price down there right now?
$3.84 is what I filled it up today.
Oh my god, dude! Today by my work, it was $3.78.
Yeah,
and I thought that was crazy. Almost, dang. Oh,
I saw a TikTok today of there was this lady in California, and it was like $5.49.
yeah, there was one. I think there was another one that was getting close to $7.
Yeah,
Like they're supposedly getting how? Yeah, it's like half your paycheck or half an hour. Like literally half. Like you're spending $7, and let's say you're getting paid like 14.50. Well, I guess they might be getting paid more, but still, like that's crazy. $7 a gallon.
yeah, it's
That's
still a lot of
stupid.
money. It's still done. It's gonna be a fun summer. But anyway, other than that, had a pretty good week last week. Didn't really do anything special today. Did my meal prepping, so had some steak and some chicken cooked. So, but didn't get a chance to sit down and play any more games. It was a pretty busy day, but we're gonna dive into those tomorrow. So, before we move on to the beginning of the show, as always, we're gonna start with a question. This week's question: who would win in a fight, Master Chief or Kratos? I will let you start.
You're gonna be surprised with my answer. I honestly believe Kratos obviously is.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
no chance.
it's not a
Like,
fight because
yeah,
here's the difference. Master Chief, yes, he is a super soldier and he can take on armies, yes. But Kratos literally took on the gods
not
and literally killed them all.
he killed an spoiler alert. He kills an entire pantheon. Like he kills an entire
Yeah.
pantheon of gods, and he's not even really. Oh, I guess he was a god after the first game, but he was technically a oh, what's it called? A demigod. He's technically a demigod because his mother is human, and obviously his father is Zeus. He ascended to godhood after the first game, yeah. So he's not technically a full-fledged god. He's very much like Hercules is a demigod. But yeah, I love Master Chief. I think Master Chief is a great character. He's done a lot of really cool stuff throughout the years, but he gets his cheeks clapped by Kratos, man. Like no chance.
Yeah, there would literally be no way possible Master Chief could destroy Kratos. Like at the level Kratos is like literally the meme. His power level is over 9,000. There's just nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing Master Chief could do to stop him.
Yeah. Vegeta is shaking in his boots. Okay, I don't know if that's true, but that's another topic, I guess, with anime characters versus video game characters and whether their strengths are comparable.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so I think a very easy answer is Kratos, so I'm glad you agree. I'm guessing you agree. You said you agreed.
So. Oh, yes. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I thought we were going to the next.
You went quiet on that one. So, a little bit of introduction before we get into anything. Guys, we are very excited to bring you this episode. Later in the episode, we are going to be giving you our pseudo-definitive list of the top 10 games of all time, both Logan's and myself's. So, we're going to get into some good discussions. You're going to learn a little bit about who we are as gamers and what we enjoy. So, we have that to look forward to in, I don't know, however long it takes us to get through the news. A couple hours, maybe. I don't know. So we're going to dive in deep to that whole list. I'll explain it more when we get there. But If you didn't know, this is the XP Podcast, our weekly video games and pop culture news podcast where usually 2, sometimes 3 dudes sit down who love to argue and disagree with each other and talk about all the news stories and happenings inside and out of the video game world. We post a new episode each and every Tuesday so you can listen to it throughout your work week. You can find us on most of the popular podcasting services, including Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. If there's one that you'd like to listen to, if you have a favorite out there, please send us a message so we can work on getting it on that service for you. If you enjoy what we're doing here, please do us a favor, go over to our Patreon and support us there, where you can be a part of each and every episode via weekly discussions and sending us your questions that you would like us to answer or discuss on the show. You'll also be able to find all of our uploads there, along with any exclusive podcasts that we may post. Links for that are in the description down below. If you don't have any money if you don't have any money to send our way though, don't worry. We still love and appreciate you for listening to us and being a part of our growing community. With that, I want to take a special shout out and congratulate our first platinum member on Patreon. So shout out to Mr. Logan Leffler. He gave us our first platinum membership and we're happy to see it. So round of applause for him real quick.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it, by the way. You really didn't have to do that. We do appreciate it.
He is a college friend of ours, and I told him multiple times, like, you don't have to do that. But he believes in what we're doing here, and we believe in it too. So we're happy to have him. Hoping we can get on a couple episodes when we talk about any MMOs that we have no clue what's going on with them. But
that is fair.
That's his expertise. If for some reason you want to see our shining faces in full HD, not quite yet because we don't have cameras set up, but you can also get all of our videos on our YouTube channel. If you do decide to watch there, please don't forget to give us a like, share, and subscribe, and hit that notification button so you can be aware of everything we post when we decide to post it. With all that out of the way, let's get into our show. Today in the news, which we finally have a name for, we will be talking about Housemarque's new IP, Halo Infinite Co-op delayed again, No One Likes Call of Duty Battlefield 2042, and much, much more. Then, in our points of the show, we will be giving you our review discussion on the new Batman movie. Both Logan and myself saw it this weekend, so let's sit down and talk about it. And then, like I said, we'll be giving you our definitive list of our top 10 games of all time. But before we get to all that, it's time for What You've Been Doing, where we catch up on all things pop culture that we've been doing, whether that be gaming, TV, movies, any books and comics or anything. It doesn't matter to us. We're all nerds here, and we enjoy it all. So with that being said, Logan, the Birdman himself, what you been doing, man?
Well, if anybody's been listening to the first episode of our podcast, we had a little bit of an argument about a certain game called Elden Ring.
Surprise, surprise. We argued with each other.
Yeah, wow. So I after, if you did listen to that, it's gonna be kind of ironic that I actually got the game and I've been playing it, and I put about 8-9 hours into the game so far, and I gotta say, my God, it is a great game. I love it so much.
96?
I mean, again, I'll give it. I don't know yet. I'm gonna give it like 20 hours. When I get to 20 hours, I'll actually put like a good, I'll have a good idea of what truly the game is. I mean, I'm almost 9 hours in, which is a lot of time, but I want to put like 20 hours in before I get a full opinion. But I do think it's a really good game, and I do think it needs to be at least in the 90s. But I don't think it does have performance issues, but because I'm playing it right now on the PS5, on the PS4 Pro version in order to hit 60 FPS because I feel like that game needs to be played in 60 FPS because of how hard it can be sometimes. So to have, smooth frame rate while playing that game, I feel like is very important, at least for me. Which, by the way, to do a little bit of a quick history thing, the only other From Software game I've ever played is Dark Souls 3. And I didn't really truly get to play it. I played it with a friend and he basically helped me throughout it. So I didn't really truly get the experience of actually playing it From Software by myself. So this is my first time actually playing a From Software game straight off the bat by myself with no one's help, no anything. I mean, I looked up guides to help me learn a little bit of things, but like I've been just playing it straight off the bat and experiencing it for what it is. I mean, heck, I didn't even find the first boss in the game until 7 hours in, and Mike pretty much had to kind of help me because I literally was 7 hours in, and that's because I didn't really want to look it up. Which, by the way, I learned if you go to one of those Souls thing and you do follow that shimmer from the what is it? The grace spots. If you touch grace, if you follow where if you it pretty much tells you where you're supposed to go
Yeah,
to
it's
keep
like
you. I
it's like the guiding light of the game. It's like the main path or main storyline if you follow those, so
Yeah, and that's and I gotta say so far from 9 hours of the game, I love it. Like I love it. And the thing is, I didn't think I was gonna like it as much as I did because it's a From Software game, and their games are notorious to be insanely hard. And I'm not gonna say the game isn't hard because it is. It can be very, very difficult at times, but I've been enjoying it, and yeah, I mean, I guess I'm gonna keep my opinions for like a later time, but for right now, I would just say I'm really enjoying it, and hopefully, I can beat it, and then I can do a review on it and actually give my opinion on it, and hopefully, maybe I'll sway myself away from my argument, and maybe it will be a truly a 97.
well, okay, on that point real quick, I want to jump in and say something about our quote unquote discussion slash argument we had last week. Is I still stand by my point of what I said, that a reviewer's score should be, sedimentary, and it shouldn't change every single time something comes up and messes up with the game. I still stand by that point, but I was talking to my girlfriend in the car ride actually back from your place, and we were kind of talking about that. We were talking about that, and there is a little bit of hypocrisy that I know I made myself aware of. I made a point and then immediately dissuaded myself from that point, in the fact that Horizon Forbidden West got dogged for some of its visual hitches and visual glitches, which on release there were quite a few. There was quite a bit of popping in the game. There was some geometry that didn't load perfectly fine, and the reviewer most reviewers pointed that out and said something about that and took a couple points off because of that. Right, again, rightfully so, because it was like that. Now it's fixed and everything. Gorilla's put out plenty of patches, and I haven't seen a pop in the last couple days that I've played, so that's good. But then I was kind of like, yeah, I can excuse visual glitches in an open world game a lot more than performance I can, especially in a game where, from what I saw this weekend, it's a good looking game. Elden Ring, it's a pretty game, but it's not Forbidden West level. You know, the 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 technical side behind it isn't as deep and isn't as heavy as Horizon is in terms of world density, foliage, just incredible amounts of detail in every single pixel of Horizon. You know, Elden Ring, from what I saw from the early hours, I'm sure it gets a lot more detailed the longer I play, but it just didn't look like to have that same amount of density. So I just want to point out maybe some hypocrisy in myself there, and just, kind of state that it's kind of a little BS that, Horizon got dogged for its visual glitches, with visual glitches are a lot more excusable in an open world game than performance hiccups. So don't know what
That
anyone
is
don't know what anyone wants to take from that. I just want to be completely transparent and all that, and say there was a little bit of hypocrisy in my argument last weekend that I kind of changed my thought process on a little bit. I still want to stand behind the fact that I do not believe that reviewers should lower and increase the score every time something comes out with it. They should review the game, give us their honest opinion on what they thought about the game, and then that should be that. So,
well. Here's another thing to spot on is I changed my perspective a little bit on the fact that I don't obviously I do agree that they shouldn't change it if they already made the review. That would be kind of weird, unless it's a cyberpunk situation where they somehow play a build that's like super good and then it comes out and then it's like really really dog like bad. I mean, cyberpunk is a very very bad scenario. But I have been seeing a lot more people bringing up and not recommending the game at the moment, which I respect. Like, there's a lot of people now putting out warnings, and it's starting to get out that it does have a very, very glaring issue with its performance. And also, some of the graphical things are also happening, like pop in and weird textures going in and out. And, like, basically, how it's been working is like if you play an area, like it supposedly gets cached. So if you go back to that same area, it runs better. But every time you get to an initial new area, it always hits some kind of hitch or has some kind of problem. And again, I'm happy that people are starting to at least tell people that they don't recommend it unless they are willing to just push through it, because it is pretty messed up that I have to play Elden Ring on PS4 Pro version in order to actually have a solid performance instead of playing it on the actual PS5 version. Because for some reason, though, I listened to another YouTube channel's thoughts on it. Won't say the name, but they basically talked about how what was it? How basically the resolution scaling that they did for the performance mode on both the Xbox Series X, I believe Series S, and the PS5, all of them for some reason aren't aiming for performance. For some reason, I guess the way they set it up, it wasn't the dynamic resolution wasn't set up to aim for 60 FPS. So that's why it's not hitting 60 FPS almost ever. So it's really weird right now, and that's why I don't think it deserves a perfect score as at the moment. If the game gets fixed and it's like perfect frame rate and everything, which I don't think they'll ever hit a perfect frame rate, but at least if they hit close to 60 on the next gen things and they fix the stuttering issue, I do think this game is a great game, and I'm really excited to keep playing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, all day today. I even told Mike here before we started this, I've been really wanting to play more. I've been thinking about it all day, and I literally love this game. It is so fun, and when it gets fixed, I say I recommend it. At the moment, no, I do not recommend it. But yeah, so that's what I've been doing with gaming. That's pretty much all I've done. Mike came down. We played some more Uno, as always. Uno is a great game. Uh,
We actually
always
played the
recommend.
we played the card version this time. That
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Got wild with it, got old school. Sat down on the table and dealt some pieces of paper out to each other and played it that way. Really felt like chaotic and I'm not chaotic.
Yeah, dude.
Caveman esque. I can't think of the right word, but felt like I was sitting around a cave. Don't have my
Yeah,
controller in my hand.
dude, I literally want to get a man cave and then poker table, and then it's not gonna be
Just play
poker. It's
Uno.
just gonna be Uno. And then I'm gonna have like a really, really nice set of Uno cards. They're gonna be like the most quality of quality Uno cards, and then we're gonna all like sit around and we're gonna put money down. We're gonna play Uno. That would be so cool.
We're gonna live
But
stream it.
so I guess yes, that's a great idea. I'd be down for that. So I guess to move on from gaming, as of TV shows of lately, the only thing I've really watched as of recently is I've been keep watching All of Us Are Dead. I just finished it last night. Um, to be short, I liked it. I don't like how it ended because it did the. If anybody's watched Squid Game, they did sequel bait basically where it ended, but it didn't end. It was like, hey, we're making another season, and in my opinion, I don't think All of Us Are Dead should have a second season because the way it ended was just perfect enough. It was, like I don't know. I don't know. I just felt like it was a good ending. Not like good, like it was messed up and a lot of messed up things happened, but it was good for that style of show. So
Yeah,
I
it
don't
was.
know why they kept pushing it, and now they're definitely making it another season the way they ended it, unless it's got canceled already. Because Netflix likes to cancel things, even though the full month's showing doesn't get through. Not gonna call say the show's name or anything,
Oh, you can
but
call it. You can say it. Cowboy Bebop.
yeah, Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, the
Yeah.
one that the live action version that some people did like, and it had a ton of views. I don't remember. I don't have the exact facts on it, but literally within less than a month, they canceled the second season without even like giving it time. So that kind of frustrating. That's a whole other topic, but it just kind of sucks because I know it isn't exactly like the anime, but I still thought it was good. Like if you take it away from the original and you watch it for what it is actually still really good, in my opinion. I think Mike agreed with me too, but I don't know if your opinion changed on that or not.
No, I thought it was great and said it's not as good as the original anime. The original anime is probably my favorite. anime of all time. Take that with a grain of salt. It comes from a guy that's only seen like 3 or 4 full, like from start to finish animes in their entirety. Crap, but I thought it was a good. Oh man, I'm having troubles today. Like retelling, re-envisioning, or whatever. So, but it got canceled. That's fine. Like I said, it sucks for you guys who your first introduction to the universe in the show was the live action. So now, if you want to get the rest of the story, you either have to read it or go back and watch the original anime, and that kind of sucks because there are differences in terms of character development and other things like that. But I still think the TV show did a good job for what it was, and I was trying to look up the reception as you were talking about, but I can't spell bebop, so that's great. Um,
So, but I guess to go back to All of Us is Dead, I think they do some really smart things I didn't expect for a zombie show. Like they pulled some things. I'm like, that's kind of smart because it wasn't like the normal zombie thing. A zombie outbreak happens and the entire world becomes a zombie apocalypse. Instead, it's a condensed thing that they are trying to basically stop. And then I'm not going to ruin the ending, but they do some pretty cool stuff, like for example, and this isn't really much of a ruining, like this isn't going to really ruin the plot, but they do a smart thing in the part of the show where like the zombie, I never even thought of this, but even though you're a zombie doesn't mean you lose your phone. They still have their phones in their pockets sometimes. I mean, some may not and some will, but they basically found a way to track all the infected by looking at where their phones are, and they found the pattern that they were moving to figure out how the spread was going. And that was so cool. Like I don't know why, but that small little thing was just a really cool idea that I never even thought of. Like I've never seen that in any other zombie show. And yes, this is a very basic zombie show. I mean, there are some cool things like some people being asymptomatic. And again, now I'm not going to ruin anything and who's going to be this and what, but yeah. But it is kind of sad that they ended it the way they did. I still probably will watch season 2. I don't know if it's going to be good because I think that first season was good and it should have ended and it should have just been done. Just like Squid Game, I think Squid Game should have ended the way it just ended and been done because I think Squid Game was great, but I don't know why they're making a second season of that show either. But hey, maybe they have some really amazing story built up and maybe it'll blow my mind. So, and then I guess
oh, hold
for
on, hold on. I'm
movie,
gonna cut
yeah.
in real quick. It kind of reminds me of what you're talking about of not needing more seasons, but it getting anyway. It's like 13 Reasons Why. I really love
Mm,
I really love that first season. Um, I loved it so much. I actually went out and bought the book. And I thought it was fantastic. But in no way, shape, or form did that show need any more than the first season. There was no reason why it should have gone on for 3 more. They made 4 seasons of that show. I
jeez,
have not watched any
how
of them. They may
how
be
did they get
good.
bored?
They may be good. They may have justified their existence. But in my eyes, it's the first season, and that's the story. We don't need anything more. But also spinning off Cowboy Bebop, it has a 47% on Rotten Tomatoes and a 59 audience score. So I guess we are in the minority with liking it, but whatever.
That's fair. That's
So
fair.
you were saying movies.
I guess for movies, I don't really think I have watched any movies as of this week. I don't. Nothing really. Oh, well, duh. We're gonna talk about it later. But Batman, I forgot. We watched
Yeah,
Batman.
yeah,
We
yeah,
will
yeah.
talk about that
We've
later.
seen that.
So I think that concludes everything I've pretty much been doing this week. Elden Ring's been taking up all my time, and also when you came down, we hanged out this weekend. We watched Batman. We played some Uno, hanged out, talked about gaming and stuff. So yeah. What have you been doing, Mike?
Did you just say hanged out? It's hung out, bro.
Oh goodness.
Hanged out?
Hung.
We hanged out. We hung
Yeah,
out.
dude, we hanged out.
No, we hung out. So,
Yeah.
anyway, I'm in a very similar um, point in my game that you are. I'm pretty much addicted to one game and playing one game only, and that's Horizon. So, for information update, last week I was 40 hours in, about 30 or so. I think it was like 35% done. I am now 67 hours in, almost 68, and I'm about 63% done with everything. So I don't know how much that breaks down for your side quest games and everything like that. But it does have an overall percentage point. So it says I am 63.4% done with the game. So whatever that is, that's what it means. But so still loving it. I still think it is absolutely incredible. Like, I can't wait to go into it more in depth. I was talking to DJ a little bit about it, and he played some more this weekend. And he was asking me where I was in the story, and then when I told him, he was like, "Crap, I thought I caught up." I was like, "Nope, you did not catch up, my man." But like I was telling Logan, I'm at a point now that I kind of messed up, and I got so involved in the world, I over leveled myself. So I am at the point that now I've made my decision starting tomorrow, and hopefully I'll be done with it by excuse me, I'll be done with it by next week's show. But I'm just going to mainline the story. You know, I'm level 46 already, and the level cap is 50. So I was like, you know what? Maybe it's time to just straight mainline this thing. So that's where I'm at now. I'm at a point that I've explored the world enough that I know that I'm going to do everything this game has. I'm gonna probably go out and do every single side quest after the game's done. Try to find all the legendary weapons and legendary armor sets. I got my first legendary armor set last week, so that was pretty cool. Looks pretty decent. So I'm at that point now where I'm just it's time to finish the story. It's time to get this done, and then after that, I'm gonna complete everything this game has to offer. Definitely gonna get the platinum. And it may be it may be different than other open world games. Normally, when I get the platinum, I'm kind of done. I'm checked out. That's it. Like, well, I guess I was gonna use Ghost as an example. But that's a pretty bad example because to get to platinum, you have to do everything in the game. So that's a pretty bad example. But there have been other games like Far Cry Primal, where the game doesn't require you to do everything to get the platinum. So I got the platinum and rolled out. So, but this is a game that I don't want to end. Like I was telling Logan, I play so many games, I don't really get a chance to replay games, especially not a game this size and this massive that Horizon is. I'll replay, your 10-hour God of War or your Uncharted. I'm talking about the original God of Wars, obviously, not the 2018 one. I'll replay those games because it's a weekend replay. It's something I can sit down, but I don't really replay massive open world games that much. So I'm just trying to absorb everything this game has to offer and just live in its world for as long as I possibly can while still obviously playing it. So yeah, that's it. No TV this week or anything like that. I'm actually falling behind on The Bachelor, womp womp. And, and usually when I fall behind, I don't catch back up. So I made it 6 episodes in. I haven't seen the new one. So, but yeah, and then movies said just the Batman. So, but we'll talk about that here coming up shortly. Anything else?
No, that was pretty much it.
All right, so that was what you've been doing, where we catch up on everything. Little light this week. We're pretty much focused on getting the things done that we are, but we're going in to our new segment that we have now branded as Around the Point. So welcome to Around the Point, where we go around the video game universe here at Experience Point. Do you see what I did there?
Wait, what? Sorry.
Oh my God,
I'm so sorry.
I was hyping up the name that we came up with for the news segment, and you weren't even listening. I said this is Around the Point, where we go around the video game world here at the Experience Point. And then I asked if you saw what I did there.
Yes, I love that. That's
Okay,
awesome.
okay. Well,
This is perfect. That is a perfect title for our
hey,
next segment.
I thought about it for about 2 weeks, so I could not come up with anything. But anyway, so yes, this is Around the Point, our weekly news section where we go through and we cherry pick some of the news stories. It was a little light this week on news stories, but we got some interesting things to talk about you here. Starting off with something that we wanted to say last week, but we pushed it back to this week. One, because we ran out of time, and two, because we think it thematically fits more with our top 10 episode. So we are going to go through the list of every modern IGN game, every game that IGN gave a 10 out of 10. We said we feel like this is pretty thematic for our top 10 lists episode. So we wanted to go through, talk about some of these games, whether we think they deserved to get the 10 out of 10, and maybe give you kind of, if we have played them, our kind of pseudo factory opinion of those games. So, Logan, do you want to start at the top of the list or the bottom of the list?
You know what? Let's start from the top. Why not?
Well, the top is the newest ones. It goes in order, and the bottom's going to be some of the older ones. So yeah,
Well, I guess
it goes in order. If you wanted to start like with the first modern day game they gave, and then move up from there, if you want to do that, or I said if you want to start from the top, you start from the top. So
then let's start from the bottom. Why not?
okay,
We'll go
well,
all the way to the bottom.
let me scroll. So the first quote unquote modern game that IGN gave a 10 out of 10 is The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, released on November 25th, 1998. Did you want me to read the excerpts to them or no?
I don't care. Yeah, why not?
I'm not going to read the excerpts to them. If you don't know what the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is, it is essentially the realization of 3D gaming as we know it today. The first time that it was really done right in a world, and the first time that people really experienced what a 3D game could be and the characters that could exist in them. So, Mr. Logan, have you played The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time? If you have, what do you think about it? If you haven't, do you want to? Because there's a lot of ways to play it, and anything in between those questions.
Honestly, no. I've never played it, and I'm not gonna lie, I probably never. It's nothing against the game. I think from what I've heard and all the people that enjoy it, it sounds like a really great game. But I've never ever been into any of the old Zelda games. I've always found them kind of boring for my taste. I like Breath of the Wild because it's a whole new perspective on the game, which is kind of ironic. It's kind of like how Elden Ring is for me. I never really liked the other From Software games, but Elden Ring is like a new take on it, and I love it. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think it probably does deserve the 10, especially for that year. That game is pretty crazy for 1998. Um, it's, I mean, from what I've heard in the story, it's pretty awesome on how it's done and how like if you don't do certain things, the day resets and like basically you're trying to piece together
Well,
to stop
Majora's
that.
Mask. Sorry.
Oh, well then, yeah, I
Yeah,
am I
that's
am out of touch. I
no,
am so sorry. That
that's
is
okay.
the
That's
worst thing I
okay.
could have went for. I thought that was oof.
That's
Well,
all right.
well,
Uh,
yeah. What about you? What do you think?
I have played the game. I played
Okay.
it on the DS. I did not have a 64 when this game came out. I was a PS1. I got a 64 later in that generation, but I never went back to it. I played it on the DS remake. I think I don't know, it's like 10 years ago. It was a while ago. It was when I first went to college. So, this game is a 10 out of 10 easily. It's one of the greatest games ever made. It's one of the defining games of the modern era of video games. I don't think anybody who says this game isn't a 10 out of 10 will come up with me and says that it doesn't deserve all the hype it gets. I'll just laugh. And I'll try to do it in not a super rude way or disrespectful way, but I just think people who have a love and a care for the video game industry as a whole needs to or should look at this game and realize what it did for the industry. Both this and Mario 64, Super Mario 64, sorry, revolutionized what 3D games can be. And obviously we've iterated on it. We've iterated on that since then and moved forward. And obviously now we have, Elden Ring, Horizon. We have ridiculous open world games that we can exist in for hundreds of hours. But without what without what this game did and without what Nintendo did for both of these games, I don't know where the video game industry would have gotten to at that point in time. So yes, easy 10 out of 10. It's 10 out of 10 for me. Firmly believes I firmly believe it deserves that. And if you don't, I'm sorry, you're wrong. That's all I got. Anything else?
No.
Moving on. The next 10 out of 10 in June 24th. In June 24th? What does that mean? On June
In
24th,
June 24th.
on June 24th, 1999, Pokemon Red and Blue came out for the first time, and the world's obviously never been the same again. Yeah, so yeah, again, I'll take the lead on this one. I'll go first. Yeah, it's a 10 out of 10. I mean, it's another one
Yeah,
of
you might as
these.
well take over for this one because I've never played it.
It's one of them. Just again, seminal video games of childhood. Like, there's no discussion really. Pokemon still exists to this day, so does The Legend of Zelda. There's many of my favorite game franchises that no longer exist anymore, whether that be due to a drop in quality or just the publisher or studios wanting to do something different. The fact that this game still remains on the mindset of everybody every time they announced a new one, it's all people can talk about for a week. I mean, look at last week. We spent half the episode talking about Pokemon just because it's that important to especially our generation and our childhoods. 1999, I was, hold on, math, 8 years old, 7 or 8, something like that. So I grew up playing these games, all of them. There are complaints to be had here and there, yes, but I mean, I'm talking about as the franchise moved on, there's complaints to be had, and there was some lulls here and there, like, Sun and Moon, okay, whatever, Black and White, I love Black and White, but a lot of people didn't, so there's different steps here and there, but again, this is one of those, there's no contest, phenomenal game, phenomenal franchise, I still play it to this day, I'm 30 years old, and I still play Pokemon, and I don't even think that's a bad thing, so,
Quick question: is
yo.
this first gen? Is that first gen?
Yes, this is
Right.
the first
Okay.
gen. Now
Okay.
I don't know if this review is of, well, yeah, it says red and blue. So this one would have been the review of the Western release of the game, not the Japanese release. I believe that happened in '98 or '97. I could be mistaken there. I'm sure someone will yell at me for it at some time or another. But yeah, this is the review for the Western release of the game. So, and then the show came and says Pokemon's been in our hearts and souls for ever. It feels like so. Do you got any other questions? Anything else?
No, I think that's it. I just remember the first Pokemon I ever seen was when I was on the playground, and I see people running around with their Game Boys. They would like hide them in their pockets because obviously I don't know how school is nowadays, but I say nowadays as if I'm really old. But uh, I know that like we would have to sneak out like Game Boys and stuff to the playground. People would hide in the playgrounds and they would be playing like Pokemon Yellow. I remember all the hype. I remember I had my Game Boy and I played Spider Man all the time. I don't even know what the name of the Spider Man game was, but I loved that game. But yeah, I remember everyone playing Pokemon Yellow, and I would just watch them play because I know at that time I wouldn't get into that game, but it was pretty cool. Like just seeing and seeing friends like connect their Game Boys together to trade Pokemon. That was awesome. That was pretty cool.
You want to talk about something crazy about schooling? I graduated high school 12 years ago. You want to know how old that makes me feel? 12 years ago.
Dang.
I think about that sometimes. I'm like, holy crap. I'm
I think
old. I'm not
I'm
old.
like
I'm only 30, but it's like when I think about that, I feel like I'm old.
that's fair.
I'm not, as I said. I take very good care of myself. I go to the gym 4 to 5 times a week, but I still like when I think about that number, 12 years. Man. All right, moving on. Next one. On June 12th, 2008, Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots scored their first 10 out of 10 in 9 years. 9 year gap in between the Pokemon and Metal Gear Solid. And you want to talk about a jump in gaming. Think about Pokemon, then think about Metal Gear Solid 4. So, do you have anything to say about this? Because I have a decent amount to say about this.
Never played it. I've never really played much of the Metal Gears. I think the only one I've actually like put a little bit of time in was Metal Gear Solid 5. Because that game is pretty cool. Again, it did different things. Isn't this the one that is under PS3 hostage, right? Isn't this the game
Yes.
that's stuck on the
Yes.
PS3 and will never ever
Well,
leave
well,
that?
hold on. The Spartacus coming out. We don't know what's going to
Well,
happen.
you're right. You're right. It might finally make its debut away from. But I'm surprised. I'm actually really surprised because I didn't know this game scored that well. I thought this was the one that people didn't like.
Oh,
I don't
no,
know. I
no,
didn't keep
no,
up
no,
with
no,
this,
no.
so I thought the what was it, Metal Gear Solid 3, and that would be the one that would be 10 out of 10
Three
because
should
everyone
be
talks about it.
three should be a 10 out of 10. Yeah. The argument normally sets which one of these is the best. Everyone kind of agrees that Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty while not a bad game in any regard or anything like that, compared to what came after, it's a little bit farther down. But there are a lot of discussions about which one is the better one, Metal Gear Solid 3 or Metal Gear Solid 4. Um, I'm not going to say too much because maybe we're going to talk about this in a little bit. But this game is phenomenal. Um, I had always been a Metal Gear fan since Metal Gear Solid on PS1. I played it. Wasn't very good at it back then, but I definitely started understanding Metal Gear games by the time the third one came out on PS2. Definitely once Subsistence came out and you got the different camera controls and it became a little bit more modern day video game. But yes, between Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 4, there is a heavy discussion between the two. But no, this game is, again, masterful. The one thing that I would kind of knock it for is nothing to do with the game itself. It's about how people play it. If you come in and you want to play Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots as your first Metal Gear experience, I would tell you just please don't do that because you will be completely and utterly lost. We've talked about it before, the convolutedness of the story. While I don't think it's as absolutely batshit crazy as Kingdom Hearts story is, where that's convoluted to a
Yeah.
point that no one even understands what's going on, and you have to watch a 3 hour video to understand the intricacies of the storytelling and where it went. This game is convoluted because there's just a lot of characters, there's a lot of events, there's a whole brand new historical backdrop to these games that you explore in the games. So if you've played them all, you understand the significance of different things like that, and when different characters pop back up. Like there's a character that comes back up in 4 that was originally in 1, and just measly side character that was in the first game for approximately 2 minutes gets a whole side story and gets a whole com- completion of his story in Metal Gear Solid 4, and no one expected that. I'm not gonna spoil it. I guess it came out 14 years ago, so spoiler be damned. But Johnny, a character who was just a character he was just your guard in the prison cell of the first game. By the time we get to the finale of Metal Gear Solid 4, he's became an entirely important character in the story, and especially in the events of the end of the game. And during the hour and a half long cutscene that closes out this game, he is a big part of that, and he gets a full story conclusion in this. And I don't think there's any other game franchise that can say that they've done something like that. As they say that they have completed a story of that, and that's all over these games. Each character gets stuff like that. You know, Characters get reintroduced, and I don't know. I kind of lost the plot on what I'm saying here. But again, I might be talking about this later, so I'm going to put it there. 10 out of 10, Metal Gear Solid 4, deserved, gets a 10 out of 10 for me. Now, for the first time in IGN's history, 2 games in the same year got a 10 out of 10. Ladies and gentlemen, on December 2nd, 2008, Grand Theft Auto 4 was released to the world and let loose to teenagers wanting to kill people everywhere. That was probably a bad sentence. In video games, Grand Theft Auto 4 comes out. You are I feel like you're a bigger Grand Theft Auto fan than I am, so why don't you take the reins on this one?
That game beyond deserves 10 out of 10. That game at the time when it came out, because it was around the time I think PS3 first came out, and I know it came out earlier on the 360, I believe. And that game is so mind blowing at the time. Like it's kind of like how Red Dead Redemption 2 is for the time that it came out on Xbox One and PS4. It is just so good. The story's really cool. I've been playing it recently, so I never beat it, but as a kid I played it and I didn't really understand why people loved it at first, but then I've been playing it recently now that I'm older and I actually pay attention to the stories and I like these kind of stories more. GTA 4 is beyond deserves a 10 out of 10. That game is awesome. Like the just from the world building to the story, there's actually some decision making in it that's surprising that you don't really see in GTA 5 anymore, which I kind of hope in the next GTA they bring back. I
Yeah, I
kind of
mean,
like the
the entire last mission can go like what three different ways. I think maybe it's only 2 different ways, but I know some of the things you decide in those games can change what happens at the end of the game, which was
Yeah,
crazy
and
for
like
a
in
Grand Theft
the
Auto game.
relationships you make too, because if you don't, like talk to people or hang out with them enough,
You
you
don't
can't
answer
build up.
Brucey's call to go freaking bowling. That's the most annoying ass character ever. I love this
Yeah.
game, but Brucey is annoying.
Oh, no, no, yeah, and you don't see more crazy. It's like, for
Oh no!
example, if
Oh,
you like
sorry.
take
I don't mean to keep it. It's not Brucey. It's Roman. I'm
yeah,
dumb.
Roman, yeah.
Roman, your stupid cousin.
Brucey's
Yeah,
pretty annoying too, because
yeah,
he's
but
but he also is meant to be an annoying character, same as Roman. But Brucey's supposed to be that roided out dude that he's like, oh, trying to be tough, but he's really not. And then Roman is just annoying to be annoying. But I like him for that. But yeah, I've been loving it a lot. It's super cool. Again, like little things like if you hang up on someone or someone calls you and you're in the middle of a mission, like your Nikolai or Nico will literally like say like, "Hey man, I'm in the middle of a fire shoot right now." I'm like, or a firefight, fire shoot, firefight. And he's like, and it's like that
How
was cool.
how
And I
cool would
what
how cool would it be if you could be a firefighter in Grand Theft Auto? You're like, hold on, I'm putting out a fire real quick. That'd be sick.
that would be pretty cool. I hope actually
GTA 6
quick thing
online? Question
GTA
mark.
6, GTA 6, please bring back all the things like when you get in cop cars, you can like do like stop crimes or do stuff like that. I hope they bring back more of those mini games again because I feel like that's we'll bring that up because I know that's I mean I think everybody knows by now GTA 5 was one of the 10 of 10, but um it's like I I from what I play like GTA 4, I kind of hope they bring some of that stuff back in the new GTA. But yeah, to end it off, GTA 4 is an amazing game, so worth playing. Um, just such a great game, like so good. I mean, just the everything from like just like when you get in firefights with people and you like see the animations that they put into like people falling down and get shot and stuff. It's just so well done. Like they
Yeah,
put so much detail into GTA 4.
the
It's crazy.
the physics engine is in GTA 4. I know I loved, and a lot of people miss that because they took it out in GTA 5. It doesn't use the same high detailed physics engines that GTA 4 did.
And that's
Uh,
why I love that they brought it back in Red Dead Redemption 2
yeah,
because
yeah, yeah,
it's they
super
use the
cool.
same one.
So
But yeah,
real quick, love GTA 4. I've been a GTA
for
fan
sure,
yeah,
GTA 4.
been a GTA fan most of my life. So and this was a very, very realistic take on Grand Theft Auto and that style of gameplay, which we didn't see again until Red Dead Redemption 2, where, everything about that game is just trying to bring forth the most amount of realism it can. To some people's dislike of the game, I don't agree with those people, but so, you know, I kind of I don't know what I want GTA 6 to be. I don't know if I want it to be more like 4 or more like 5 because 5 was awesome and it says we'll talk about that shortly, but you want to move on?
Yeah,
Okay. The next game, a 2-year gap, May 20th, 2010 saw the release of Super Mario Galaxy 2 and that received another 10 out of 10 from IGN. I have my bones to pick with this because Super Mario Galaxy 1 is better than 2. I'm sorry. I don't have very strong opinions on it. They're both very good games, but the original one is better. I think so. I think in almost every regard. There's nothing innately wrong with Galaxy 2. I think it's a 9.5, but this is very much a situation that we're about to get into with the Uncharted series that's coming up here shortly. We're about to get into that, but I believe this game is the first game is better than Super Mario Galaxy 2. Did you ever play this game?
I played the first one, never played the second one, and I really liked the first one a lot. Like it was super cool, and I've been slowly replaying it on the Switch too with the superstars. And the first game is so cool. Like even today, that game, in my opinion, looks pretty dang good. And it's pretty impressive. And I just think it added like a new kind of way of like, in my opinion, I personally like Super Mario Galaxy probably the most compared to any other Mario game. Like even more than Odyssey, even more than Sunshine. I think it's so fun, and the
Okay,
boss
well,
battles are so enjoyable.
Sunshine sucks, so
I've heard some people say it's good. I want to try it out since it's on
okay,
Superstars, and I want to
it
give it a
doesn't
try.
it doesn't suck. I don't like it that much. I mean, I understand again. It's one of those games that is probably great, or it is great, and I know it is. I don't like Sunshine that much personally. Sorry.
That's fair. Hey,
All
I
right.
don't blame you. I don't have an opinion on that. So
Next game, also in 2010, so we have another double up year. This is a little bit of a weird one, but Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, the DLC for Red Dead Redemption, the first one, scores a 10 out of 10 on October 27th, 2010. Logan, I know you love Red Dead Redemption 2, and
oh boy,
sorry, I
you
know
have
you love Red Dead Redemption. I also love Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. I love these games to death. Did you play Undead Nightmare, and why did the DLC get a 10 out of 10 when the main game did not? Please answer me.
Well, that's surprising to hear that the original didn't get a 10 out of 10. But man, is Undead Nightmare the best example of one of like what makes good DLCs good, like are great, not good, great. Undead Nightmare is a great DLC, and if people have not played it, it is basically just, I mean, obviously, yeah, it's just Red Dead Redemption with zombies, but it is so good, and it is so fun. Like I loved Undead Nightmare, and I know Rockstar is never going to go back to DLCs for some reason. This is the last DLC they've ever made. And GTA 5 came out, and GTA 5, obviously, you could see online is basically all they do when it comes to additions, which makes me sad because literally Undead Nightmare is like they clearly got a 10 out of 10. I know it doesn't make them as much money, but it is so good. Like Red Undead Nightmare is a must play in my opinion. Especially if you like Red Dead Redemption, definitely play Undead Nightmare. It is so much fun. It's super cool. The atmosphere, the all the new gameplay additions they added in, and just like it actually is pretty surprising how fun it is to like be, shoot zombies in the Red Dead world. Like it is just so cool. And they added like a bunch of different enemy types, and the storyline, it comes with a great storyline that like connects with the story in a sense, and it is just so good. I don't understand why Red Dead Redemption 1 didn't get a 10 out of 10 as well, because that game especially also deserves a 10 out of 10. That game is so good. Like it was flawless, especially after GTA 4 came out. Like this game, so like GTA 4 came out with like what Elden Ring is having. It had a lot of issues in that. But when Red Dead came out, they understood what they were doing and they came out with that game, and it was actually a solid game. There was barely almost any issues with the game. Yeah, there were some glitches. Every open world game ever, not a single one in the world, does not come out with problems. But
You want
it
to
is
know what
just
Red Dead Redemption got on IGN?
what?
9.7.
What? I mean, that's like a point three. You might as well just add the point three. Like, what made
Yeah,
it not get a 10 out of 10?
this
Like,
was
it
back.
deserves it.
This was back in the day when IGN was doing the 100-point grading scale, which is an awful grading scale because you're just getting into like minor details and minutiae of video games. Whereas in my mind, if a game's a 9.7, it should probably be a 10 out of 10. You know, a,
That's fair.
a 9.5 is a 9.5, and to get past that 9.5 to get to a 10, you have to be a very special game. I personally think Red Dead Redemption is a 10 out of 10. I think they both are. They're phenomenal video games, and a 9.7 I just laugh at. Like,
Yeah, I can't believe that. That's insane. But both of them, I mean, again, it's crazy that they were able to make Red, and then they came out with Undead Nightmare, which is literally an entirely new game, pretty much. Yeah, they reused the world, but it's a brand new thing, and it's a whole different experience, and it is so worth playing. I mean, you want to talk about a fun, great, awesome story with fun gameplay. Undead Nightmare is all in. And I remember playing Red Dead Redemption for the first time because I didn't think I was gonna like it. A friend showed it to me for the first time, and then I ended up getting like at that time I'm pretty sure it was still Microsoft points. Rip that. That was a weird experience back in the day. But I
and
remember buying Undead Nightmare when I was young. Amazed. Like I beat Undead Nightmare like 3 times. That's how much I enjoyed it. It was so good. It basically literally was a whole other game. I mean, they even released it as a whole other game, but it was a DLC.
yeah.
So yeah, so good. That was at the time when GTA 4 was doing that too. I miss those days.
Oh,
I want them
the
to bring that
ballad,
back.
the Ballad of Gay Tony. Oh man,
Yeah.
Ballad of Gay Tony's so good. What was the biker one? The Lost and
Yeah, Lost and Damned.
Lost and the Damned. Yeah. Oh, dude, such good games. Moving on to the next one. The first time ever they gave 3 games a 10 out of 10. This is a weird one. Pac-Man Championship Edition DX on November 30th, 2010 scored for the first time ever IGN's third in a single calendar year 10 out of 10. Logan, have you played Pac-Man Championship Edition DX, and what do you think about it?
I I have not played this game, but I'm sure it's a really good, awesome, fun addition to the Pac-Man franchise. But I know I personally would not want to play this. The only time I ever played Pac-Man was when I was at Pizza Hut. I had a coin, I put it in, and I played a quick game of Pac-Man. That's probably the most I've ever played Pac-Man in my life. So
Sounds like a good game for Pac-Man fans. I'm happy for Pac-Man fans. I never played a single second of this game, but apparently it's really good. So,
yeah.
moving on, question mark?
Yep, moving on.
Okay. On October 24th, almost a full year later, sorry, on October 24th, 2011, almost a full year later, Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception, was famously given a 10 out of 10 by one Greg Miller. He's one of my favorite personalities in video games. Been listening to him for a long time, but I vividly and tenaciously disagree with his 10 out of 10 review of this game. And by saying that, I do not mean this game as like a 6 or something like that. The fact that he rated this game higher than Among Thieves, which is Uncharted 2, is hysterical to me. I I love Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception. I love the entirety of the Uncharted franchise. I think they're master strokes of video game storytelling, and they have moved the industry forward in terms of video game storytelling and narrative and everything. I'm sorry. I've heard Sir Greg Miller, I've heard all your defenses for this game, but I just personally think you're wrong, and that Uncharted 2 Among Thieves is better than Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception. And Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception does not get a 10 out of 10 on my scale. It gets a 9 out of 10 on my scale. Logan, you have recently played all the Uncharted games. What is your opinion on what I just said and this review?
Yeah, I gotta agree. I don't know how Uncharted got a higher score than Uncharted 2. I don't actually, it's pretty surprising, not to ruin anything, but I don't see Uncharted 4 on here, which makes me even more surprised.
IGN
Uncharted
gave
3,
IGN gave Uncharted 4 a 9. GameStop gave Uncharted 4 a 10 out of 10 because I remember when that game came out and I was like, huh, do I like GameStop more now? I was being a little bit of a fanboy, but spoiler alert, I do not like GameStop that much. So,
but yeah,
oh, sorry, GameSpot, not Stop. God, sorry, I keep saying. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I don't get how Uncharted 3 got a 10 out of compared to the rest. Like Uncharted 1 definitely did not deserve a 10. That game was, it was the thing is, so now I'm gonna take it from the perspective of that, I'm gonna go back in time to when Uncharted 1 came out. Uncharted 1 is an awesome game for the time it came out. It did some new things, it did some pretty awesome things I've never seen in games at that time. It's great. Now, obviously, it's literally my least favorite out of all of them. But it still did a lot of new things. But Uncharted 2, when it came out, it was crazy
It was
how
a
big of a jump that was.
it was a revolution in video games, like
Yeah.
full stop.
Yeah. And
So,
then Uncharted 3 came out, and yes, it looked better. It added a lot more things and it looks better and everything. But do I think the story is better than Uncharted 2? No, I don't believe that at all. I think obviously how I've ranked it myself, I say Uncharted 4, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3, and then Uncharted 1. Because Uncharted 3 is a fun game to play, but I definitely don't think it's the best out of all of them, in my opinion.
yeah, I have to agree. By the way, Uncharted 1 got an 8 out of 10 from IGN, and I believe that's a fair
That seems
assessment.
right.
Yeah,
That's fair,
that is a
yeah.
fair assessment. I personally would give it more just because how much that game means to me, and that game pretty much, I'll talk about it in my top 10, but that game pretty much forged how I think about video games nowadays and what my likes and dislikes are on video games these days all stem from Uncharted um, Drake's Deception. That's not the name of it. Drake's. Oh my God. Drake's Fortune. Jesus, I couldn't come up with a name. I was reading Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception and it confused me.
Deception.
So, yeah. So, all right. Moving on. Another one that I disagree with, also from Greg Miller. The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword on November 11th, 2011 scored a 10 out of 10 on IGN. And not only do I kind of disagree with this with Uncharted, where I think Uncharted 3 is like a 9 or a 9.5, I think Skyward Sword is at best an 8. Coming from someone who I've not played every Legend of Zelda, I've played a lot of them. Um, I do not like Skyward Sword that much. I think the controls are wonky. I don't think they work that well. Um, I think this game had a focus on narrative, which is the only thing I truly like about it, because that is one of my complaints about the Legend of Zelda games is they have the opportunity to be it had the opportunity to be one of, if not the greatest story ever told in video games, with some of its lore and everything that's going on, and they care more about gameplay, which is good. Gameplay is king in video games. We are playing the games, but I play games for gameplay and most importantly for being told a narrative. That's why I love play games. That's what I go back on. That is my heart and soul. And this game has that. So maybe I'm being a little bit hypocritical in that, but the game itself is just not fun to play. The the motion controls don't work that well. It's annoying. The structure of the game, the quote unquote open world of the game is boring. You're just flying around the clouds and then you just gotta jump off, which is visually impressive. It's cool, but yeah, I do not like that this game got a 10 out of 10 from IGN. Sorry, Greg Miller. I love you to death if you're listening to this for some weird reason, but I disagree with these last two opinions of yours.
I will say it's pretty funny how on the last line it says, "This is another game we scored a controversial 10 out of 10. To be sure, but there's no denying it's a game at least worth experiencing."
I can agree with that. Yes, it
Uh,
is. For Legend of
yeah.
Zelda fans, it is a game that is worth playing. Again, 8 out of 10 is still a great game. It's a great video game, but it's just not a 10 out of 10. There's so many things wrong. How do you play that game? Obviously, the Wii version. They've come out with the updated version on the Switch with much better controls and everything like that. But playing that game, how do you give a game that controls like that and has wonky controls and literally sometimes just doesn't read your attacks? How do you give that a 10 out of 10? I just don't understand that aspect of it. So, have you played it, by the way?
Oh no. Again, I the only old Zelda game I ever played was actually I think it was Ocarina of Time because I think I was getting mixed up earlier. But again, I played it when I was really young and I don't remember any of it at all.
Sorry, I was muted. I was talking to Peyton. Sorry. Moving on. Let's let's start going through these a little quicker because I have a feeling we're going to start talking about some of these later on in the episode. So on July 28th,
Yeah.
2014, Last of Us. Wait, that's not right. Well, it says Last of Us Remastered, but I know for a fact that Colin gave this game when it first came out in 2013 a 10. So don't know why they put the
I
remaster.
think that's what he said. He said that in the thing too. He brings it up that he said it was the best of the PS3 and now it's the best on the
Okay, yeah.
PS4
So
as
yeah,
quoted.
yeah.
So,
So the date's not right. This game came out in 2013, but The Last of Us received a 10 out of 10 on IGN, and Logan knows me. You guys are gonna find out very quickly. This game is a 10 out of 10, 100%. It's unparalleled and unrivaled in terms of its character and narrative. But I don't want to talk too much about it because, spoiler alert, I'm definitely gonna be talking about this later. So Logan,
well, haven't beat it, but
God,
I'll say it's enjoyable.
I hate that.
So, from what I played.
I hate that you haven't beat this game yet. I really do. Moving on.
Well, I'll wait for the remaster to come out, and then I'll beat it
Oh,
then.
and it's not. No, it's a remake. Totally,
Sorry, yeah, remake.
totally
So,
unnecessary remake. But hey, you know what? Sony knows it's gonna sell a boatload of copies, so they'll make money off of it. I just don't think that's what Naughty Dog needs to be focusing on. Anyway, that's a discussion for another time. Moving on, September 16th, 2013, Grand Theft Auto 5 scores a 10 out of 10. Second straight in the series, and third straight game. No, that's not correct because IGN decided to give Red Dead a 9.7. What should have been the third to fourth straight game of 10 out of 10s from
yeah, we might as
Rockstar.
well basically just assume that was
Yeah.
basically three,
So fourth,
because it.
yeah. Well, fourth with Red Dead and then Undead Nightmare. So fourth straight game that Rockstar
Yeah.
has received a 10 out of 10 from IGN. Logan, what do you think?
Yeah, 100% deserves it. Obviously, where online is nowadays, it sucks. But for the time when it came out, this game fully deserves 10 out of 10. I mean, this game is a masterclass of its kind. It is a great open world game, and the story is amazing. I really love the story. It's actually the first GTA game I officially beat. And I beat it like 5 times, and then it got it came out again, and I beat it another like 2 or 3 more times, and
And then it
now
came
it's
out
about to come
again,
out
and
again.
then it came out
Is
again, and then it came out
Yeah.
again, and then it came out again, and 9 years later, it's coming out again in 2 weeks.
Yep. And I'm excited.
Oh, 1 week now.
I can't
Me too.
wait. I can't wait for it to come out because I'm gonna beat it again for like the eighth time. And I think it's a great game. It's awesome. And the world is just so like detailed. Obviously, I have my issues with it. With the fact that and at the time with the game they came out on PS3 and 360, so they couldn't really. I mean, they could have, but they had cut down on a lot some of the things you could do in old games. But still, I think this game fully does deserve a 10 out of 10. Nonetheless, it's a great, awesome open world game. So
Yeah. Also, so yeah, 10 out of 10 to the Toys. Don't have much to say about it because again, might be talking about it later. Moving on, next one. 2 years later, on August 24th, 2015, Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain receives a 10 out of 10. And like all Metal Gear fans know, sadly, this is probably the last time we'll ever get a great Metal Gear Solid game because Kojima said F you to Konami and has rolled out. So, me personally, I don't like this game as much as the other ones. It's also not what I want from a Metal Gear game. I love the fact that a Metal Gear Solid 4, I sat there for an hour and a half and watched a cutscene to end the series. I love the fact that my 23-hour playthrough originally, something like that, of Metal Gear Solid 4 was probably maybe 13 hours of gameplay, 13, 14 hours of gameplay. And I love every second of that. And I miss those style of Metal Gear Solid games. So, by that fact alone, and the fact that the story was nowhere near the quality and the depthness of 3 and 4, and even 1 doesn't look that great nowadays, but its story is masterful. I do not think this game is a 10 out of 10. Maybe controversial, I know. No one hold me at gunpoint because it's just my opinion. This game is maybe a 9. Its gameplay is revolutionary in terms of open world design and functionality, but it's a Metal Gear game. That story's not that great. So by that sentence alone, this game is not a 10 out of 10. What do you think? Sorry.
um I think from what I'm starting to notice is IGN really loves to give 10 out of 10s for games that go outside of their normal perspective, I feel like. Because clearly, Metal Gear Solid 5 is, I can, even from just watching other games, is almost a completely different game in some ways. Yes, there are some similarities. Definitely the story is as crazy and weird as all the other ones. Um, I think it's an awesome game because it did come up with some of the most crazy, cool things I haven't seen in any other third person shooter kind of game like it is. Like small things like you could jump to the ground and then twist your body around. That wasn't something you ever seen in other games. That was just, I know it's just such a small thing to look at, but like small things like that, they put a lot of detail into that game. And I got to give them props for that. I never beat it because I didn't really get into the story as much as I would like to.
It's because the story is not
It's
good.
yeah,
Well,
well, I
it's
honestly
good. It's
think all
just
Metal Gear Solid games are kind of that, like that, in my opinion. But I
oh
don't
my
know.
god,
That's just me looking
my heart
looking into
hurts.
something when I'm not into it. Like I'm not like I'm looking at it from the outside perspective. So
Yeah.
I don't really know how the other games are. I probably will literally never play any of them because I don't think I'll ever want to. Maybe when I get older, who knows? But I just they come and I'm happy people like these, just like how people like Death Stranding and all that. But I always think the storylines are just so crazy just to be crazy and not to really have a point to it. And again, I don't know how all the other games are. I don't know if they take a more normal perspective. But at first, I liked this game, but it started to get a little too weird, and I just started to lose what was really going on in the first place to the point where I'm like, I'm kind of getting bored now. So that's why I stopped playing it because
See,
it also has that problem where if you don't have enough of leveling up or doing something, you can't keep moving on. So I also started to hit a wall and get bored, and I'm like, all right, again, I think it is a great game, and for the people that love Metal Gear Solid, maybe not you, but for everyone else that loves it, and I do see why people love it. It is really detailed, crazy. Some of the things you can look at people do in this game. It is really cool, and I do think it deserves a high score. But I know I personally don't enjoy that kind of game. So
The reason you fell off of this game because the story got so weird and so convoluted is not what the other games are. They're convoluted just in terms of their uh, like breadth or width or whatever, just in terms of how much the going after, how many characters there are, what's happening, but they're never convoluted in, like I said, the uh, Kingdom Hearts way, where things just don't make sense and you have to know so much outside information. And this game got to the point where things just didn't make sense, even from someone who's played all but one of the other Metal Gear Solid games. I was just like, what is happening? What are you doing? And the game even gets weirder at the end. Like, don't want to spoil anything, but there's a huge twist that is cool on paper if you like wrote it down. If you were like story ideas, this happens. Like, yeah, that's amazing. I'm gonna write that. And then they just made the rest of the game, and it made no sense, which made these twists make no sense. So that's all I got on that. You want to move on?
yep, I'm ready to move on.
All right, January 25th, 2016. The Witness, a puzzle game. Our first truly different genre game that IGN gave a 10 out of 10 to. Do you know anything about this game? Did you ever play this game? Logan.
No, no, I don't even have the slightest clue what this game is.
See,
Um,
I know what it
yeah.
is. Being as tapped into PlayStation that I've always been. This was heavily marketed by PlayStation. There is a big name attached to this game. The person who made it. I know he means a lot to this style of video game and the people who play these video games and the industry that this game is in. Uh, but I never played it. But I heard it was really good. Obviously, it's really good. So, want to move on?
Yep, I'm ready to move on.
All right. On June 28th, 2016, Inside, the spiritual successor to Playdead's 2010 Limbo, received a 10 out of 10. I'm going to start here. Limbo is an absolutely incredible video game. And if you've never played it, please, anybody listening out there, Logan included, if you've never played Limbo and you think video games can't tell an engaging narrative without having cutscenes, please play this game. Inside, I don't even know which one's better. They're both 10 out of 10s. I think the fact that Limbo didn't get a 10 out of 10 from IGN kind of sucks, but they are both incredible video games. And Playdead is one of those creators or studios that not a lot of people know about. There's plenty of people tapped into the industry that know about it, but if you just talk to Joe Schmo who plays Madden, he has no clue who Playdead is, and he's never played them games, which is a true travesty. Both these games are incredible. Logan, have you ever played any of them? And if you haven't,
I have not,
you
but I
will.
have. I did watch the entire story for Inside. I watched it all because I know I was never gonna want to play it, which is nothing wrong. Not saying the game's bad. I'm just
Yes, I
saying that's
know.
not my kind of game. But I watched it, and yes, Inside is super cool though. Like just even watching from the outside perspective and not playing it myself, this game is super cool. Like I loved it, the style and everything. And I know I would never want to purchase it, and I probably never would have unless it came to Game Pass. But I think it might be. I'm not sure, but well, still, I don't think I was ever gonna play it, and it's not my kind of game because it's one of those games that like, and it's not bad. Like from what I've seen, it's super cool. It's just again, I don't think I would ever take the time to play it, especially when I have all these other games I need to play.
It's like
Um,
4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. It's not long.
yeah, but I still gotta, beat a game called The Wolf Among Us, which by the way I forgot to bring up. But yeah,
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
want to
yeah,
get
yeah.
through a Wolf Among Us. I want to get through that. But Inside is a really cool game. Like I mean, from what I've seen, I watched the entire story, so I've seen the whole thing. It's super cool. Like it is super cool, and I love this art style, and I loved how it was kind of like I'm trying to think of another game that's kind of like it. I mean, obviously Limbo is made by, but it's got this thing where it's like it's not explaining anything to you, but you're getting the story from the environment and what's going on around you. And the more and more you get closer and closer, you start to understand. And then the ending was just awesome. Like it was crazy how it ended. Like I did not expect the ending at all, and it is so good, so good. Like and if you do enjoy those kind of games, I guess what kind of game is this? It's like a puzzle platform adventure game.
Yeah,
Um, definitely, if you
that's.
like that stuff, this game is the most artistically beautiful game. What?
Honestly, we like what type of game is it? And then you just read the article what they
Well,
say.
yeah, because I didn't know. I dumb like it's a puzzle, but I want to make sure that
uh,
people understand what kind of game it was if they have not heard of Inside by now. Um, such a good game. Again, if you like those kind of games, you like puzzle platform adventure games, then you will probably love this game. I think it's great from even watching from the outside perspective. But
are you gonna
yeah,
play Limbo? It's like 4 hours.
no,
Would you play it?
I probably never.
Can I tell you what happens? Because it's masterful.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can tell me.
All
What's
right.
what happens.
So for those of you listening out there that have not played this game, please advance forward maybe 2 minutes. I won't spend too long on it, but I just want to explain to Logan the story that this game tells and what happens and why it is incredible just from a narrative to gameplay amalgamation type. So you're minute 16 into this video. Please skip to, minute 18, minute 19, and I'll run through this real quick. So, Limbo Logan. At the beginning of the game, your sister gets taken from you. And the entire game, it's essentially one long chase scene. The entire game, you are chasing down your sister, and she's like right outside of grasp. Like, can't get to her, you can't do this. And at the end of the game, after you get through all the puzzles, all the death traps, everything, you finally get to her. You finally walk up to her, and right before you can embrace her, the game starts over. It
Oh,
it is the most
that makes
tragic.
sense.
It's called Limbo, and you're stuck in
Yeah, that
limbo
makes
while
complete
playing the
sense.
game. It is the most tragic,
That's sick.
heartbreaking shit, short of the Walking Dead season 1, that I've ever experienced in a video game. I sat there with my jaw on the floor, going, "Holy shit!" It destroyed me. So that only
That's cool.
that
I
actually
can't
only
believe I didn't. Huh.
Yeah. No, it is an amazing game. So the fact that you're not going to play it sucks, but now you understand the absolute brilliance of that gameplay and its story amalgamation. So let's move on. You want to? You good?
Yep.
Okay. Well, people that have advanced forward, sorry, it only took a minute and a half. But on March 2nd, 2017, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild scores a 10 out of 10 on IGN. And let me tell you, hell yeah. Totally deserves it. No
Oh
question in
yeah.
my mind. Yeah, it's
We can cut
again.
it short. This game deserves it 100%.
Yeah, yeah,
The way the things it's done, and it basically in a sense kind of helped what Elden Ring is now. It is so crazy what they did with this game. It is. I mean, it's the first Zelda game I've actually gotten into. I haven't beat it, but that doesn't mean it's not a great game. It is so good, and I want to beat it. It's just a long game with a lot of stuff to explore and a lot of things to do, and it is awesome. I mean, even as they said, it's 150 plus hours sometimes to beat it, spent playing and exploring and doing the puzzles. And yes, this is the first game I actually enjoy doing the puzzles. The puzzles are so cool. I mean, well, that's not the first game, but it is a very puzzle driven game because you got to do it to get your character upgraded. And it's just so cool. Like, it's so fun. And the combat's really fun too.
yeah. I don't want to say too much because we may be talking about this later. So moving on,
Yeah.
August 15th, 2017, Undertale, another indie title, received a 10 out of 10 from IGN. I have not played this game. I know what this game is. I have watched people play it, but it is just not something I want to get into. But I appreciate that it exists, and I'm happy that I got a 10 out of 10. Logan?
Yeah, pretty much same here. I'm pretty sure I watched the entire game get played because it's not a game I'll ever play. But if I don't want to play it, I usually watch someone play it. And yeah, it's a really cool game. And if you're into those classic, it was like it's very classic RPG. game.
Yeah, yeah, it's super old
It
school.
is it is a great game. It's just I know it's not a game I would probably ever play. So
Agreed, agreed. On October 22nd, that's not right. On October 26th, 2017, Super Mario Odyssey was released to the world and got a 10 out of 10 from almost everybody. So, um, I have played this game. I have beat this game. I have not, quote unquote, beat the game. I have not gotten every single star. I have a friend of mine that I used to live with who did go out and get every single star, and it was crazy. So I'm not doing that. But this game is fantastic. 9.5. Not a 10 for me. Logan.
Actually, I did play a lot of this game. Me and Amy actually played this together. We did the co-op mode because one person could play as the Hat and the other one could play as Mario. And we got like I think we were literally pretty dang close to beating the game. But at that time, I didn't own a Switch. I was playing it on my dad's Switch. Um, so we made it really far. We were about to beat it, but we never ended up beating it. I do want to beat it someday. I don't know if it'll ever be a game I'll go out and purchase because it's always gonna be $60. So maybe I'll borrow it from my dad and beat it at some point. But it is an awesome game. It is super cool, and what they did with it is super fun. And again, I like the boss battles; they are super enjoyable, and I love just how amazing it looks. Like that game is insanely beautiful, and of course, at that time, I think Switch was just nailing it on coming out with
Oh my
super
god.
quality games that run super well.
No.
Because that game
You
is
got
like
the you got Breath of the
so good.
Wild in the spring and then you come out with Odyssey in the fall. Like, geez. It's a dream
Yeah,
for
dude,
a
they were
video game
nailing
collector,
it.
dude.
That time, it was like the best launch. Like it just came out with like
Oh,
some
easily.
really awesome game.
Easily.
Yeah.
There's
So
nothing that
yeah,
comes close to it.
I definitely agree with this. Obviously, it's not my favorite Super Mario, but I do think it's easily my second favorite. So
All right. Moving on, January 25th, 2018, Celeste scores a 10 out of 10. Now, have you ever played this game?
actually, I have. It's hard,
It is,
super
it is
super hard.
it is very hard, and I never I didn't feel like learning it and sitting down and getting to it. I was busy with other stuff, but I was really happy. I remember watching the people who made this game at the Game Awards that year, and they seemed super passionate. Excuse me, they seem like super good people, so super happy for them. But I don't have much to say about it.
I would say the same, but it definitely does. It's a very well made game. From what I played it on my friend's Switch. He made me play it one night. Watched me have a horrible time because I died a lot. But it was still very. I could tell just from playing it and from the way that my friend felt about it, the game is pretty dang amazing. Like it's like people like really love it, and it's got a very not even just reading this because yeah now I'm looking at a screen, so you probably everyone believes I'm just reading, but it is about like depression and stuff.
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's got a very deep meaning to the game, and if you're into that stuff and you're into well, a very hard platform game.
Well, I don't
This
know
game
any.
is awesome.
I don't know,
But
but I don't know anybody that's into depression. Like, no one's
no,
like,
no, no,
yeah,
not
man.
depression. I said into
I
like
know.
a hard platform.
I'm just messing with you. All right,
Yeah.
moving on. We are not going to talk about the next two because I have a sneaking suspicion that we're going to talk about them in depth here coming up shortly. So on April 12th, 2018, God of War scores a 10 out of 10. And then October 25th, 2018, Red Dead Redemption 2 scores a 10 out of 10. We're going to skip right through those because as I said, have a slight inclination that we're going to talk about them later. So, March 23rd, 2020, Half-Life Alex comes out and essentially shows people what can be done in VR. Logan, have you played it? I have not.
Oh, I wish I could play it. It's not a game that you can easily play. You have to have a good PC and you need a VR headset. But what I've seen, this is what VR is going to become if we get more high-end AAA VR games. I mean, high-end VR triple games because this and I don't know why I can't remember this other game. There's another game just like it that came out that is literally like Half-Life 2. But this game is just insane. And if you can't play it, at least look it up. Don't watch the whole story if you obviously want to play it, but definitely look it up and check it out because this game is absolutely insane. Like it is the what basically everybody's ever dreamed of what a VR game would be like, because you can interact with everything and it's just insanely well made. It also just makes me mad that freaking Valve just keeps stopping, like will make a game and they just not make a game for years, because clearly you can see this game is insanely well
Well,
made.
they don't
I
need
mean,
to. They make so much money
I
off
know they don't
Steam.
need
They
to,
don't have
but
to
it
make a
just
game.
sucks because I miss when Valve made games, because they made good game, great game after great game after great game, and I just want, I wish they would make more games again, which I know they won't, which is fine, um, but still, if you ever get a PC that can run VR and you can go buy at least an Oculus Quest 2, play this game. I wish I could play it. It is so freaking awesome looking. And from my little bit of experience of playing VR, I've been playing Saints and Sinners. That's probably the closest I've gotten to this game. Yeah, this game beyond deserves a 10 out of 10. Like it is so amazing.
Moving on May 13th. Sorry, my voice did something weird there. On May 13th, 2020, Persona 5 Royal, the remixed and updated version of Persona 5, came out and we scored a 10 out of 10. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt, this is one of, if not the greatest JRPG ever made. Hands down, full stop. I don't know how you can be how you can make a better game than this. It has
Yeah,
everything.
it
It has
it
it
is the
has literally everything. I don't know what more a game could do.
honestly, I think it's the best example of what makes a JRPG good. It is like so good. And this is the first JRPG I've ever played, actually, I believe. Which but it is so good, and the storytelling, the characters, everything you can do, the just everything, the combat, how you manage your life and friends, and how the game does this thing where like clearly if time keeps moving, so you got to take your time and actually like do things and put time into things, because literally time constantly moves, and it is just amazing. Again, this is one of those games I have not beat. I really really want to beat it, but it's like 100-hour game no matter what. It's a very, especially the Royale version. That game is even longer because they added even more stuff
They
and
added
new
a whole nother
character.
semester, man.
So
They added a whole nother semester.
yeah,
What kind of twisted ass video game producer do you be? Hey, this 100-hour RPG that takes place during two semesters of a school year, a full year. Let's add a whole nother one. F off.
yeah.
I love you, but F off.
How dare you make a game that is this long? No, this game deserves to be as long as it is. Unlike certain other games like Ubisoft games, this game is
Definitely F
100
off on
hours,
that one.
jam packed with so much content, and so I mean, literally, this is like a game that you keep playing and then it just keeps giving you more and more and more. Just when you thought it stopped, you get more surprises. It is so good, so freaking good.
On May 19th, 2020, Overwatch scores a 10 out of 10 on IGN. And I don't know why, but I thought Overwatch came out in 2019. Did it not?
Yeah, wait. Yeah, no, it didn't come out 2020. What the heck? I
That's what
played that game back when I was in college. I
I
graduated in 2020. What
I would
happened
I
there?
was just actually I think it came out in 2018, didn't it?
It came out like I'm pretty sure it was like 2016 or 2017. It was definitely way back. I This game has been out for years. Why
Yeah.
does it say May 19th, 2020?
Oh yeah, right here.
Unless they updated the review. Did they
Maybe.
update the review?
It says right here in the write-up, its 4-year foundation has been lovingly crafted into the unparalleled multiplayer experience that offers state. So it came out in 2016. So whatever, we're moving
Okay, I
on from
knew
that.
it.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna
Okay.
skip that. It's a great game. Never played it. I'm not a multiplayer guy, but if you are, it's probably one of the best multiplayer games out there. On June 30th. Oh, sorry. Did you want to throw something in there?
No,
Okay.
it's a good hero shooter. If you like that thing, then
Yeah.
yeah, obviously Overwatch is probably the best example of a first-person hero shooter.
On June 30th, a game that actually came out in 2020, Last of Us Part 2 comes out and scores a 10 out of 10. This one was not liked by a lot of people. And well, the game was liked. The review was not liked. Um,
Do you want to skip over this? Is this gonna be in your 10 out of 10 probably? Because maybe we could save it for
Spoiler alert: this game is not
later
in
on.
my 10 out of 10. I, however,
What?
I have,
Surprised. Okay.
I, however, believe it is a 10 out of 10. And we can argue on a later episode about that. I have heard all the criticisms. I have heard everything, and something about myself, and Logan knows this, but those of you listening, is I always try to take other people's criticism and understand that criticism. I don't just negate it because I don't agree with it. I try to understand where they're coming from and how they got to that conclusion, and then can I formulate my own reasonings behind that to come with some kind of general understanding. And I do that with almost everything in life, whether that be movies, politics, video games, everything. I always try to see both sides. I do not agree. I do not see and understand or agree with most of the criticisms of this game out there. But I don't want to talk too long because we can save this for another one. I already know the answer to this, but Logan, do you agree that Last of Us Part 2 should receive a 10 out of 10?
Well, I don't really want to keep going with this because this is going to be a long thing, but I don't think it's a masterpiece. Or I guess I don't think it's perfect. So I guess it's going to be kind of like your Elden Ring thing. I don't think it's perfect, but I guess I mean, I don't know. It's the storytelling and how it's done, I think could have been better, and maybe the game could have been better, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way they told the story and all the jumping back and forth and jumping between, not trying to ruin anything, but different characters that certain people may not like. Um, I guess I don't know. I can't really say much about this because I have not beat the first Last of Us. I from what I played, I did play a little bit. I think I put like 10, 12 hours into this game. Um, can I say this game isn't amazing on the graphics? This game is mind blowing with its graphics. It is like it's so real that, and this sounds really cheesy. I'm not gonna be like, like super. What is it? What's the word? I can't think of it. Whatever it is, but basically the game is super realistic looking, and it's so realistic looking that sometimes it does scare the crap out of me. Like it is so good looking. Last of Us Part 2. I will give them. I don't think if anyone ever says this game doesn't look good, I don't know what's wrong with their eyes. They need to go to the eye doctor because literally it is like it's as mind blowing as Red Dead Redemption 2 because that game also was mind blowing. But yeah, Last of Us Part 2 is the gameplay is super cool. I like all the like how well animated it is. Like it is so well animated. And then also just the graphics and the whole world and how they design. They put so much detail into everything. Everything. You go into a building, you could see everything. Every little tiny detail you could think of, it's in there. It's crazy. I will not down on that. I just think it's the story I don't really enjoy that much. And that's why I don't think it's a thing. But that's just my opinion. And
Yeah.
I'm also not as big of a Last of Us fan as you are. So that's another reason why.
Well, you know me. I mean, just because I'm a fan of something doesn't mean I excuse any negatives. Perfect example, Star Wars, I'm a massive fan of, and I am super hypercritical of that stuff. So that's where I feel like I'm justified in saying that I have tried to understand people's criticisms of it, and I just don't see them. I just don't agree with the way people say and certain things that they talk about. Let's move on. We'll have a much more in depth.
Yeah,
We'll have
yeah.
a much more in depth discussion about that. We're gonna rip through the last of these. If you guys want to see the list out there, you can go to ign.com/articles and then go to. I guess you can just search in modern game. So we're going to skip through some of these because I don't really have much to say. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 came out on August 17, 2020 and got a 10 out of 10. Congratulations. It, from what I see, seems like the greatest flight simulator game ever made. So, Logan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, agreed.
August 31st, 2020, Crusader Kings 3 came out and scored a 10 out of 10. I'm not a real-time strategy guy. I'm not an RTS guy, but I'm glad this game's great.
Same here. I'll disagree on that because I don't know much about Crusader King, but I'm sure it's a great RPG. So
On September 14th, 2020, Spelunky 2 got a 10 out of 10 by Mitchell Saltzman. Uh, I have fallen away from my 2D platforming. I still appreciate them. I still like them, but I don't play them anymore. So I did not play this game when it came out.
yep, I would say the same. I
I
mean, I don't really play much. That's not my kind of game,
was
but
waiting for
I'm
you to come in
sure
there.
it's great. Sorry, you. I didn't. I honestly don't have much to say about it.
Okay.
Most of these games at this point are starting to be games I've never played.
Yeah.
So
Disco Elysium, the final cut came out on March 31st, 20. Well, okay, the actual game came out earlier, but the complete edition, the final cut, came out on March 31st, 2021. Scored a 10 out of 10. I know a lot about this game. I have it downloaded on my PC. There's just a lot of stuff that I have to play, but this game is a masterclass in RPG, like the traditional pen and paper RPG, like the Baldur Gates of the old days. Uh, I personally think you would love this game, Logan. It has a lot of similarities to D&D in terms
oh, I
of
seen pen and paper, and that got me excited.
yeah. So you should play this game. We should do a whole episode where we go through and play this game. It's about 30 hours from what I believe, but this
I'd
game,
be down.
yeah, this game from what I hear and from what I've seen and everything I've heard, complete and utter masterpiece of an RPG. Deathloop came out on September 13th, 2021 and got a 10 out of 10. Um I know Logan's played this game. I know Logan has not beat this game. I have
Oh yeah, no.
I have not played this game, but I disagree with a 10 out of 10. You?
Um, honestly, I agree that it deserves an out of 10. I don't know.
Really?
Something about it, man. Like it is really cool.
I
And
was not expecting that.
the concept behind it too, it is just it's cool. It's awesome. And you build up the story the more and more that you it's a what is it? What is the game type called? I don't think they wrote it on here either. What is the game type called? Like there's a ton of these games coming out now. What is it?
What are you talking about? Like, the redo over and over
Yeah,
again?
the games where basically
Um,
you die,
oh
but
my
you
God,
become
why can't I
stronger
think of
every
it?
time. Yeah, I feel so bad. I feel so dumb for not knowing this term. But basically, yes, it's those kind of games that have been coming out. A lot of these have been coming out as of recently. It's a game where you keep playing, you keep learning the maps, you keep learning the ins and outs of every time you play through, and then you come back and you're stronger and stronger, and you understand things more and more. It's super cool, and I honestly love the style, the gameplay, just everything about Deathloop so far. It's a game that is going to be a very long game that I could be. I won't say the story is
Roguelike.
um rogue like yes.
There we go.
It's the story isn't a masterful story, but the gameplay and how it's linked together and how all these things come together and how all these puzzle pieces will soon enough by the end all piece together and you got to kill everyone. It is just super cool, and the gameplay is fun and difficult, and it adds a spicy new thing where like someone can invade you and try to stop you on your missions, and it's cool. It definitely deserves it. It has such an amazing style to it, as the gameplay is super fun and very difficult at times. You can cheese it somewhat, so I guess that is kind of fair that sometimes you can make it a little bit easier for yourself if you really want to. But it's super fun. It's awesome, and ever since they first showed the trailer, I knew this game was gonna be great. I mean, the whole premise of you being this man that wakes up on a beach and has no idea what's going on, and basically you learn that you are stuck in this, well, death loop. You literally die and you restart the day on this beach, and throughout the day you can go to all these locations. You're trying to kill these scientists and people and learn the story, which I won't say again. The story is kind of like Elden Ring in a sense, where you got to like read up on the lore, read up on all the things. You're not going to be really told the story through a linear perspective. You're not going to be going through cutscenes and stuff. No, you play the game, you're in the game, and you see it throughout playing it. So you will not get like a story through people talking to you much. You might get little bits, but it's definitely a very good and honestly probably one of the better examples of a roguelike game. And it's very enjoyable from my perspective. Yes.
All right. On November 11th, 2021, Forza Horizon 5 came out and got a 10 out of 10 from IGN. Luke Riley is the reviewer for this game. I really respect this guy. He knows a lot about racing games. Um, so I'm not going to tell him that he's wrong, but I do think there are some problems with this game, especially the PC port. The PC port has not stability problems, but it is, you have to do a lot to get amazing things out of it. I have a decently powerful PC, and I still have massive pop in on a lot of the foliage for this game. But all that aside, it is a phenomenal video game. I loved it. I love racing games, and I can't wait for the next one. So, but there is some problems with it that I think should have been addressed that weren't. But maybe he didn't play it on a PC. Who knows? Maybe it's man. Every time I talk about this stuff, it's like, man, maybe I'm entirely wrong on Elden Ring.
That's fair.
Speaking of that, Elden Ring's the final one, February 23rd, 2022. Everyone knows. Got a 10 out of 10 from IGN, a 10 out of 10 from a lot of places, and it's really good. And Logan likes it. Anything on
A
any of those
lot.
two? Yeah, anything on those two?
Oh, I wish I liked Forza Horizon, and that doesn't make it a bad game. It's just I'm not again into racing games other than Mario Kart. Anyways, you entirely, by the way, and we're way past 15-minute mark. Mike kicks my ass in Mario Kart badly. But I kick his ass in Smash.
Yeah,
But
to be fair, I don't want to throw this exactly out there because there's a infinite amount of people who are better than me in Mario Kart. Everybody that I know, every single person that I know, I am better than Mario Kart at. I've never ran into someone who can consistently be as good as I am. So that's not exactly fair to you.
but still, I think Horizon 5, from what I've seen, it is. I mean, I played it a little bit. I didn't enjoy it as much as Mike did, but I do think it's a super awesome game, and the amount of detail they put into that game is absolutely insane, especially since it's an open world driving game, and how big the world is, and how detailed every car is, and with how many cars are in that game. It's insane. Like, that is crazy how many cars. I didn't know how many cars were in that until like after I stopped playing it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to go back and play it. But still, that is crazy. And that game definitely deserves it because it is the best of all the Forza Horizons from what I've seen. Other than the fact that we couldn't do those co-op things, which kind of sucked. But uh, yeah. But and then obviously you guys know my opinion on Elden Ring. I've been loving it, and I'm not gonna lie. This entire time I've been on this podcast, all I've been thinking about is Elden Ring.
Hey,
So
I've been
it
thinking of
might sometime be on my top 10. Who knows?
I've been thinking about Forbidden West, and it
That's
also
fair.
is a possibility. But that brings us to the end of IGN's list. It was a long news story, so if you guys have any opinions, um, any reactions, or anything you want to talk to us about, please, as I said, go to our Patreon. $1 will get you access to be able to talk to us freely and give us any questions or any opinions you have on those games. So if you have a reaction, if you want to say something, please go over there, support us, let us know. We'll be happy to talk about this next week with any of you that have any questions. Anything else, Mr. Bergman?
No,
All
that's
right,
it.
moving on. Our second news story in Around the Point, Housemarque is creating a new IP and not a sequel to Returnal 2. This comes from Game Informer, and they sat down with the managing director and the game director of Returnal and says, "We had our stint working on multiplayer games because a few years back it seemed like you needed to have some kind of multiplayer experience. We tried that and we really didn't do it as well." That's a weird sentence. But it's the early days of us starting a new game, a new IP, concepting it out, so we'll see what comes with that. I am a huge fan of Housemarque. Resogun is still to this day etched in my memory of PS4 games. I love Next Machina. I played Dead Nation with our friend Eric for a long time. I love these games. As you know, unfortunately, I have not been able to get into Returnal. I've been wanting to desperately. It's another roguelike, but I just think whatever this studio decides to do, I'm on board for it. I can't wait. I will play Returnal this year, guaranteed. I got it. Luckily, with a new story that just came out, right before we recorded this, so we'll talk about next week. I have some more time in the middle of the year now because the game got delayed, and now I have an opening to where I might sit down and play Returnal. So, Logan,
Nice.
have you ever played a Housemarque game? Have you played Resogun? Have you played Dead Nation? Have you played Next Machina? Are you gonna play Returnal when I remember to bring it up to your house next time? And are you gonna play the next game? What's up?
Never played any of them, but Returnal does look fun. And whenever you play it, beat it, or just stop playing it in general, I would be willing to borrow it and try it out because it looks cool,
It
like the
is.
whole
It's
idea of
hard.
it. So
It's hard. It is.
yeah, I
Yeah.
bet.
It is not easy. So excitement level. 8 out of 10. You.
Don't really know, so I'm just gonna put question mark. I
Fair
don't
enough.
know
Fair
whether to be
enough.
excited or not.
So our third story, and around the point, this one kind of hits a brick wall with me and really sucks. Halo
This
Infinite
hurts a lot.
Halo Infinite co-op mode has been yet again delayed by 343 Studios. A while back, they originally said it was going to come out with the start of Season 2 in May 2022. It has now been confirmed that it has been delayed until no one knows. They haven't said.
Oh, they're gonna do split screen. I didn't even see that.
Well, yeah, that's
So
what
they
they said.
were
But
gonna
they
do it.
said most
What?
people most people believe the biggest problem is they can't get it done because of that split screen, because it's so
Uh,
difficult with the open world and more importantly the connection between Xbox One and X and X.
oh, and they're gonna do four-player online again. Let's go. Sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't do a lot of research,
No,
but
no, you're fine. But I am pretty much holding off
dang
on
it.
Infinite Campaign until it comes co-op because I want to play with you. I wanted to play with you originally like that, so that way you can walk me through all the story revelations and everything, and I don't have to do a week's worth of research to catch up on the the Halo story. So when this
Well,
game,
we can wait. Oh, you got
yeah,
other games to beat. We'll
yeah,
have time.
when this game comes out co-op, we are going to play together, and you can tell me everything about it because I'm excited. But unfortunately, it got delayed again. It keeps getting delayed.
Yeah.
So we will update you guys when we know more on when you can join in on the fun of Halo Infinite co-op campaign. Now moving
I
on
could
to
probably do an episode about oh wait, sorry, cut
no
in
no
real
no
quick. I
no no
guess
you're good.
there could be a quick one time, obviously not this episode, but I do have a full written review for Halo Infinite. So whenever we do have a time or if we have just I can make a mini review for it. I can always come up. I have a review written up and everything done
Yeah,
for it. So
absolutely, absolutely. I'll add it to that docket, as they would say.
yeah.
Our fourth story: Battlefield 2042 is less popular than Battlefield 1, Battlefield 4, and Battlefield 5 on Steam. Reading some of the numbers here, Battlefield 2042 has seen a maximum of just 2,090 players online in the last 24 hours, to compared to 2,195 in Battlefield 4, a staggering well, that's not okay. Never mind. That's not even the staggering number yet. A big 7,498 players in Battlefield 1 and a staggering 21,709 people in Battlefield 5. So, what do you think about 20,000 players playing 20,000 more players playing Battlefield 5 than Battlefield 2042? We talked about this weekend. We already know each other's opinions on this, but let's tell the people. So why don't you go ahead and start?
I guess to start off, I am one of the dumb people that purchased 2042, not seeing the faults of it. Anyways, I played the beta. Um, I I had hope, you know. I guess after seeing what happened at Battlefield 5, I hope they learned their lesson. Even though they took out a campaign, I wasn't that worried. I was like, okay, you know, they're coming out with this portal mode. They're doing some cool things. It's really exciting. And then they release, and then like I don't get how in modern day game you can't make a leaderboard. I don't understand how that is even possible that you can't make a leaderboard in a video game. The easiest thing you could probably ever do. But they did not put a leaderboard, and that's not why it's also bad. It's just the lack of support, the bad launch with horrible performance issues and forcing people on PC and next gen consoles to play in the 120, I forgot how many players it is. It was double the 64 player. And so they didn't let you play with 64 players. And so they finally, after like almost, I think, a month or two, finally allowed us to start playing with 64 players because they noticed that the high jump to players and the features and stuff they took out from other games that they thought would help increase performance in 2042 did not work out for them. And now they still don't even have like fan favorite modes like Rush and also just the cool modes that they added in Battlefield 1 where you did what was it called? Operations. Like they didn't bring that back either. It's just a lack of fan favorite modes and crazy things that honestly is just killing the game more and more. And then when they do add those fan favorite modes, they take it away. Anyways, players literally ask them to keep it. I don't know what 2042 is doing right now. It makes me sad to see Battlefield in such a bad state, especially after playing Battlefield 1. And, well, Battlefield 5 wasn't the greatest. I mean, now where Battlefield 5 is, I mean, clearly with 21,709 players, Battlefield 5 now is a pretty good game. I personally like Battlefield 1 more out of all the new games that have come out so far. I mean, Battlefield 4 is definitely the best, but Battlefield 1, I mean, from me and Mike replaying it again this weekend, uh, man, I missed that game. What about you, Mike?
I mean, yeah, we talked about this weekend, and it is it's a shame to see what happened with it. I do have to praise myself. I told you before this game came out that it was going to be like this. I told you this game wasn't going to be this good. I saw nothing in this that made it look like it was the next step forward for Battlefield that Battlefield needed. So just wanted to flex on you a little bit there. So I'm happy with that. But at the end of the day, it sucks. Everybody, well, there's a lot of people who love Battlefield, and it was that franchise that you could go to get an entirely different experience than Call of Duty. An experience that focused on teamwork and communication and, you know, just working together to accomplish an objective like you do in actual, well, I've never been to war, obviously, but like you theoretically do on the battlefield. And that's why I loved Battlefield so much. I played Battlefield 1 for hours with my friends sitting in college. That game was incredible and it was cool to communicate. You know, one of us would go down and we need a medic on Charlie Point or C Point or whatever lingo we used at the time. And then one of us, whoever was the medic in the squad, would run over there and like, okay, I'm on my way. You know, oh, I got hung up with someone. It's just, it leads to such engaging and interesting moments of gameplay that is way more than just your Call of Duty uh run around a corner and get killed immediately, then respawn. And it's sad to see that it appears that they've given up on that style of gameplay with the new class system and just everything that went wrong with this game. I don't know. I'm kind of speaking out my ass here, but the game, I just wish they want to change things. It's one of those franchises that I don't think needed to change because it sat in the perfect medium between what Call of Duty was and what itself was. People who played Call of Duty still played Battlefield because it was so much different and and you can just get an entirely different style of gameplay that I don't know why they decided to make this game more like Call of Duty. It is not the same, obviously. It still plays differently, but it's much more in line with what the Call of Duty style of gameplay is. Your twitch shooters, you're not really communicating in a group, and you're not really working together to create or to capture an objective or have an objective. Like literally this weekend, you know, we were like, oh, we gotta push to C and then hold that and then hold them off, and then maybe we can push to D and get a little bit more points. But as long as we keep these points and make like this line right here, they can't get through us. And there's nothing like that in 2042. There's nothing that's even close to like that in 2042, in my opinion. So it's sad to see. Also, I'm gonna throw another number at you. I just read. Um, since its launch in November, there is currently less than 2% of its original peak player base. I mean, I don't know if I have to say anything about that number. I think that number speaks for itself. Like everybody agrees that this game is not what they wanted and not what the franchise and series needed. And I don't even know if there's a way to save it. I really don't. You would need to start from ground up and completely rethink what this game is and what it's supposed to be. in my opinion.
Yeah, they basically need to like find a way to bring back the class system. I think if they could find a way to bring the class system back, it would help a little bit. It would boost it up a little bit more, and then obviously just focus on just coming out with content. At least that would help. But yeah, it I protected it for as long as I could because I am a huge Battlefield fan. I am ginormous Battlefield fan. I've been playing Battlefield since Bad Company 1, and then I haven't played it since because I started getting to Call of Duty a lot. I mean, well, I was already a Call of Duty fan at that time, but I didn't play Battlefield Bad Company 2, sadly. Anyways, that game I heard was amazing. And then I got back into it again, Battlefield 3, and then from then on, I have been a huge Battlefield fan. I played every Battlefield, and I've loved every Battlefield since, other than Hardline. That's another bad one, but I liked all of them from then on. And then just to see what they did with this, like I don't know who is in charge of just, ideas for Battlefield, but whoever came up with the idea of taking away the one thing that makes Battlefield Battlefield with the class system, they're just wrong. I tried to protect it. I know the first month I was playing it, I was telling Mike that I thought it wasn't that bad, but the more and more I played it, the more and more I noticed that it was taking away what was like I went back and played Battlefield 1 and Battlefield 5, and it was taking away what made Battlefield Battlefield. Literally, Battlefield's all about people are certain classes with certain gear and certain weapons so that you know what you're getting into. Like, for example, a YouTuber brought up one time that when you're driving a tank and you're shooting, you could tell when somebody's going to be an engineer and they're going to have, the gear to take you out. So you'll try to stay away from them. Well, in this game, everybody has rocket launchers. So there's nothing you can do about it. And I think, yeah, honestly, I don't know what they could do, but I hope they can fix it because I wanted 2042 the last. I wanted why did I already forget this mode? The other mode that they came out with, I wanted them to keep adding more Battlefield content to it.
Portal.
I wanted to see Portal. Yeah, I wanted that to succeed. At least that to succeed. If anything, they could just drop 2042 and just make the Portal mode a thing, and then literally just give us content in that. Because I would be much more happier to see that thing succeed than 2042.
It's like
Because Portal,
it's like Mario Maker Battlefield edition.
yeah, and that's what I want to see. I love that. That idea, honestly, that was probably the most exciting thing I seen before the game came out. I was really excited for it. And then within the first week, they ruined that mode and completely killed it because people made XP farms and they instantly took away earning XP from that mode, which I think is literally the worst idea of all time. Because literally, then what's the point? You could just go and play Battlefield 4 if you wanted to, or Battlefield 3 or Battlefield 5, and just get those experiences and still get XP. So I don't know. I hope they can fix it. I don't know. But it is really sad as a Battlefield fan to see how far we have gone. So I hope we get back to the Battlefield 1 days when Battlefield 1 came out and the hype was so high. I mean, that game was easily the most hyped game of that year. I'm pretty sure. It was, I remember how mind blowing the game was. So I hope someday Battlefield will get back to those days.
Yeah, one more thing before we move on. There was a petition started last year or maybe early this year asking for refunds for the game, and as of right now, 2,200 players have signed this petition asking for a refund for the game. I don't really think that's a good thing. You know?
Yeah,
And one
that's horrible.
and one last thing, earlier this week, DICE announced that at the beginning of March, it was aware of several situations. It was aware of several issues within its map design, and said it understood why players were calling the game a walking simulator. And they said the maps will begin being fixed one by one, starting with Kaleidoscope, but not until summer at the earliest. So I'm gonna go ahead and say it's dead.
I am going to try to hold on hope, but I don't know. I mean, I thought, they were learned from Battlefield 5 and understood what the fans wanted, but they're pulling a Ubisoft and basically didn't listen to their fans whatsoever. And I'm not saying you should listen to every fan ever and listen to all their ideas. Stuff like Modern Warfare, how it turned into, is what happens when you literally listen to just your, consumers. They take away every new idea they had just because every Call of Duty fan was like, it's too realistic, it's too slow. And I'm like, ugh, that's what I hate sometimes. But sometimes a game does still need to listen when, especially when a lot of people are having those problems. I mean, like, especially when almost all of your player base is having that problem, then you probably should start listening because there's probably something wrong there. So, because Battlefield 2042, clearly everybody just wants them to bring back traditional Battlefield, and they just want good old Battlefield. That's what everybody bought Battlefield for. They didn't want Call of Duty. They wanted Battlefield.
Anything else, my man?
No, that's pretty much it.
Moving on to a follow up to last week's episode, we're talking a little bit more about Pokemon. Um, it has come out that on the official website for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, people have read into something, and it seems to indicate that traditional catching mechanics and battle mechanics will be returning to the Pokemon franchise in Gen 9, ditching the mechanics and catching mechanics of Pokemon Legends Arceus. Reading from the website, it says various. I told you, man. I told you last week. Reading from the website, it says various towns blend seamlessly into the wilderness with no borders. You will be able to see the Pokemon of this region in the skies, in the seas, in the forest, and on the streets. You'll be able to experience the true joy of the Pokemon series battling against wild Pokemon in order to catch them. That is the key sentence. Now in a open world game that players of any age can enjoy. And there was also a screenshot of a battle that seems to indicate that yes, the old style, quote unquote, of mechanics are coming back. In that sentence, battling against wild Pokemon in order to catch them seems to indicate that you are going to have to enter the battle menu or whatever you want to call it, the battle field, and weaken them in order to catch them. So I told you.
And now my hype level is at 1.
Oh, come on, man.
No, I don't even want it anymore. Why? Why do you evolve to devolve? Like, you clearly have the mechanics. You clearly could just put it into your next game. Why keep taking things out? I understand why you don't have all the Pokemon, but why not have, the mechanics from literally your game you just came out with this year? I don't know. I This is why I don't really play Pokemon games because they just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And they finally do come out with something new. And instead of keeping the new things and making your other games even better, you take it out and just go back to Sword and Shield again. So it's basically be Sword and Shield with more open world stuff.
Well, that's what's
That's pretty much what
crazy.
we're getting.
That like what I talked about last week when I said I wanted Skyrim Pokemon version. This first sentence gives me that. It says various towns blend seamlessly into the wilderness with no borders. That gives me Skyrim Pokemon. But yeah, I also said that I do want the new mechanics of Arceus because I think they're good, and definitely after seeing going up to your place and watching you play this weekend, I really like that. I actually thought to myself, I'm like, after I get done with Horizon, I wanted to start up Cyberpunk and I wanted to get through with that so we could have a discussion. But do I just go play Pokemon instead because I want that? So that's something that I'm gonna have to think about what I want to do. But it's kind of like this paragraph is the whole two step one step forward, two steps back thing. Now I don't exactly agree that it's one step back because I still enjoy the traditional mechanics, um, but I do agree with you that I think Arceus created a new fan base for a series that we said earlier is one of the most successful franchises in not just video games in pop culture history. So I think that was able to bring forward new fans, and going back to a traditional mechanic maybe would like you just said it, you're out, immediately, which sucks. But also like I kind of think this was coming because both these games were being developed at the same time. So if you're a developer of Violet and Scarlet, oh sorry, Scarlet and Violet, you don't know if people are going to like the mechanics of Arceus, so you don't take the risks, quote unquote, and put those mechanics in this game because you don't know how people are going to react to them. now that they know that people love them. I think there's a decent chance that we get those mechanics moving forward in Gen 9 or the Silver and Gold remake or the Legends Johto version. Whatever they come out next, I think there's a good chance that the mechanics do start to adapt to the more quote unquote modern way that Pokemon games play. But I think it was a lot to ask them to put those mechanics in this game, knowing that it's been in development side by side with Arceus, and the developers not knowing if people are going to like the new mechanics or not. That's just kind of where I'm sitting at with it.
Well, that's why I'll be waiting for the next one if they bring it. I will not be purchasing this one because, again, I mean, it sucks, but maybe you shouldn't have been making two Pokemon games at the same time. Again, I know maybe they were, like you said, they were developing at the same time and they didn't know, but then maybe you should have waited and seen what people said. And then they're like, oh, yeah, we love this. Like, okay, now we're going to put it in there. But instead, they're just like, yeah, no, we're not doing that since it's already mostly developed. I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. I was really hoping that. Like, again, I think this next Pokemon game was going to be absolutely amazing then because I'm like, that's cool. 'Cause I like the new features, and then adding in the normal Pokemon because that's my thing I didn't like about Arceus is I do like the normal thing of Pokemon, like with gym leaders and all that. But I also love the Arceus open world stuff and how you actually physically throw Pokeballs and you're actually part of the world and you get these like choices and interactions. I love that. That would have literally been the perfect Pokemon game. But instead, they just kind of increased the open world size from Sword and Shield and just did that. That's all they did. And they added new Pokemon.
Yeah, I want to end with saying anyone listening to us, and even you, Logan, this is all still just rumors. This is the
That's
internet.
fair.
This is the internet reading a paragraph and seeing a screenshot and interpreting what it means. So it could just be that this screenshot, while it looks like it's in the middle of a battle, it could just be a cutscene. And there could be a battle cutscene earlier on in the game that kind of introduces you to the battle system and all that. So again, none of this has been confirmed or denied by the developers. So I will tell you, please just wait and see. But for those of you out there that love the traditional mechanics, guess what? They're coming back probably, like I said. So a little bit on a final around the point topic for this episode. Enhanced versions of Resident Evil 2, 3, and 7 are going to launch on next gen this year, comes from a report from Game Informer. It reads, hold on, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, I don't actually have a paragraph for you to read, sorry, my bad. So pretty much it just says that, the move to more powerful hardware means that these titles will boost new enhancements such as ray tracing, 3D audio, and according to the press release, high frame rate.
Quote unquote.
Quote unquote,
Yeah.
high frame rate. So that you would assume that the game would have
At
hit at
least
least 60.
60
Yeah,
FPS. Yeah.
Resident Evil 7 better run at 60 frames a second, all right? That's just what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
They also
Well,
said that,
even 2 and 3.
sorry. Yeah, I'm saying, the PS5 version will feature DualShock, haptic feedback, and adaptive trigger support as well, along with anybody who owns the last gen consoles. You'll get a free upgrade to the new versions with smart delivery on Xbox. No word on if PlayStation is going to charge you their $10 or not. So I guess we'll see.
I don't think so since I don't think they do
Yeah.
that for third party
Yeah,
games
for
yeah.
old games. Yeah, super old games.
Yeah.
But you excited about this? You not excited about this? Logan, what's up?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. I'd like to see it. I mean, I haven't beat Resident Evil 2, but I
Dude,
would
okay.
like to
For those of
someday.
you for those of you out there that are listening, this dope of a human being that I talk to every single week is in the last hour of the game and is too scared to beat it. So please, everybody rip him apart in the comments and make fun of him for me because I'm
Yeah.
tired of doing it. Do you have a defense for yourself or are you just gonna let me rip on you like that?
Honestly, no. I mean, I really do because I was really enjoying Resident Evil 2 a lot. But yeah, I kind of got a little too creeped out at the very end. I put it down and I ended up putting it down for a very long time now. So I want to go back and beat it, but then I keep having something else come up and then I start playing that and it's just keeps happening over and over and over
So
again.
what blows my
So
mind is you got through the sewer section. The most terrifying part of that game is the sewer section, and you can't get through the research lab. Why?
yeah, I have no idea.
I
But
just
hey,
don't.
maybe this next gen upgrade will be the big push that I need.
For,
So
for those of you out there, Resident Evil 2 remake is phenomenal. Please play it. Resident Evil 3 remake is very good, but it probably should have just been DLC, realistically.
yeah,
And
it literally should have just been
yeah,
DLC.
and Resident Evil 7 also very good. I finally played all the way through it with Peyton, and it's really good. Very different, but very good. Also super scary. So, anything else on anything, buddy?
No, I'm just it's really cool to see that they're doing this. That's such a random thing to happen, in my opinion. But I love it that all these old developers are coming back and updating the games and bringing new life to what's been out for a long time. So
Yeah, it's cool. Great games. So, with that, that brings us to the end of Around the Point, our weekly news section. If you have any reactions, anything you want to say, anything you want to ask us, anything at all said, please go over to our Patreon, become a bronze member, and we will answer any questions and read your thoughts on the show. With that, let's go over to our point of the show. And let's start with Matt Reeves' The Batman review. Logan and I both saw it Saturday morning. We talked about it a little bit then, but we wanted to save some of our thoughts and all that for you guys, and we could talk about it on the show with you guys. I want to start off with saying I've been thinking about this movie, said, for 2 days now, and here is where I'm at with this. We can go more into it in a bit. This movie is fantastic. It is an amazing, great, everything movie. But The Dark Knight, man, I just can't get over it. I can't put it above it. Like, The Dark Knight is something seminal, it's something special. And for everything that this movie gets right, which is almost everything, there's not a lot this movie gets wrong. There's like one complaint I have in general with it. This movie gets almost everything right. It's just not The Dark Knight. You know? I don't know if you agree with that. Like I said, that's something that I've been thinking about yesterday, and I kind of settled on it fully today. That it's just there's something special about The Dark Knight. So there was something incredibly special about that movie that I just don't think this movie has that special sauce that The Dark Knight has. You know?
um so I've been really putting a lot of thought into it too as well. Um, I've never seen The Dark Knight, so uh, I'm pretty sure I haven't.
What?
Let me get this right. Let me get this right for a second. Let me look something up real quick.
Oh, we're about to get fucking destroyed on YouTube if you haven't seen The Dark Knight.
Give me a second. I might be wrong. Oh no, I've seen it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I was
I
like,
was thinking of
bro,
something else.
come
I was thinking
on,
of something
what?
else. Okay,
Yeah.
so my thoughts on it
Man,
so
I'm not
far.
gonna
What
lie.
I thought.
Hold on, my heart just fucking skipped a beat. You
Oh,
you
sorry.
scared the
I
shit
was
out of me.
For some reason I was thinking of some way different. I was thinking of the older Batman movies, like older. I don't know why I was thinking that. So yeah, I've seen Dark Knight. It was
Okay, good.
good. I like Dark Knight a lot. It was an awesome movie. Um, so how I've been thinking of it is, I think that this movie is the Joker of the Batman movies.
Oh,
It was a very
absolutely.
different, like way off of like out of left field, different take on, well, not way out of left field, but it is a different take on Batman. He is a very, in my opinion, down to earth Batman. But of course, I do enjoy that they explored more of him being, a detective for once, instead of just being, the ass kicking vigilante that he is.
Which
They
he is.
showed
There
more.
was there are
He
some
is, yeah, he still
badass
does kick
moments in this
ass.
movie.
Yeah. But I do think I kind of wish that they did add more gadgets, I guess. I mean, he still had it quite a bit, but I feel like one of the biggest disappointments for me is the Batmobile. I think this is probably the lamest Batmobile of all time.
Coolest looking
Probably,
Batmobile.
Oh, super
Yeah,
cool,
I don't even think
but
there's
there's
anything.
nothing to it.
Yeah, it's just a car with like a jet engine or something like that. I don't know. It's not a regular fuel injected engine. You know, it's got some
Yeah.
special sauce to it. But yeah, I mean, and then it's got like it's pretty much bulletproof and all that. But you're right. There's nothing to it. There's no weapons. There's no nothing. Like I had heard going into the thing, the quote unquote chase scene was like the standout scene in the movie, and I watched it, and I knew that going in, and I was like, I mean, it was just a really cool chase scene. It didn't really have any narrative backing to it. Like again, perfect example, like I told you, Batman Begins, the chase scene in that when he's rolling through everything with a tumbler in a desperate attempt to get the woman that he loves to safety. Like that has narrative significance. That has narrative backing behind it, and that makes that scene much more intense and impressive with that. I'll be right back. Hold on. Sorry, girl walked in. Whoa, what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah,
Um,
I was talking about the chase scene. Yeah, and it just didn't have, like I said, it just this movie doesn't have the secret sauce that the Nolan films or the Nolan trilogy have, especially to the Dark Knight. I think this movie's better than the Dark Knight Rises and Batman Begins, but it just doesn't have that special secret sauce. Like there's not one standout moment that I remember short of what happens in the finale and the way the shots are framed and what what's happened narratively during the finale and everything that goes on. I think that's really cool and that's something that I'll remember, especially that one shot I told you about. The one shot at the end of the movie. I don't want to spoil anything, but the shot with the flare.
oh
Oh my
yeah, that scene
god.
was awesome.
That
I
was
knew you were gonna love that scene.
dude,
I was just looking out.
it was incredible, that scene. And that is not just a narrative moment, but a visual moment that I will remember for a long time. But I mean, think back to the Dark Knight. There's nothing that comes close to the interrogation scene. Like the brilliance of the interrogation scene of the Dark Knight
Oh yeah.
with the conflicting I ideologies of essentially the same character in the Batman and the Joker, but who go about their lives and they have very separate rules that keep them from being night and day from each other. That's honestly that can be so about most Batman stories. The brilliance behind how the Joker is the Batman if the Batman didn't have rules and morals and a code to live by. They're the same character. One's just crazy and one's not. Well, I guess a lot of people would say the Batman is crazy, but so with all the negatives, well, that's not really a lot of negatives, but with that negative out of the way, I do want to talk about just how absolutely brilliant Matt Reeves is in this movie. Matt Reeves being
Wait,
the director of the movie.
can I cut in real quick
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
before we completely move on and we lose the Batmobile situation?
Oh,
Just to put in
sorry.
my
Yeah,
opinion. Yeah, to put in my opinion real quick. Um, yeah, that chase scene was probably the worst one out of the two most recent Batman movies, in my opinion. Like, for example, Batman versus Superman, that scene when he gets his Batmobile and he just starts plowing through those vehicles, I loved that scene. It was awesome. And again, I think personally what they needed to do in this movie was put more than just one car to chase. And I'm not going to explain who he's chasing or anything, not going to spoil anything, but just like it's just like one car that he's chasing the entire time. And it's just not that exciting. Like, and again, I think that's what adds more to this movie. I think it's again, he was definitely going for a very, very, very down to earth Batman. I mean, there is not a lot of crazy things that he really does. Like, he doesn't do anything that crazy, in my opinion. Like, compared to all the other Batmans with all their crazy, super amazing technology, this guy is like the least like of technologically like advanced of all of them, in my opinion. Like, he is very, very almost has nothing, like almost no gadgets. So
yeah.
he does have some. I
He
can't say he
is
doesn't have any,
he's the
but he
most
does.
human Batman I think we've ever seen in film. because
Even
like
his the glider thing, I'm not gonna ruin it, but the glider thing too was very down to earth.
yeah,
Like what he
that
had.
was very, again, realistic. It was
Yeah.
super realistic. The movie was almost to a fault hyper focused on presenting the most realistic theoretical superhero we've ever seen. Like a lot of people say that the Nolan trilogy is very realistic and down to earth, and it is. There's nothing in that movie phantasmal or anything that happens, but this movie beats that out tenfold. You know?
Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, because like compare like if you even compare like yeah, no one did have some more realistic things. Like I think probably the least realistic one is well from recent movies. I'm not going off of really old classic ones. Is like Batman versus Superman. Is like the more fantasy, very fantasy Batman,
Yeah, yeah.
and then
It's
yeah,
you know.
but this one is like straight up like I don't even know what to compare. Again, I call it the Joker of Batman movies. It's very realistic. It's like
This movie,
down.
this Batman is if you and I trained for 20 years on how to become Batman and then put on a bulletproof suit.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
that's
this is.
exactly what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, real quick, one more negative before I gush about Matt Reeves for a second. There's no Batarang in this movie. What the f is that?
Oh, I know, and they teased us with it
Yeah,
too. We thought it was gonna be that, and
that
it wasn't.
they have, as you said, there are some gadgets. There's a grappling hook, and there's a couple other things I don't want to spoil, but there's no Batarang. What the heck?
No battering.
All right, let me gush real quick because I love Matt Reeves as a director. I think he's one of the most talented directors working in Hollywood right now. His final two Planet of the Apes movies are, in my opinion, masterful movies. They're not perfect. There's things wrong with them, but they are masterful filmmaking movies. And this movie, it doesn't. If it doesn't match it, it is right behind those two in terms of filmmaking. The way that he decided to shoot Batman and the way that Rob Pattinson decides to play Batman and embody that character is the most intimidating Batman we've ever got. It's the first real I'm going to use fear to scare the ever living shit out of you. As we talked about that opening scene and what happens in that opening scene and how it's framed and how um, some of the criminals react to what they're trying to do narratively is the most realistic interpretation of what fear can do to a human being's psyche I've ever seen in not just a Batman movie in most movies. Agree or disagree?
Oh, 100% agree. That intro, it was
Oh, I
awesome.
mean, yeah, the fact
I guess
that
I didn't know if you're going basically mainly off that, but yeah, that intro
well, I was saying
especially
like
goes.
the whole intro sequence and when we get a voiceover of Pattinson describing what he is to Batman, which actually has a huge narrative significance in the final couple scenes. In the culmination, there's another voiceover, which voiceovers can sometimes be like bad things. They cannot like not work. These two stitched together are like, that begin the movie and bookend the movie work perfectly together in terms of voiceovers in movies. But I was really just talking about in the middle of that voiceover when you're looking at the criminals and they're doing what they're doing, really trying not to spoil anything. The way that they're reacting and the way that Matt Reeves directed that scene is masterful in terms of representation of human psyche and fear combined together. And then, as you said, yes, the way that Batman walks and the way that reveals, and you hear Batman before you see Batman, and it's just like it puts the fear of God into the audience itself. You're like, dude, there's some shit about to go down in this movie, and it does. There's some great fight scenes. It's always filmed really well. There's not a lot of jump cuts. There's not a lot of fast cuts. Anytime that people are getting punched in this movie, you can clearly see it. It's framed perfectly. The camera doesn't shift every single time he throws a punch. There's multiple different times where you get to see Batman punch people in the face 4 or 5 times and the camera doesn't cut once. The camera doesn't move. There's no long takes in here. It's not like we're dealing with The Revenant or anything like that in terms of endless takes or even more 1917. Like it's not like that, but it's framed and it's filmed in a way that makes you connect with the punches that are connecting, I guess is a good way to put it. You know?
No, I agree with you. you really like they insinuate every punch. Like it's almost like brutal. It kind of reminds me of the Batman Arkham games, like when like he's taking him down, like it almost has like this audio like thing to it where like you can really like feel like he just beat that dude down. Like it was crazy. Like every fight scene was super well made and it was epic and it was super enjoyable to watch. But I guess I'm gonna keep letting you go on your point because I know you're gonna have a point about that later. But yeah,
A point about what?
just more like I know when we talk about how like nothing in this movie really like stood out.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I said, like
There wasn't the flipping of the 18 wheeler like there was in the Dark Knight. Like that's a seminal a moment in that movie during the chase scene is when the 18 wheeler flips and end over end, and then you get the confrontation, of the Joker coming up to the Batman. At the end of that chase scene, and then it says the interrogation scene follows that after. There's nothing like those sequences of events in this movie that is something that I'll never forget. Like the Dark Knight came out in what 2008, I think, something like that,
yeah,
and
it was 2008. Yeah.
yeah, and still to this day, I remember all those scenes and the narrative significance and the importance and everything is just so high about it. There's nothing in this movie that reaches those levels, but that is not like a disservice. The movie is still phenomenal, and it says, and especially in the opening scene. I don't know if I didn't point this out to you. I don't know if you saw it. The way that scene is framed and the characters in that, staying as spoilerless as I can. Um, it's a very dark scene, but there's a light from the TV that reflects off a character's glasses, and that's all you see from that character is the reflection of the TV in his glasses, and it is fucking creepy. It is amazingly shot and filmed, and it is terrifying.
Dude, just the entire style of every scene, it literally was like super Batman themed, like basically like where it's always like raining, it's super dark, but you have those neon lights hitting and like that like color grading where it's like a little, I guess not like it's like brownish, but also darkish, and it's like, oh man, like I'm trying to remember this one scene where it's like oh, I mean, just every time well, I can't. I'm trying not to ruin anything, but there's a lot of scenes, especially with the music, where it just like it just hits. Like again, nothing stood out where it was like super deep, like Mike said, with like the 18 wheeler going over there and the interrogation. Um, but like every time that music, like I gotta say, whoever they hired for music nailed
Michael
it. Like
Giacchino, man.
absolutely nailed it.
Michael
That
Giacchino
guy is a
is,
madman. He was
I mean,
so good. Like every time that freaking theme song plays from the trailer, I was just hyped. I was like, "Oh, stuff's about to go down. It's getting really exciting." Like, oh gosh, it was good.
you want to put a score on it? Do you want to do like what, like out of five maybe? That's normally what movies are scored out
Yeah,
of,
let's
right?
do out of 5 to make it a
Okay.
laser. Yeah,
All right. So what's your score for the Batman out of five?
I would say a 4, 4 out of 5.
Yeah, I'm at 4.5.
Yeah,
You know.
this
Yeah.
movie, I think, in my opinion, everyone should go watch. And especially again, if you want a more down to earth Batman, this is definitely the most down to earth Batman I've seen.
Yeah.
And the most we've seen in any movie where he actually shows his detective skills. It's awesome. It's definitely not the most action packed Batman movie, but I kind of went in knowing that. So I wasn't really extremely disappointed in that fact. That's why I'm not going to lower my score for that reason. I think the only thing that really just disappointed me was that I think they went a little too down to earth in some points, especially with the fact that he's just Batman. There wasn't a lot of gadgets. There wasn't a lot of like, just true Batman things. But I mean, other than that, I still think it's well worth a watch. The
Whale.
music's great. Whale, no,
Whale.
whale. No, it is just it's a good movie. It's a
Yeah.
great
Yeah.
Batman movie, and I fully recommend it. I even think the Riddler was
Oh,
awesome.
dude. I was
He
I was gonna
nailed his
talk
role.
about that for real quick before we moved on. Thank you. All the performances. Zoe Kravitz killed it. as Captain Woman. What the is that?
Captain
Catwoman,
Woman.
Captain Woman as Catwoman. I still think I prefer Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman a little bit, just because it's a more realistic interpretation of the source material, and it's just the first one, you know. But Zoe Kravitz kills it. Has great narrative backing for her reasonings, and every scene between them. Can we just say the chemistry between Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz is off the effing chart. From scene one that they're in together, it is electric whenever those two are on screen together. So
Oh, I 100% agree with that. Yeah, they were the what you would call the meme that you kiss. That's
yeah,
literally exactly. I was like, come on, you're gonna kiss.
so
Just
yeah,
do it already.
Zoe Kravitz, fantastic. Oh my God, Paul Dino as the Riddler, phenomenal. My biggest negative about the movie is Paul Dino as the Riddler, and not his acting or not anything. Is that he's underutilized. He disappears for the middle section of the movie, and that middle section is slower and not as interesting because of it. Because he completely disappears. Like he's still there in the background, you know he's there, but you don't really see any of his actions. You don't really get any of his perspectives in that middle hour of the movie or something like that. And then Colin Farrell as the Penguin, unrecognizable. I remember I leaned over and I told Logan, I was like, "That's Colin Farrell, dude," and he was like, "No, it's not." And I was like, "Yeah, that's Colin Farrell." And then I showed Peyton a picture of it on a way back home. I was like, "This is the dude that plays the Penguin," and he is unrecognizable, and he has a lot of fun with this role. He really just goes for it. I mean, the two villains in superhero movies that he's played is obviously the Penguin in this movie, and then Bullseye in the original uh, Daredevil movie. Which yeah, that movie's terrible,
Oh
but
wow, I didn't even know that.
yeah,
Wow.
he plays Bullseye, and all the props to him. He sells out for these villain roles. He really goes all in, and he gives you everything that he's got in this movie. And I think he's really good. I don't think he's the standout. I honestly think the standout is Zoe Kravitz. And because I expected Robert Pattinson to be good, when feels like no one else expected Robert Pattinson to be a good Batman. That's because everyone can't get over Twilight, and I always tell people, I'm like, everybody sucked in Twilight. Twilight sucked. Look at watch other Robert Pattinson movies, and you'll realize that he is a good actor, and he could easily pull this role off, and he did, in my opinion. So he was good, but I expected him to be good. So Zoe Kravitz
Yeah,
really is a standout for me in this movie.
yeah. If you want another good Robert Patterson movie, watch Devil All the Time on Netflix. I mean, I kid you not. That man, he's an insanely good actor. I mean, from a lot of people too that have watched, Twilight. I mean, he was the only one that could truly act in the first place in those movies, from what I've heard. But no, just watch another movie and actually see him really get into his role, because I think he did amazing as Batman. A lot of people did not expect him to do good, and I from seeing Devil All the Time, I instantly knew he was gonna nail the role, because like Devil All the Time, you almost not recognize him. He is so good. Like he acts like he really gets into his role in that movie.
Also, another movie with him is The King on Netflix. He is the villain in The King on Netflix. Another fantastic movie. So we'll talk about this a little bit more. I'm probably gonna see it a second time. Maybe I still gotta go see Uncharted, so we can talk about that. But we'll dive in a little bit more. Maybe even do a spoiler topic episode. Where we get into all the nitty gritty and talk about all the different things for you guys. But before we move on to the real point of the show, anything else to say about the Batman movie, Logan?
Uh, just go watch it. That's all I'm gonna say. Just
Yeah,
you need to watch it.
yeah.
Trust me. If you are a fan of Batman in general, go watch it.
And if
It's
you're just a
so good.
fan of filmmaking, because I think the actual
Well, that's fair too.
the filmography aspects behind this movie, even outside of it being a good Batman tale and a good superhero movie, the filmography behind it is super impressive. So I think if you're a fan of movies in general, whether that be superhero movies or anything, this is a movie you need to go see. We good?
Yep, I'm
Okay.
good. Sorry,
I know you
I,
good.
I
You
was
good.
letting you end your.
Yeah, I was done. So moving on. Now, our second point of the show, the one that Logan and I have both been waiting to do. We've been really excited to do this. We've been thinking and playing this for a long time. We are going to give you our top 10 games of all time. The way we're gonna do this, we got a couple special rules. I have a couple of honorable mentions. So those are I have two of them. So those are like genres that I play a lot or have significance to my video game history that I just didn't think the games in that were good enough to get into my top 10 or I wanted to put in my top 10. So I have two of those, two honorable mentions, and then we go head first into our top 10. Logan, I know you don't have any genre um uh honorable mentions. My God, that was difficult for me to say. But I know you don't have any, but you do have four honorable mentions to put in, correct?
Yes, I have four
Yeah.
honorable mentions. Yeah.
So, do you just want to dive in and we can start talking about all these games?
Do you want to do honorable mentions after our top 10? I think that'd probably be best. So
I
then we'll just end off with those. Or do you want to start off with those?
I was gonna start off with the genre and then go into honorable mentions because that's like our 12th and 11th ranked games, and then we go in 10, 9 forward.
Okay, so do you want me to start with my honorable mentions?
Yeah, start with 14. Start with 14 and 13 because I'm gonna do both my genres at the same time. So
Okay. So for 14, I guess well, I just call it honorable mentions. They're all the same, but
your fourth
my
honorable mention.
yeah, my fourth honorable mention is Ghost of Tsushima.
Hell yeah.
That is definitely I love that game. It obviously didn't make my top 10, but that doesn't mean it's a bad game, obviously. I mean, I have like a top like 50 games to be honest, but it's an amazing game. It's people definitely should play it. I mean, if you want to know a game that Ubisoft should make, then play Ghost of Tsushima because like that is like
They don't need
the
to anymore.
best. And honestly, I know. But yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is an amazing game. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. I watched a lot of previews about it, and I know Mike told me a lot about it. And I ended up like seeing some gameplay for it. They showed me, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna buy it. I'll give it a try. And oh man, 70, 80 hours later, finally beat it. And man, that game is awesome. And it is, in my opinion, damn close to a masterpiece. It is so freaking good. The combat's super fun. I love how deep they get into the Japanese like culture and the whole a little bit of history. Obviously, it isn't completely true, but with the Khans invading Japan and seeing how like it kind of was true to the story where like basically the Khans were overwhelming and pretty much like destroyed the samurais on the beach, which is basically all true. But just the story was awesome, and I love how like just awesome the gameplay was. Like it was so cool, like how you can literally like uh stand off against people, and like all the music would like you literally felt like you're in one of those samurai movies every moment, and just the gameplay was addicting, super fun. Um, just so good, and it was like so many hours of gameplay to play. Like the game was a long, very fun game. I enjoyed every minute. Um, the only reason it didn't make my top 10 is because I don't think I loved it as much as my top 10 games. That's pretty obvious, but highly recommend it to anyone. I definitely don't need to recommend to Mike. He already knew. But yeah, it's it's such a fun game. I loved it so much. In the world design, ooh, I mean, I haven't seen grass like that anywhere else except for maybe Last of Us. Like, it was crazy. I loved it,
All
and
the
all the wind simulation too,
yeah,
like all the leaves and oh,
the fields and everything just walking through. It's so
I
good.
spent hours literally in the photo mode because of how impressive that. So dang good, like I love it.
Yeah, great, great,
Um,
absolutely.
I I guess to jump to my next one real quick because I didn't know if you're doing off and on, but
Yeah, no, go ahead and do
my
both your
my
fourth
next
and fifth.
one is Uncharted 4. That obviously
Oh,
didn't make
okay,
my
okay.
that didn't make my top 10, but it is in my honorable mentions because that game was so good. I couldn't put the controller down. I beat it all in one day, uh, which is the only reason I had any issues with the game because the only issue I had with the game is just the fact that you had to keep moving boxes to get to the next area. But the game wasn't meant to be just grinded out like that. But I did because I was really enjoying myself so much that I wanted to beat it. And so that's why it easily makes my honorable mentions. That game is super amazing looking, and just the cinema quality in a video game it was like basically like those Telltale games are like not so like Detroit Become Human, where like you're playing that and you only get to press a few buttons. No,
Quantum
Uncharted, you get
Dream.
full, yeah, Quantum Dream. Like you get to only hit a few buttons to interact in those super cinematic scenes. No, Uncharted 4 is like a complete on cinematic experience where you are controlling everything all the time, and I loved it, especially that car scene. I don't think I've seen anything like that in any other game.
Oh no, it's absolutely incredible, dude.
That game, especially the fact that that game came out on a PS4, I don't understand. Like that thing is insane. Like it is so impressive. And I never played that game until like a year ago because I played all the Uncharted's all in a row. And yeah, that game blew me away, and I love it. And it definitely deserves to be in my honorable mentions because it is an amazing game, and definitely wish that game got a 10 out of 10 because it deserved it. Like it
Yeah.
blew my mind.
Oh, it did on GameStop, GameSpot.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. GameStop. Yeah, yeah.
No, Games. I always say GameStop, GameSpot.
GameSpot. Ah,
Yeah,
yeah, I got
so
you.
confusing. So
Yeah,
real
yeah.
quick, for those of you listening, and you have an opinion about box puzzles, stay tuned because that will be a part of my Horizon Forbidden West review. And let me tell you what, I am so sick and tired of box puzzles. Anyway, I don't want to talk anything about Uncharted 4 because, spoiler alert, I'll be talking about it here in a little bit. Is that it? Oh, well, I guess it's my turn, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I was like,
Sorry,
I
sorry,
didn't know if you
sorry,
go.
sorry. I sometimes lose track of everything. So I'm gonna do my genre honorable mentions. So, like I said, these are two genres that are part of my history as a gamer and a part of what I did growing up and how I feel about games. But they're just, they're not genres that any of the games included in these genres reach my top 10 lists because my top 10 list is a little redundant. It has a lot of the style of gameplays and a lot of the style of games that I absolutely love and adore. So there's a few surprises in there here and there, but anyway. So my first genre honorable mention is sports games. When I was younger, PS1, PS2, and for a little bit of PS3, I played a lot of sports games. I love sports games. Haven't really picked one up in about 8 years. And that's a fact I'm very proud of. I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back or a round of applause on that one. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, it means so much to me. My history with sports games that I thought I couldn't leave them off when I'm talking about this. So, with that, the game that I am bringing to the forefront of my number one sports game, NCAA Football 14. And a little bit
Okay.
about this game. Yeah, a little bit about this game. I'm not going to sit here and say it is my number one sports game of all time. That is probably between, like, I can throw ESPN 2K5 in there, or, oh, sorry, ESPN NFL 2K5, and Madden 04 in there. But this game, NCAA 14, is a game I've played the longest. It might be my longest played game of all time. I don't know. PS3 doesn't track hours, but I have put multiple 50-year dynasties together in this game. And it's a game that it is the only game that I wish PlayStation had backwards compatibility for. I am not a backwards compatibility guy. I understand and appreciate its necessity and its place in gaming. I am just not a guy that goes back and plays games over and over again. This one game breaks that rule of mine or breaks that interpretation of mine. It's like, if we had backwards compatibility, I wish I could play this game on my PS5. Because the only way that I can play it is if I hook up my PS3 or if I download this emulator on my PC, I can play it. There's actually a new version of the game out done by a very talented group of people who have completely revitalized the game for modern day. Not in terms of visuals, in terms of different things about college football. So, and also, it's still a really rare game because there hasn't been another one since 2013 when this game came out. So, if you want to buy this game, be prepared to spend upwards of $60 and $70 if you want to get this game on PS3 or Xbox. So, my second genre honorable mention, and I'm sorry, Logan, this one's gonna hurt. It is FPSs. I love first person shooters. I do. But I looked at my list my two honorable mentions, and my top 10. And I'm like, there is not a single FPS game that I've played that's better than any of those games, or that means more to my history of gaming than any of those games do. So unfortunately, I had to put this in here. And the game I'm nominating for probably my favorite FPS, I went back and forth between quite a few, but I'm going to throw Halo 2 in here because I think it deserves to be talked about in a list of top games of all time. Halo 2 is what got me into Halo. I did not play the original on the Xbox. I was not an Xbox guy for a long time. I got a 360 because of Gears of War, because that style third person, you'll find out very quickly, third person action adventure slash open world games are my thing. Those are the games I play. Those are the games I love. So I bought my 360 for Gears of War. And then I went back and I played Halo 2. And I remember to this day, there was a group of like three or four of my football buddies. And we played Halo 2 campaign in one night. All night, stayed up. And it was incredible. And it's one of my coolest memories I have of video games. And I don't think I would be very hard pressed to come up with a moment cooler than crossing the bridge in Halo 2. And
Oh man,
oh,
God.
because of that, oh my god, the music, what you're doing. I mean, what you're doing isn't that great. You're just in a tank rolling over things, blowing things up, but the music, the narrative significance, and just the framing of that scene. I'm like, I have to mention it in a top 10 list. Like, I would be doing a disservice if I didn't mention that. So, those are my two genre honorable mentions. So now you know there's no sports games and there's no FPSs in my top 10. If I had an honorable mention to my honorable mentions, it would be racing games. I love racing games. I'm a huge racing game fan. I just thought FPSs deserve to be mentioned more than those. So, you know, you're not getting any sports games, FPSs, or racing games in my honorable mentions or top 10s. So, Logan, move to your second honorable mention.
Far Cry 3.
Oh,
Amen on
that
that,
was
dude.
on my list, but I did not put it on my
Dude,
list at all.
Far Cry 3. That game blew me away
It's
at the
incredible.
time it came out. It is easily one of the most incredible and honestly the most like I just it was so good. Yeah, in my opinion, it is my favorite Far Cry game. A lot
Oh,
of Far Cry fans, they personally like Far Cry 2 the most. I personally never got into Far Cry 2. I thought it was too slow. The gameplay was clunky as can be.
I
And
would.
yes, it is really cool how realistic it is, but I never got engaged to it. Far Cry 3 came out and I remember all the hype. And I kept up with that game constantly. And when it came out, I beat that game 3 times. And yes, Mike, you ready to hear this? I completed everything in that game. That's how much I loved it. I
Yeah.
did everything. I even got the freaking katana thing, the little melee weapon. Yeah, I collected everything because I wanted to get all the good stuff. And that game, still to this day, is probably one of my favorite, not just Far Cry games, probably well, second favorite of all the Ubisoft games to ever come out. I
Yeah.
love that game. It is so amazing. The art design, the villain was awesome. Voss was just super cool. I mean, it is a
Mhm.
little disappointing what happens to him, which does kind of bring it down a little bit, but
Yeah.
I still loved it though.
I mean, it's one of the
That
most
game was so good.
it's one of the most infamous scenes in video game. The do you know the definition of insanity scene? Like most people know that scene and know where it's from that are really tapped into video games. I do have to say that this game was the last one out when I was looking at my FPSs. It was down between Halo 2, Far Cry 3, and Resistance 3. Resistance 3 is a massively underrated game. Not a lot of people talk about it. A lot of people talk about Resistance Fall of Man and Resistance 2. Resistance 3 is an incredibly underrated game. Phenomenal campaign, great multiplayer. But yes, Far Cry 3 was the one that I was going back and forth from the most between Halo 2. But I really just thought that Halo 2 deserved to be in my list somewhere. While I'm sure Halo 2 is in your list a little later, I thought it needed to be here. But yes, Far Cry 3,
All right.
vividly, without a doubt,
Yeah.
the best Far Cry game.
Oh yeah. No, that game, and it makes me sad to see where Far is today because
Oh,
yeah,
it makes me very
that
sad.
game.
Very,
I
very
mean,
sad.
the issue is Far Cry 3 was so good that it did kind of, in a sense, ruin a lot of the Ubisoft games after that
Yeah,
because
it's
they
like,
just decided to copy and paste when in reality they should have just kept innovating because literally Far Cry 3 was such a big innovation that I mean, everybody loved it. I mean, I loved it even before it came out. I was already really pumped for it, and then it came out and it blew me away. And I was playing on the 360 at the time, and I never owned a PC. And man, that game was still mind blowing on there. Like I loved that game. It was so fun, and it literally made me truly love Far Cry games. And then now where Far Cry is Far Cry 6. Now I'm starting to drop
Sucks.
off and never want to play him anymore.
Oh,
So
dude.
Far Cry 5 was the last good one, but Far Cry 3 was still obviously still always going to be my best. And as a side honorable mention, this is going to be my next one, but Blood Dragon deserves to be with Far Cry 3. Blood Dragon is also a very amazing side DLC story game, and it is amazing. And the story is awesome. It's very cheesy and funny, but it is so good. And it is probably the only good DLC that any Far Cry's ever made. It is so good. Like
What's
it is
all?
so freaking good. I actually got all the achievements for that game. Again, another game that I
Wow.
fully completed everything on because I loved it that much.
That's when you know it's a
So
good game, at least in Logan's
yeah,
standpoint.
yeah,
Yeah,
that for me, that's very impressive.
I would I would go so far to say, and I'm not gonna put a definitive point on this, but Far Cry Blood Dragon is in the conversation for the best DLC ever put out in a video game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Other than obviously Undead Nightmares up there with me too. But yeah,
I said one of.
definitely.
I
Yeah,
said
I know,
one
I
of.
know. I agree.
All right. Anything
All
else you
right,
want to
and
say
then
about
so for
anything
my
else?
next.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
We're switching now. It is my turn. Ya punk.
Oh, I thought you were doing we were doing two. That's
No,
why I got
that was
confused.
just I wanted to get the genres out of the way, but you didn't have any genres, so that's why you went twice. But now
Oh, yeah,
we're
you're
just
right.
gonna
You're
go
right.
back and forth now. So
All
my
right.
number 2 ranked honorable mention. So my number 12 ranked game. This might hurt, and I thought a lot about it, and I tried to get not in an honorable mention, but just the games ahead of it mean so much more to me and my history and all that. But anyway, my number 2 honorable mention, Grand Theft Auto 5.
You're gonna laugh.
What do you
Can
mean?
I just cut in real quick? Guess what my next honorable mention is?
No way.
Grand Theft Auto 5.
Okay, well, see,
Yep.
you put it one place higher than I can. Well, I guess we can both talk
Yeah.
about it then, and then I'll go to my
Yeah.
number 1 honorable mention. Grand Theft Auto 5 is a masterfully made video game. The heavy amount of detail, the what I would say an underrated narrative. It's got a pretty damn good story to it that I really enjoyed. But just the innovations of gameplay of the three main protagonists and how they made it seamlessly work is a masterstroke in itself, I feel like. Just in that, I can easily mention it in my favorite games of all time. Um, it's one of those games that I always want to go back and play more of every time they come out with a new one. I'm like, man, I need to go back and play that again. I just don't really have it in me right now. I got too much stuff going on. But, I mean, I don't know what more there is to say about that game. Michael is pretty much me in 20 years, I feel like. like, and Franklin is just an amazing character. But you want to talk about the best character of all time?
Yeah,
Trevor.
Trevor, of
Dude,
course. Yeah.
Trevor is the most maniacally brilliant character I've ever seen written. Maybe not if de facto statement, but very high up there. So let's go to you with your opinions on your first game out and your honorable mentions.
So this game barely didn't make it in my top 10. I mean, barely. Like I put a lot out of my top 10 and I couldn't put it in there. It did make a huge impact in my life, so I don't want to downplay it, but I don't think it just didn't have enough for me to be like, yeah, this is my top 10 games like I've ever played in my life. I love GTA 5 and I think it's an amazing game. Even though it did downgrade some things, but at the time of playing it and not really knowing things, it didn't really matter. The game is an amazing game. The story is awesome. The heist, the new addition to heist was super cool, and all the planning and all the different decisions you can make. And the open world was really fun. And I especially love that. I mean, they're the only ones that have done this. I love that you could switch between three different characters. It was super cool and unique, and they all had their own different personalities. I mean, like completely different personalities. And I loved it. It was
And it
super
worked.
awesome.
I think that's the
It did
most.
work.
I
It
think
was
that's the most
crazy.
important thing. How many times, especially modern day, do we have a new innovation come out? They're like, yeah, it's really cool, but let's let them perfect it in the next one. That happens all the time. The fact that this came out and it worked perfectly. There's not a single aspect of the switching the characters and the three character structure, especially in terms of narrative, that I would change about this game. It worked perfectly. And how many times we get to say that about video games?
Yeah, no, literally, I agree. Was like perfect, and it honestly worked even so well because literally the whole story, it helped connect it all together, especially towards the end. I was just like, that game is just mind blowing. And again, it is super close to being a 10. You might be disappointed what I'll put above it, but I don't want to downplay the game and say it's a bad game because it is an amazing game. But there
I
are
won't be
some games
disappointed.
above that I personally, you might be disappointed on one of them, but
Well, yeah,
um,
there's 10 games. It's a top 10 list, and this
yeah,
was your honorable mention. So there's 10 games I know that you like more than Grand Theft
yeah.
Auto 5. So I understand that aspect of what we're doing here.
But yeah, obviously this game's amazing, and so yeah,
Yeah.
I obviously I don't need to recommend it because I'm sure two versions of it by now. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Over 100
damn,
over
damn
100
good.
million over 100 million copies sold. I'm pretty sure most people have it. But one
Oh
thing
yeah,
one thing I will
but yeah,
say, and the reason why it did not make my top 10 is because I love open world games. I love open world RPGs. I love everything about open world games. If I was to name my least favorite style of open world games, it would be modern day because I just don't think it's as interesting to me personally as an open world as something wholly original and created. For example, what I'm doing right now is the world of Horizon Forbidden West, and even the first game too. Um, I think to Fallout games, which I'm not a huge fan of Fallout games in general, but I love their open worlds. The Elder Scrolls games, the fantasy open worlds, although Kingdoms of Amalur in there, so on and so forth. You get the picture. I think fantasy, post-apocalyptic, and science fiction, all those worlds that are wholly original and created are more interesting to me than explore. Sorry, more interesting to me to explore than a modern day game that I've seen everything and I know everything. And that's not a disservice to the quality of the world itself because it is amazing. Just for me personally, I don't attach myself as well to modern day games as I do to something that is completely fantastical and made up. So that's all I got. And anything else on Grand Theft Auto 5 before I give my final honorable mention, Logan?
no, I mean yeah, I mean there's enough said. That game,
Yeah.
it's great, but it I think honestly the reason why I didn't really put it in my top 10 is the world is massive and great, but when you really look around in it and you start to notice things, the world is kind of empty. It's not as bad as Cyberpunk, but it does make me wish that there was more to GTA 5 because I think
Damn.
that's what holds me back for me is
Throwing
like when
shade at
I
Cyberpunk.
yeah, but GTA like 4 and like Red Dead Redemption 2, those games are so filled with detail and you can go to I know this is such a small detail to think about, but like I like interacting with my open worlds and I like to be a part of it. And GTA 5 does have a good amount of that, but not as much as I hoped. So, and I know for the time it came out on the 360, so it was very ambitious, and then, it finally came out next gen and it looks beautiful and it's going to come out again very soon. Um, I'm still excited to replay it again, but that's the issue with the game is I, I'm probably just gonna get through the. I'm gonna probably explore a little bit, but I'm mostly just gonna get through the campaign. I think that's the issue with the game is the fact that there's not really a lot for me to want to go explore because there's not really a lot to do in a sense. Like I feel like the lack of activities in that, and I hate that they put all those activities and stuff that would be kind of fun and only online is what holds it back for me. I feel like you really can't do much in the open world as much as I would like to do. That's what holds it back for me. It is literally barely not in my top 10. It is an amazing game, and that game still amazes me to this day. But yeah, that's my last thoughts.
All right. So, my final honorable mention, and a game that I'm actually sad to see it here, but I just couldn't, in good conscience, put it in the top 10. It was at one point number 8, and then it started getting ticked down as I remembered certain things or came up with other things or anything like that. But my final honorable mention: The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild.
Dang, I didn't expect that.
Would you?
Honestly, I didn't even expect your top 10 either.
Would you? Did you expect me to have it higher or not on here at all?
I didn't expect you to have it at all.
Oh, this game is fucking incredible, dude. This game
I know
is,
it's
yeah.
amazing, but
It
you
it.
didn't beat it, so that's why I didn't know if you actually like.
I put 70 hours into this game.
But you didn't beat it though.
I can tell. I can put my opinion on there. Oh, okay. Here's the thing that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I didn't beat it because the story doesn't matter to them. We already talked about this. The story doesn't matter to The Legend of Zelda.
That's fair.
It's about the gameplay and the world design, and I think this game revolutionizes at the time in 2017 open world game design. I
I
don't
mean,
honestly
you're not wrong.
I don't honestly think it's even been topped. Like nobody can get as
Uh,
close to Elden Ring's getting close, but
Seems like Eldritch, but
there are
okay.
limitations on Elden Ring's. Wow, I just sounded like a 5-year-old on Elden
Elway Wing.
Elden Ring on
I'm
Elden
joking with you.
on. I made fun of myself. So on Elden
It's
Ring's
fine.
open world, I think there's limitations on there that I mean, just in the couple hours that I saw you play, that the sense of freedom you get in The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, and the sense of just how do I want to put this? You can just do anything you want. The physics-based gameplay, the puzzles, it is up to you to find your way in this game. Like
I
I
will agree with
remember,
the physics things because the physics, yeah. Like I remember doing a puzzle and like not doing it the right way, but I still did it,
yeah,
and I was just like amazed. I will 100% agree with you on that. Yeah, that is true. The
yeah,
physics is crazy what you could do with it.
yeah, and just the freedom that this game gives you in an open world game, which is supposed to be one of the core aspects of the open world genre, is the freedom. Like in a lot of games, yes, you can go anywhere, you can do stuff, but you can't do whatever you want. There are limitations on it. There's certain things you can't do in games. In this game, there are no limitations. You can go straight to the main boss fight, the final boss fight, if you want to, the moment you start the game. Well, I guess no, you got to get off the plateau first.
Yeah,
Yeah. So once you get off the plateau, once main game proper starts, you can go straight to the final dungeon. I do not recommend it because I watched someone do it and he got smashed in one hit. So I wouldn't recommend doing that. But I just think, yeah, the immense freedom you have and the experimentation that freedom invites is revolutionary, and I don't think it's been topped. So Elden Ring gets close, but I don't think it's been topped. So Logan the Birdman Bergman, give me your official 10th ranked game.
are you ready to be blown away?
Probably
Because you're gonna
not.
be very surprised with
Okay.
my number 10.
Surprised in a good way
My
or surprised in like in an angry way?
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
So my number 10 of top 10 games that I have played and beat of all time is Call of Duty World at War. Number 10. That
Huh.
is top 10 for me.
I'm not surprised at all. You've told me how much you like this game, and I've told you how
Yeah,
much I disagree with you. But the fact
that's
that,
fair.
oh yeah, it's just for information purposes, we are limiting things to one game per franchise,
Yes.
or else this game would be very, my list would be very redundant. But
Yeah.
we decided that we are going to limit ourselves to one game per franchise. So the fact that you pick World at War over all the other Call of Duties, that is the surprising thing. I'm not angry. I'm just kind of shell shocked about it.
Well, to explain why, Call of Duty World at War, in my opinion, is the best of all packaged games of Call of Duties for me. Yes, Modern Warfare 2 is a masterpiece of a not only campaign, but multiplayer is also I've had some of the best times with it. But same for Call of Duty 4. Call of Duty 4 had an amazing campaign, and amazing multiplayer. That's actually the first game I've ever played with multiplayer. So my first experience ever playing any multiplayer game was Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. But the reason why I chose World at War is not only does it have an amazing story, and I mean amazing. I mean, it is awesome, that story. But then they have awesome multiplayer. The multiplayer was a lot like Call of Duty 4, and it was super fun, and I remember lots of nights having so much fun playing hardcore headquarters on Call of Duty World at War and enjoying the crap out of it. And then it introduced one of my favorite modes to ever exist in any Call of Duty,
Spec Ops.
before. No, no.
This
Good
guy's
old, well, at the time, Nazi zombies, and now it's zombies. But I remember beating the campaign, and then that cutscene goes off, and then it shows you being crashed in an airplane, and it starts blinking in and out, and the zombie starts running at you. And my first experience and by the way, I didn't know at this time, because I know for maybe some young people out there younger than I am, at the time I didn't have a lot of opportunities to be or really look up stuff. So I kind of went in this and having no idea. I was that's one thing I kind of missed back in the old days, not knowing about things. I just I seen it, it looked cool, and I'm like, all right, that looks fun. And so I had no idea this was gonna happen. I remember my brother beating the campaign and telling me about this. So I beat the campaign and then it showed up. And I was like, what is this? And then me and my brother sat down next to each other playing split screen, good old days. And we were playing that first zombie map of Nocturne Totem, and I remember it vividly. I remember us buying the doors and not knowing anything, and that sparked my excitement to learn more about this mode. And then I learned that all the DLCs were out already at that time. So I got my Microsoft points and I bought every map pack one at a time, because this is before season passes existed. And I loved that game. I mean, I played it religiously. I mean, I even have my crappy seventh grade email that has zombies in it, because of literally how addicted I was to zombies. And still to this day, I am addicted to zombies. For example, Cold War, I put almost 200 to 300 hours in that game of just zombies. That's how much I love zombies. And zombies will always be a big thing for the rest of my life in gaming. I love it. And it's not just because it's zombies. Multiplayer and campaign were perfect. Well, great in World at War. And that's why I think it's the best Call of Duty. It's the best packaged Call of Duty of those three. Yes, Modern Warfare 2 is great, but all it had was multiplayer and campaign. Spec Ops was good, but it was nowhere close as replayable or enjoyable as Nazi Zombies. Same for Call of Duty 4. All Call of Duty 4 had was campaign and multiplayer. Yes, multiplayer is fun, but sometimes you get annoyed and you want to try something different. That's why zombies came in. And I love zombies still to this day. So that is why that is my number 10 game of my list of my favorite games of all time.
all right. Well, congratulations to Call of Duty World at War for receiving Logan's number 10 ranking. My number 10 game, and this is a game that changed my perspective on video games when I was younger. This is a PS2 game, a early PS2 game. And this game not only changed my perspective, it birthed a love in a genre that has not died to this day. It's lessened because of certain ways the genre has gone, but it has not died to this day. My number 10 game of all time, Final Fantasy X.
Really? Okay.
Final Fantasy as a whole is one of my favorite franchises. So it deserved a place on my list just because of its historical relevance to me. Now the only thing I went back and forth was, do I put Final Fantasy VII Remake here instead? And another thing was, I wanted Persona 5 on this list, but per our rules, I have not completely beat Persona 5, which is a very story-dependent game, which is why I was okay putting Legend of Zelda in my honorable mentions, also because it's an honorable mention, so it's not like an actual ranking. But I could not put Persona 5 in here because I haven't beat it yet. Or honestly, I probably never will, if I'm being honest. But Final Fantasy X I beat 4 times. It's a 40-hour game that I beat 4 times. And the story is incredible. I challenge anyone to go watch the summoning scene, Yuna's first summoning, and not fucking cry. The music, the visuals for this game came out in 2001. The visuals are absolutely astounding. I challenge anyone to go on YouTube right now, type in Yuna summoning scene, and you will be blown away for a 2001 game. And the music of Final Fantasy has always been something that, is identifiable with that series. And just everything about this game hit so hard with me when I was, let's see, I was, what, 11 years old when this game came out? No, 10 years old when this game came out. And through Final Fantasy X, I fell in love with JRPGs. And I replayed probably half of the Final Fantasy games. I haven't played some of the early ones, but I played 6, 7, 8, 9. 11 was an MMO, so I didn't play that. I played 12 when it came out. 13. Ugh. I played Final Fantasy 13. I played Final Fantasy 13 2. And then I skipped 13.3 because it sucked. And 14 is an MMO. But everything about this game is a masterpiece of storytelling and video game genres combined together. And then it's not even including what I think is some of the best turn-based battle systems I've ever had. Everything about it, the upgrade system, you could do whatever you want with any character. There is a straight line through the upgrade system for your characters, but you can make any character whatever you want him to be. If you want to take Titus, who is the main character, or Titus, however you say, and you want to make him a mage, which he's really not supposed to be, you can just do that. You can do whatever you want to do with these characters and make them however you want. And the freedom of your party build and everything is completely wide open. And then following in that, the time base of the turn-based strategy game where you can affect the turns that the enemies take, and you can affect the turns that your party takes, made certain spells way more important than they had ever been, like haste and the upgrades of haste completely changed the way battles flowed, and you could actually like highly strategize how you wanted a battle to play out in that battle system because you could see how the turns were changing, and you knew, okay, the boss is coming up next turn. I need to cast a defensive spell to really get ready for this. And it was just so in depth and so deep, the combat system. And it says the upgrade system, you could do whatever you want with the characters. That it deserves a place on my list. It's number 10. What's your reaction, sir?
For that game, I'm not gonna lie, I don't. Again, I've never played a Final Fantasy game. I've always wanted to try one out, but I know they're very long games, and usually I never have the time to get into them. I mean, I can't even get through Persona 5.
They're
But
really okay. So they're really not as long as you think they are. Like I said, Final Fantasy. Most of the Final Fantasy games are anywhere between the 30 to 50 hour mark. I mean, which is long. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's nowhere near as long as Western RPGs are.
that's
Like
fair.
yeah, like The Witcher or Cyberpunk for example. Although Cyberpunk story is actually pretty
I,
short in comparison. So, but they're really not
I
as
do want
long
to
as.
play the. Sorry.
Yeah,
What's
you're
up?
good. I was just saying they're really not as long as you think they are. Persona is an outcrop, and just by the way that game is made and the structure of that game makes it as long as it is, which is great. But yeah, no, the Persona 5 is the outlier to its sorts. There are other JRPGs that are that long, but Final Fantasy games are really not that long. So maybe you
But
got maybe try
I
some
do want to
out.
play the fun. I do want to play the Final Fantasy 7 remake.
Oh, dude, it's
Um,
oh god, it was this close to getting this spot. It was this close. But Final Fantasy X just meant more for me as a gamer, especially in my history and all that. So that's why I got the nod. So moving on, Mr. Birdman, give us your number 9.
Number 9 for me is Assassin's Creed 4. It's my favorite. It's
Ah,
my favorite of all the Assassin's Creed games, and I remember getting my Xbox One, and that was like one of the first games that was out when it came out, and I remember playing this game and being blown away. Um, I I know a lot of people that like Assassin's Creed games. This isn't their favorite. For me, this is the beyond my favorite. I
me
love it.
me
Like it
included.
is so freaking good. The ship combat and just the fact that this is truly the best, in my opinion, other than No, I actually, this is, in my opinion, the best pirate game to ever exist. I love Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I thought the gameplay was super fun and addicting. I loved the ship combat. I loved the how you could jump to different ships and actually like fight and take them over and pillage. I loved all the how they included the assassination things. I mean, yes, the assassins weren't a huge part of the story, but they still were a part of it, and it was still very interesting to learn what part they had to take in this time period. And I loved it. I mean, it was so fun. All the new combat stuff they added, all the new tools and the new blowpipe thing. Like I was amazed with this game. Like it was so freaking good. And every time I was just out there and I would open up the map, um, I was just like, what the heck is going on? Like I was literally like, I would just like look around and I'm like, that island, I can go all the way out there to that island. And it was addicting. And I don't think I've ever had that much fun with any Assassin's Creed. Like I remember playing Assassin's Creed 3 when my friend was over for his birthday, and I was amazed by that game. But then Assassin's Creed 4 came out, and it took that ship thing from Assassin's Creed 3 and then just let you use it anytime you wanted. And I was just, yeah, I love it. I am, that's why it's definitely going to be in my number 9 spot. It is just the best pirate game I've ever played, and I love pirates. I mean, I've Pirates of the Caribbean, and to have a really good pirate game that's actually thoroughly enjoyable with good gameplay. That's why, just yeah, Assassin's Creed 4. I know it's the least Assassin's Creed out of the that time, uh, but it's just I don't know. It's a masterclass for me, and I love it. It's great.
Now, don't let my groan confuse you. I love Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, but it is not my favorite Assassin's Creed. Logan knows that. We can do an episode on that if you want to do a top 10 Assassin's Creed. Oh, sorry. Well, there's probably 10, but actually I think there's 14. But we can list Assassin's Creed games. So it hurts me because it's not my favorite, but this is not my list. It is your list. So you can do whatever you want with it, however wrong that may be. You good?
Oh yeah, what's your? Sorry, I'm done with mine.
Okay. So my
Yeah,
number,
yeah. Sorry.
yeah, my number 9 game is a franchise that we have already talked about. It's a franchise that we will probably keep talking about. It's a franchise that you want to like, but recent news allows you to not like it. Ladies and gentlemen, my number 9 game of all time, Pokemon Soul Silver.
Wait, you said Soul Silver? Is
Yeah,
that what it's called?
yeah, it's the remake of Silver and Gold.
Oh,
Pokemon Hot Gold Soul
okay.
Silver. Um, I don't know what more I could say about this game than what I've already said on some of the other episodes. Uh, but this game is the perfect Pokemon game. It's the perfect Pokemon game for the time. Still to this day, I think it's the perfect Pokemon game. Um, it just, I don't know where to go with the conversation because there's nothing that I can say that hasn't already been said about this game. There's no praises I can settle on this game that hasn't already been said. And being a franchise that's been in my life for so long, and will continue to be in my life until I die, probably, or until Pokemon sucks. But that's not a lie. Even when Pokemon sucks, I still love it. So that's a total lie. But this is my favorite Pokemon game, so this is where I decided to put the Pokemon game on my list. And it's also probably the most full Pokemon game because not only do you get to go through the new region of Johto in this game, once you beat the region of Johto, then you get to go back to Kanto and replay the entire region of Kanto. And at the end of that, after you've done all that, so pretty much you've beaten 2 Pokemon games within this one, the final boss fight, you get to fight your protagonist from the first game.
That's cool.
Dude, and
That's super cool.
let me tell you, his Pokemon are stupid good. A lot of grinding to get that, but I didn't care because it's Pokemon, so I love to grind. But yes, his team is fucking loaded. But like it's just those in general. It's 2 Pokemon games combined into one that where you're building to fight your protagonist from the first game. Now it's not like super in depth, like it's not actually your named protagonist. The protagonist's name is Red, but he's meant to be the protagonist from Kanto. It's meant to be Ash, pretty much. Super cool. Anything you have to say about that?
I don't really got much I can say. I'm not much of a.
I
Again, this is my first time getting into Pokemon Arceus, but that game sounds really cool though. The fact that they put two games into one,
I
that's actually really cool. And you fight your protagonist at the end. Like
yeah.
that's pretty cool.
I wish you were into Pokemon more. I don't really care that you're not. It's just something that I don't know. It's just something that means a lot to me, and I wish I could share it a little bit more with you. But that's fine. We get to share plenty of other things and disagree
Hey,
about
I'm
plenty of
trying
others.
here.
No,
Again, if
no,
they
no.
keep
You're good.
innovating the games, I'll keep trying.
All right. So, Mr. Birdman, give us your number 8.
All right. For my number 8 spot, it will be Battlefront 2 Classic.
Oh,
Um,
okay, okay.
this game means so much to me. Um, it is my childhood, and I still, even to this day, play it on backwards compatibility. I love Battlefront 2 Classic. It is literally, in my opinion, the best Star Wars game.
Real
I
quick
won't say this.
for
Yep.
clarification, he means classic as in the old pandemic games, not the new EA games. Just for
Yeah,
clarification.
2005
Yeah.
is what I believe is when it came out. Yeah, this game, oh, I can't even begin to tell you. The fact that they even thought about this is just crazy, and I think it's also what made me love Battlefield. Um, is that they literally just said, "Hey, remember those awesome Star Wars battles in the movies? Well, we're gonna put them in the game." And you get to play them. And I'm like, no way. Like as a kid, I was freaking out, and still to this day, when I play it and they hit that music, and you just see like tanks coming in from the Star Wars movie, and you're all just fighting and stuff. And then in Battlefront 2, so a little history thing. If you play Battlefront 1, that game came out and it was just battles, and it didn't have Jedi or anything. So when Battlefront 2 came out, which was around the time Star Wars 3: The Revenge of the Sith came out, which by the way was a super hype time for me because again, my favorite Star Wars movie is Star Wars: The Revenge of the Sith. And I remember getting the movie on DVD, and I put my DVD into my Xbox because it had Battlefront 2 demo on there. And after that, I have been in love with that game ever since. And I finally got Battlefront 2, and I play even still to this day. It is like one of my favorite Star Wars games, and in my opinion, the best Star Wars game I've ever played. It is so fun and it's super addicting, and it has so many awesome battles and levels from the other games. Even the campaign's a little fun. I mean, it's not great, and now it's doesn't even connect with lore anymore because Disney likes to take lore that was already made and throw it in the garbage and make their own lore again. I'm like, okay, but
Disney
whatever.
Disney just likes to take things from us.
Yeah. So,
Real
but
quick, let me ask you a question real quick. You said something
mhm.
about Revenge of the Sith, and I know that's your favorite movie, unfortunately. But did you ever play the Revenge of the Sith game? Like the game that came out like on PS2?
Yes,
Yeah. What a
and I
terribly awesome
loved it.
game. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
awful, but what a terribly awful game.
And I
Sorry,
love
you can
how at
go
the
ahead.
end they added that alternate ending, which was super cool.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is. I mean, it's very similar to the Force Unleashed, where you can choose which way you want to go.
But yeah, that was cool. But yeah, to
Sorry, go
go on
ahead. My
about
bad.
Battlefront 2. Oh, you're fine. But yeah, to go on about Battlefront 2, that game, it's just so good. Like the music hits at the right time. I mean, yeah, today if you get on there and you look at it, the graphics aren't great. But for the time, oh, I mean, literally this game was the second most popular online game on the Xbox original. The first one was Halo 2. And literally that's insanely impressive. Like, and that's not even I'm not even going off of that for my love, but that is pretty exciting and pretty interesting to know. But yeah, Battlefront 2, oh, it was just so good. I mean, you could play as all the Jedi and all the villains, and then they also added a mode where you could have heroes versus villain battles, and that's super fun. And like even still to this day, my wife and me will play it, and we'll play split screen, and it's just super fun. and easy to connect with everyone, but it's just so freaking fun. Like it's addicting. I don't know what it is, and it's so nostalgic too. It's kind of like Lego Star Wars for a lot of people. It is just insanely nostalgic, and it's super sad to see how they came out with this super popular game and then there was going to be a Battlefront 3 and then it got canceled. And here we are again, repeating the process again with EA making Battlefront 1, then making Battlefront 2, and there'll never be a Battlefront 3 because where EA Battlefront 2 ended is also a great game now, especially that you can get the game for like $5 now. It is awesome, EA Battlefront 2, but obviously my favorite will always be the classic Battlefront 2 and I can't even get to tell you how awesome that game is. It's just so good. The land battles are cool, and then they also added space battles where you can literally fight in space. But then, if you want to destroy their ship, you can get inside their ship and start destroying it from the inside. And it's like a dream come true. And literally, the next best game they came out with that was supposed to be Battlefront 3 was Star Wars Battlefront Elite Squadron that literally only came out on the PSP and and it's sad because that literally was Battlefront 3. And it was supposed to, that was literally all the cut content that was supposed to be in Battlefront 3. And it's sad to see that we will never see that game. Because I literally would have, I can't even begin. If they just remastered Classic Battlefront 2, I would be happy again. I love that game. And I fully recommend it, even if you can get, like, just get past the okay graphics. The game is phenomenal and I still enjoyed even playing backwards compatibility on my Xbox. It is just an amazing game, and it's still semi impressive on the graphics and the sound effects and everything. It is just ooh, but yeah, I don't know if you're back, Mike, or not.
Yeah, I've been here. I've just been listening.
Oh, okay.
Question: have you ever played Star Wars Starfighter? It was an old PS2 game. Well, PS2, GameCube, other things, but
I I might have played a little bit of it
yeah,
on the GameCube.
really good. Shout out to that game.
Yeah, that game's also pretty good. I mean,
Yeah.
from what I don't really know a lot about it, but
All right. Well, congratulations again on Battlefront 2. Um, I don't have much to say about it. For some reason, when these games came out, I was like, I don't want them. I don't like them. But I regret all those decisions now because I wish I would have had the experiences that you just described to me because it sounds awesome. But unfortunately, like you with Final Fantasy, I just never sunk my teeth into them. And then by the time EA came out with them, I was done with EA. I'm only now starting to get back in, like, okay, I'm okay every now and then with buying an EA game, but it's been quite a few years where I just refuse to buy those games that came out from EA. So, unfortunately, I don't have much to say about that one, but I regret not playing them back then. Anything else you got?
oh, no, that's it. Just yeah, if you ever have like $2 to spare and you get it on sale on Xbox or even on Steam, because you can play with a hundred players on a map, and there's still people that play that game
Actually,
online. They made their own servers.
let me check real
Uh,
quick. I think I actually might have it on Steam. Hold on. Oh, no, Steam has to update. Hold on. Well, let me check real quick.
but yeah, wow. I mean, that's why I kind of want a PC. I'm not gonna lie, because I want to get that game again, and I want to play the 100 players because that would be insane. Because it's 100 players on a map compared to the 32 on Xbox. So, oh, man, yeah, that game. Every time I play it, I feel like I'm like 10 years old again. It's or I don't even know how old I was in 2005, but
You were not
yeah,
10.
I was not 10,
No.
but I was really young at the time, and I just literally feel like I'm back there just playing that with the Duke controller,
Oh
enjoying
God.
it.
That's
Yeah.
fucking tank of a controller.
It's crazy too. I didn't even know there was a DLC that came out for the Battlefront 2. And the cool thing, a little, side note, with the backwards compatibility game that came out on Xbox, they actually brought the hidden DLC back to that game, which is amazing. And I love that. They basically brought a bunch of the Battlefront 1 maps into the Battlefront 2 game and added new heroes and more heroes versus villain maps. And this is just a backwards compatibility game that you pay like $5 and get. I remember that day when that happened ago, and they brought it back, and everybody was hyped. So yeah, that
Update.
game. Ooh,
Update. I do not have Battlefront. I have The Force Unleashed, The Force Unleashed 2, Republic Commando, and Knights of the Old Republic. Shout out to Knights of the Old
Well,
Republic. Probably the best Star Wars game ever made.
never played it, but I'm gonna wait for the remaster to come out,
Yeah, it's
and
gonna
then
be
I'll
great.
play it.
All right, moving on. I think from here on out, actually, some of my placements that I did here are gonna surprise you, since you know me so well and you know my gaming history. I think some of the placements that I decide here, because of what's in front of it, is gonna surprise you. So number 8, what is probably my number one game in terms of playtime, in terms of the amount of time I put into this game. Only challenged by I said maybe some of the sports games that I have no clue how long I put into them when I was younger. But my number 8 game, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim.
Oh, I don't know why. I was like, are you gonna say Avengers?
Oh god.
I was like, what?
No,
Okay.
god no. That game's not even in my top 50. What the hell are you talking about? I love it. I've played a shit ton of it. But no, I have put, if I remember correctly, about 450 hours in Skyrim across multiple different playthroughs. That's just, again, there's not a lot to say that hasn't been said, but what a game. Everything about it. Throw out all the flaws. I don't care. I'm being hypocritical. I don't give a shit about the visual glitches and the floating mammoths and all the dumb shit that comes with a Bethesda game. When this game came out, 2012, 11, I lied. 2011, November 11th, 2011. I was sitting in my college dorm room, and the first day that it came out, I played it for 16 hours straight. I remember vividly because I got it that night, started playing it throughout the night. Roommate went to bed. Roommate woke up, was like, "Hey man, you still playing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna quit here in a little bit. I got class." Said F class, skipped all my classes. Roommate went to class. Roommate comes back from class, still playing Skyrim. I I couldn't stop, and that just continued on for months and months and months. What a world to live in, this game. It's so realized. It's so impressive. It's still impressive to look at. Granted, they've released the game 18 times now. You can play this game on your refrigerator if you have a good enough one. But that side note, that commercial was awesome. I love that commercial from E3 a
Yeah,
couple
it's
years
super
ago.
funny.
Dude, that commercial's great. There's not a lot to say about how amazing this game is. Everyone knows it's amazing. It's, it's one of the seminal Western RPGs ever made. And it's there's two Western, I guess there's 3 Western RPGs on my list. This is the first one. So, I know you love Skyrim. Do you have anything to say about Skyrim?
Uh, it's so good that I can't seem to beat it. I really do love that. Like it
Oh, shit.
is phenomenal.
Sorry, I just punched my
What?
mic. I just punched my
Oh, I
mic.
was like,
Sorry.
you dying over there?
No.
Oh no. Yeah, I really do love that game a lot. And the more I remember, I played a lot 360, and I never got to beat it. And then I remember you hear some. So the funny thing is, I pre-ordered I think the next Call of Duty at the time when they're coming out with a remaster. And I ended up canceling my Call of Duty pre-order to get the Skyrim remaster, and I'm very happy I did that. And I again have been trying to beat it again, and then now it got re-updated again, and I tried to play more of it again, and I still haven't beat it, and it's like, ugh. I really want to beat Skyrim. Like it is
Well,
so good, but like
the
every time I do, I get lost in the world and I get way into there, and then I just forget, and then I'm like, oh well, crap. Or something happens with my save, so I restarted the game again, start playing again. I'm like, it's just so good. It is really amazing how great Skyrim is.
yeah,
Like,
well, that's
I
one
don't
thing
get
I was gonna.
how.
I was gonna jump in and say, yeah, beating the game doesn't matter. You don't.
That's fair.
It's
Yeah,
coming from a narrative guy and a guy that cares about story. Beating the game does not matter. I've only beat the game once across all 4 of my playthroughs. It's just the guilds, the quests. Like you can just get lost in going to guilds or just putting a point on your map and just walking there, and the journey you take walking to that point on your map in itself could be 10 hours because you just get pulled away into this dungeon, and there's a character in that dungeon that leads to another quest line, which leads to a whole nother section, and then that quest opens up another character quest, and it's just endless quest design, dungeon design, and with all the DLCs that have come out throughout the years, there's just you can ride a dragon in this game, Logan.
It's true.
You can ride a
Yeah.
dragon in this game. And then the memes. One of the most popular memes of all time came from this game. Which I don't know if that speaks to quality or not, but it's cool for me.
Oh, I love the. I remember when that game came out. I remember everyone like. When did that? So like, I'm pretty sure I was in junior high
It
at the
came out.
time.
So
Yeah,
November 2011.
yeah. So it's yeah. Started high school in like
11, 11, 11.
20. Well, maybe it was my freshman year of high school then. That maybe yeah. Freshman year of high school. That's when it came out, and I remember everyone all over in high school. Like everyone was talking about it in the hallways and their experiences. At that time, I wasn't was a pure Call of Duty guy, so I never touched it. Do I regret it? Yes. But let's be honest, the more I've grown up, the more and more I appreciate now RPGs than I used to. I used to have zero patience for any games like that. I was a fast paced, run and gun, shooting in that kind of person. I've grown to enjoy those games more. I do want to beat Skyrim really bad, but I mean, heck, if I don't beat it and I do exactly what you said, it is an
Yeah.
amazing game.
It
Anyways,
doesn't matter, man. You don't
I've
have to beat it.
experienced helping guilds and doing side quests, and I'm like so into the world and into my character and who I'm building. And I love how like anything you do, you're building up the character that you want. So whatever play style you're doing is what you're leveling up. And I don't know, it's awesome. It is an awesome game. I
Yeah.
mean, combat today isn't great, but heck,
Well,
for that time
to be
and
fair,
what
it
kind of game
it
it
wasn't
is.
it wasn't great back then. To be fair, it was the third person combat is super wonky. It's even worse now.
Oh
Like
yeah,
the combat's never amazing, but it's sustainable enough that it never pulls you out of the world, which I think is important for that game. And it's so customizable, and you can
I
do
agree.
whatever you want with it. So, anything else you want to say
Yeah,
about it?
I love that. That's what I like about it. I like that you could be a character window to be anything you want. So yeah.
Okay,
What's up?
let's see. Give me 1 second. Discord is being okay. We're back now. Discord is being funky. So,
Oh,
all right, you're good. So, sir, you're number 7.
number 7.
Surprise me.
Oh boy. Oh, you ready?
Sure.
Hitman 3.
Are you joking or are you being serious?
Hitman 3 is my. Nope.
Oh, like
I'm
the.
being serious.
Oh, well, you definitely surprised me. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I thought you were coming at me with some
Yeah.
BS.
So Hitman 3,
Oh, like
and if
the
you,
the new one that came out or the OG Hitman 3?
yeah, the new one.
Okay.
Um, I didn't know what I was getting myself in last year. I bought it, and it ended up being my game of the year for last year.
Oh,
Definitely.
okay.
I never thought I was going to get into it. I never got into any other ever. And the thing is, it's weird. I bought the Hitman 1. That was the beginning of this trilogy, and I just didn't get into it. I don't know why I didn't. I just, for some reason, didn't get into it. And then, so I waited. Hitman 2 came out. I'm like, I don't really. And Hitman 3 came out, and it looked really cool. And I'm like, all right, I'll get it. And I end up somehow getting all of the Hitman 1 and Hitman 2 included with it. So it's technically an all in one package of all Hitman 1, 2, and 3 all in one game. And man, have I been missing out. This game is awesome. Like, I guess I couldn't wrap my brain around played the first game, but this game has so much freedom on the way that you can kill people. And I love compared to the old Hitman games, there is, in a sense, missions that you could do that will help you kill them too if you fulfill them and you don't mess up. So there is still a structure, but then there is the way that you could just do whatever you want. You can create some crazy things, and the more you play, the more you learn about not only how the AI works, how to do certain things. Like for example, I didn't even know for like 30 hours that you could literally straight up grab stuff and place it down on the ground. Not like throw it on the ground, but literally just take it and place it on the ground. I had no idea you could do that for like 30 hours in the game. And then when I figured that out, I just kept learning more and more things. And I guess I just wanted to keep learning how to not abuse, but like learn how the AI works and do certain things. Like, for example, you run in a room, you shoot your gun, you drop your gun on the ground, you move away. They come in, they get all questioned, like, did you do this? And then you're like, nope, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. You get so much freedom on the way that you kill your targets. And I mean, the story isn't great. I played 1 through 3, and I got all the way through the I actually, like, played the whole story all the way to the very end. Hitman 3 levels, in my opinion, uh but no, like, when I was, playing Hitman 3, those maps are, in my opinion, the favorite out of the bunch. Um, they are very just, like, well made, especially what everyone agrees with, and I even agree with. There is this mission, called it's like in a manor, and literally one of the people you could take over is an investigator. So not only can you be the assassin, but you can also be the investigator trying to learn who murdered this person in this house. So it's like Clue, and you're trying to figure out who killed this person, but it also helps you get to your target that you're trying to kill. It is so cool. And then that's not even it. This year, they're about to bring out a mode that's called freelance mode, which is basically adding in this thing where you get this that roguelike kind of gameplay where literally you pick up these contracts and it's randomly generated, and basically you got to kill these targets in a row, and that's how you get money, and you can get money to buy more weapons and gear. And then basically you're trying to fight till you complete the contract till you kill the final boss, and the final boss, they'll just tell you the description of the person and that, but they won't show you who the person is, so you have to find them on the map and actually do stuff like that's awesome. I can't even begin to tell you how much I enjoyed Hitman 3. I put 70 hours into beating all of the things and doing all the things. I even took so much time to actually fully complete all the challenges in some of the levels. Like, it is amazing. Now, do some of the levels suck? Yeah, definitely Colorado in the first game and that first DLC. That map sucks. It's super boring, and it was probably the worst one out of all of them. But I know we're kind of cutting down on time, but I'm just going to cut it short. Yeah, it's really exciting. Um, and I highly recommend Hitman 3. And if you can get all the DLC 2 for very cheap with Hitman 1 and 2 maps and all the campaigns, I can't even begin to tell you how much content is in there and how much replayability you have with each level and all the challenges you can do to unlock more and more gear and open more opportunities in each level. It is in my opinion the best Hitman game to ever come out, and it has so much more freedom than you'll ever know, and that's why it's one of those games you have to keep learning. But that's why I enjoyed about it because I was like constantly learning more and more stuff to complete the levels in different ways. But that is my number 7. Yeah,
All right. Well,
number
yeah,
7.
no, that one very much shocked me. I did not even know you played that game. So
Yeah, I never told you about it.
yeah, that's
I forgot to.
that blew me out of the water. That's why I was literally I was speechless. I was like, I think he's messing with me. So my number 7 game. You have already talked about it.
Really?
Uncharted 4: Thief's End.
Oh.
Yeah, a little lower than you expected, huh?
Yeah.
So I went back and forth on this game, and between Uncharted 4 and Uncharted 2, because I love Uncharted 2. But there are just, again, I've told you about this. I'm a moments guy in video game, and what I mean by that is like, what moments do you remember from those games? And while I remember plenty of moments from Uncharted 2, the tank scene in Tibet, the ending scene with you and Elena in Uncharted 2, that's great. The fight against the helicopter, like, yeah, there's plenty of moments, but none of them tops the realization and the cutscene of the pirates in Uncharted 4. That whole cutscene, when you finally get to know, you finally get the revelation of what happened to Avery and what happened to his friends, and it's a perfect mirror of what you as a player and you as a character, Nathan Drake, is going through in his life. It is the most mature Uncharted game. Um, I think it's the best written story. It's the best. The gameplay's never been tighter. You know, you've already talked about how much you love about it, but I mean, it's the ending scene, man. The ending scene, and I'm talking about before the epilogue, not the epilogue. The scene on the pier when 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 you're talking to your brother and you're telling him, you know, there's always going to be you as a Nathan Drake. You know, he's saying there's always going to be another adventure. You know, there's always going to be something else to reach for. There's always going to be something you missed, and coming to the end of it is never going to give you that feeling and satisfaction that you want. He's talking to you, the player. He's not just talking to Sam, his brother. Nathan Drake is speaking to you as a player, knowing that this is the last game you're going to get with him. This is the end of Nathan Drake's story. It's a thief's end. This is the end of everything that you've built through and that Naughty Dog had built up into the point. He's speaking directly to you. It's the greatest low key fourth wall scene I've ever seen in a medium. You know, and Deadpool has a lot of fourth wall scenes, but you know they don't hit as hard as this one does. That whole sequence and that whole speech that Nathan gives to Sam, and by proxy you the player, is revolutionary in storytelling at the time. I don't know. Okay, well I don't know if it's actually ever been beat because that's such a seminal moment for me as a gamer. My realization of this dude is talking to me and telling me it's okay to be sad that it's over. It's okay to be sad that I'm never going to see him in a video game before again and never going to get to play as him in a video game before. And just all of that combined together, like, I'm sorry, Uncharted 2, you are a phenomenal game. But the story and the narrative and these moments in Uncharted 4 are unbeatable for me. And like even when you get to the pirate homeworld, the pirate homeworld, the pirate home, the game has no combat. There's really no puzzles going on, and the game just lets you explore this city as long as you want. You can go into any building you want. You can look at everything that's around the world. You can look at what happened to this group of people that settled in a place and tried to create essentially their own internal civilization. And just through the buildings, through the stories, through some of the collectibles, you piece together what happened to this civilization. And it's just incredible on so many different levels. The the world building, the story through the world building, and everything. So with all that said, yes, this game is a masterpiece. Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. Do you have anything else? I know you already talked about it. Do you have anything else to say about that?
No, I mean, yeah, I would just pretty much go off of what I said earlier. But yeah, no, that game is probably the most impressive and very cinematic games I've played. So, and I love it. But obviously, it didn't make my top 10, but I do agree with you. It's a
That's
great
fine. That's
game.
fine. All right, number
And the
six,
ending
sir.
was
Oh, sorry.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the epilogue ending, no spoilers. The epilogue ending is jaw dropping in terms of what they did with that. So, anyway, number six, sir.
number 6 is Spider Man for me.
What, Marvel Spider Man?
Yep.
Oh, I know what. I'm going to give that a round of applause.
Yep. Number 6 for me is Spider Man. There could be so many things to say, but I gotta say, I mean, Mike already knows this, but that's the reason why I got a PS4 in the first place, was literally that game. I I don't remember who I went to, someone's house, and they let me play it for just a little bit. I played like a little bit of the intro, and I'm like, wow. I was just like amazed. And so I finally got me a PS4 and I started playing it, and then I beat it, and then I was like, I have to get the DLCs now. Like I just can't get enough of this gameplay. And I finally got the DLCs and I beat all the DLCs. And I'm like, oh, like this game was just so amazing. The ending was amazing. The storytelling was amazing. It's Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's one of my favorite Marvel heroes of all time. So that also helped a lot. And they nailed the gameplay for that game. Like literally nailed it. Like it is so perfect and everything around it is perfect and it feels super good. The web swinging is addicting. I mean just like you could swing around that city for hours and it is so fun to do. And fighting people is super fun. The takedowns are super cinematic. Um oh, like it's so good. And I love the storyline and the graphics were beyond impressive. And they had so many different spider suits, and they just still are adding some of the suits. I mean, I think they're done now for sure, but still, they kept even adding even more suits now. And it's like there was such a huge amount of work put into this game, and the amount of suits and like from comic books to movies to etc that they put in there and like all the abilities and like references and everything like this is literally the perfect Spider-Man game, and I freaking love it. Like it was so fun. I don't think I've had any. I don't think I've ever played any other superhero game actually been that fun. I think Spider-Man is definitely one of my favorite superhero games of all time, even more than Batman Arkham. I loved Spider-Man, and it is still probably one of my favorite games of all time. And again, it's what made me get a PS4 in the first place, which I'm happy that I did get it in the first place. But yeah, Spider Man, definitely number six spot, the best superhero game I've ever played.
Can I tell you something?
Hmm.
This game should be on my top 10. It is not.
Oh, that's tough.
Because I wanted to include other genres of games and other things that meant more for me becoming the gamer that I am today and becoming the gamer that would love the game as much as I did. I wanted to include those games like Final Fantasy, like Pokemon, and include the games that allowed me to love that game as much as I have. You know, Spider Man is my number one favorite character of all time. I mean, you've seen my shelf. I have a crap ton of Spider Man comics. And
Yeah.
it hurts me that I couldn't find a spot for him on my top 10, but there were just so many other games that meant more to me as a gamer to get to the point to where I loved that game as much as I did. And actually, it was the Grand Theft Auto 5 that booted it out of my honorable mentions. So I am sorry that I'm not going to get to talk about Marvel Spider-Man, but I guess I can talk about it
No,
right
you're fine.
now. The game is incredible. I would not call it a masterpiece because its open world design is very redundant. Nothing in that game that you're going to do, bless you, nothing in that game that you're going to do is something different than what you've already done in a multitude of other open world games. So that is the biggest negative, but you are right. Question. I think I've asked you this before. Did you cry at the end of it?
No,
Oh, dude,
but
I
it did
fucking
hit hard though.
I fucking bawled, dude. I am not afraid to admit. I mean, I am at that point in time. Let's see, I was 27 years old at that point in time, and I could not hold them back, dude. I care so much about the characters of that world that what they do at the end of that game, I just couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop it. And I remember the next day we had gone to my girlfriend's grandma, and on the way back home, I showed her the entire ending, and I kind of explained the setup and all that to her. And while she was watching the video, I cried while driving. The very next day, it meant so much to me. Which now saying that makes probably zero sense of why it's not in my top 10, but I gave those reasons. If I was to just list, you know, my favorite games of all time, it probably would be in there. But I wanted to include in my top 10 things that mattered to me as a gamer and allowed me to become who I am today as a gamer. So I guess it's like a PSA, I guess. You done?
So what's your number six, Mike?
Well, I asked you if you were done, and
Yeah.
okay. My
Oh, I'm
number's
dead.
okay. You're right over there. You sound like you're dying.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, my number 6 game, Metal Gear Solid 4: Guns of the Patriots.
Really?
Oh God, yeah.
Number? Wow.
I'm telling
Wait,
you,
number
man.
four. You said number six?
Well, it's Metal Gear Solid 4. I said number 6, yeah, but Metal Gear Solid 4.
Oh, I thought you said 4. I thought okay, I
I
don't know why
did
I
say
got
4 in the
confused. I
middle of the
thought you said 4.
sentence. It was just in the name.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
So, like I said earlier, uh, the Metal Gear Solid community go back and forth between what's better, 3 or 4. 3 is probably better narratively speaking, but taken as a whole, what Hideo Kojima was able to accomplish with this game and this story and everything that's involved in it is why I think it's better. I challenge anyone who plays this game, who has played this game, to come talk to me and tell me in the middle of the microwave emitter scene, you weren't jamming your thumb as far forward on that shitty 6-axis slash DualShock 3 controller. You weren't mashing that thing as hard as you fucking could because you were so attached to the character and the narrative that was happening during that scene. I challenge anyone to come tell me and said I was just regularly pushing it, because I remember I had both hands on that stick, just trying to push that stick as far forward as I possibly could during that scene. That's how emotionally impactful this game is, in this game's narrative is. I already talked about how cumulatively it did an incredible job of wrapping everything up in the story, especially Solid Snake's story, and it left you feeling completely satisfied with everything. And it's just, I said, if you care about story in video games like I do, play the Metal Gear Solid series. Maybe not. Maybe don't play the first one because it's kind of rough and it'll put a bad taste in your mouth. Maybe watch the first one, but then Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 4, play all those, and then maybe even throw Peace Walker in there, the PC port. Whatever you do, do not play Metal Gear Survive. Please, for the love of God, don't play it. But if you care about story in video games, play these games, because these games, I told Logan, I can make an argument that this is the best narrative ever told in a video game. Cumulatively speaking, all of the games. I can make an argument for that easily. I really wish you would play these games. I really wish you would play these games, because I think you would absolutely love them if you played them from the beginning and you understood the story of what was happening.
I don't know. Someday maybe. It'll probably be like during a time that there's like no games coming out and I magically have no games to play. That will be the day.
We're
Don't
gonna
know when,
we're gonna play it on
but there'll
stream
be a
together,
day. Yeah, hey, you know what?
dude. I will
I
sit
would be
there.
willing to do that.
I would sit there and watch you play these games, 100%, absolutely. And I'll even tell you some secrets about them too. So moving on, you're number 5, sir.
Number 5, you ready for this one? God of War, the new one.
All right.
Oh man, this game. The funny thing is, so I'm gonna put an example in here real quick. Um, when I got my Switch for the first time, my parents got me Smash. Um, and I was not excited at all for Smash. I didn't even really want it, but they got it for me. And I'm like, okay, I'll give it a try. That's pretty much how God of War was for me. I wasn't really that excited for it. I wasn't hyped for it. I didn't accept all the hype for it. I was again more excited for Spider Man. And then this game got on my hands. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start playing it. I'm like, all right, it's slow. It's pretty fun so far. And then it gets to the halfway point and it just flips. And I'm like, what? Like this game, I don't think I played anything more. I mean, just the combat feels so goddamn good. Like so good. Because the only other God of War I ever played was Chains of Olympus on the PSP. Never played any of the other ones. I've always wanted to. That's why I hope that this PS5, Game Pass thing actually comes out and exists, so that I could play maybe, God of War 2 and God of War 1 and all that. That'd be sick. But we'll see. But man, this God of War game was so good. I mean, this story was phenomenal, and the gameplay was phenomenal. I mean, I was so addicted to this game. By the end, I was doing all the end game content, and I was collecting all the things, trying to get the best armor, and I was fighting all of the Valkyries. And man, it was so addicting and so freaking fun. Like I was having a blast. and I low key want to beat the game again before the next one comes out because I loved God of War. I mean, I was beyond blown away by that game. That is probably one of the most fun PlayStation games I think I've ever played. It is definitely probably the most fun, uh, yeah, PlayStation game I've ever played. It is pretty much the last I think on my list actually. But yeah, the God of War is truly a masterpiece. At first, I didn't believe that it. Well, I still don't, but uh, I'm just happy that 2018 was the banger of all banger of game years. I mean, come on, we had
Yeah.
Spider-Man, God of War, and Red Dead Redemption 2.
Well, and we
My God,
had Detroit Become Human right after God of War. It's like
that's fair.
we got God of War and Detroit Become Human within 3 weeks of each other, and then we got Red Dead Redemption 2 and Spider Man within a month of each other. And it's like, are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
yeah, that was
Are you kidding me?
insane year, like absolutely insane. I mean, I'm happy I didn't have a PlayStation that done. Like I would have no time whatsoever. But yeah,
I can tell you it was rough.
yeah. But yeah, just to make cut it short, yeah, I don't have much more to say. I don't really need to explain the I mean, it goes off of the it pretty much doesn't directly start off of after God of War 3, but it is continuation in a sense, and it's a new mythology, and I'm very very, very excited for the next one. Like I will be probably spending $70 to get that game. Probably the one PlayStation exclusive, other than maybe Spider-Man, that I will be spending $70 to get, and I am very excited for it. I cannot wait. And if you've not played God of War yet, do it. Even if you have a PC now, you can play God of War. Play it. Like it is so freaking good. I love that game. What about you, Mike?
Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and move on to my fifth one because I'll talk about God of War here in a little bit. So
Oh, I'm sure.
my fifth ranked game of all time, Mass Effect 2.
I've seen that one coming.
Yeah. Yeah, you knew it was in here. I've talked about it endlessly over and over again. I love the Mass Effect franchise. I will continue to talk about the sad state that it's in now as we move forward over the next couple years. But looking back on it, Mass Effect 2 was not only a revelation of gameplay as compared to the first one. Now, it did simple things down. So, oh my god, I can't talk. It did simple some things down in terms of its RPG elements, but its gameplay completely revitalized from the first game. Its story and its characters, in my opinion, other than a few games that I'm about to talk about, completely unrivaled and unmatched in terms of your connection to them, in terms of how much you care about them, and all that culminates in what can only be described as the greatest mission ever done in a video game. The suicide mission at the end of Mass Effect 2 is a culmination of everything that you had done in the entire game and in the first game. It really brings to light all the decisions you have made, and it forces you to rethink the relationships that you had built and the conversations you had had, and use all those conversations you've had with all these characters and all these moments to be able to put them in the best position to succeed for you in this mission. And if that explanation doesn't get you excited to play this game, I honestly don't know what you do and listen to this podcast, because the culmination of everything that happens in that game and during the suicide mission, and it forces you to recall everything that you had learned throughout the game to be able to fully succeed in that game. And if you don't fully succeed, if you weren't making the right decisions, you don't pay attention, there are consequences for it, and people die. People just straight up die in that game if you don't do things right. And I just think it's a masterpiece of a video game, especially in terms of narrative, you know?
I 100% agree with you, though. I mean, I need to get through all of Mass Effect 2, but um, I really want to beat it again. Wow, this seems to be a common thing for me. I know. Trust me, I'm
Oh,
trying
it's
to
fine.
fix myself on this.
No, no,
I
no.
am. I'm starting to beat games now.
You are
Oh,
making a market improvement in that, which it isn't
yes.
exactly a narrative because there's so much to play. But
Yeah.
I will never stop making fun of you for it. That much I
Yeah.
can agree on.
I do want to beat a Mass Effect 2 because I beat Well, I got most of Mass Effect 3 beat way back on the 360, and then I lost my entire save, and then I never played it again. And then I beat Mass Effect 1 when I got the remaster, and I loved it. And I was really stoked to play Mass Effect 2, and then something took me away from it, like always, and then I just stop playing it. And it's not because it's a bad game. I just literally have a problem with literally something comes around and I lose my attention. So I want to get back and beat that game because I did like the characters and I liked where the story was going, and I like how the storytelling is done in Mass Effect games. It's super interesting, and definitely is a big improvement compared to Mass Effect 1, the combat. So I really want to like get back into it and start playing it again because I was enjoying myself, and I love the Mass Effect storytelling. It is awesome, which also gets me excited to play the Old Republic remaster because I heard those are also super amazing, and I've always wanted to play them. And I was tempted to get the old ones, but I'm like, why do that now when I can just get the remaster? So I'm gonna wait till the remaster comes out, and I'm gonna play it then. And I'm really excited for that.
I can't wait for you to meet Darth Revan. Darth Revan, sorry. I can't wait for you to meet them. But until that happens, we're gonna talk about your number 4 game right now.
Number 4. All right. Number 4 is Left 4 Dead 2.
Alright, alright, alright. I feel you.
Top 5 games. Left 4 Dead 2, you don't really gotta say a lot about that game. It is the most replayable game I've ever played in my life. I can go back today, play it, and it's gonna be a different experience than when I played it for the first time years ago. I love Left 4 Dead 2. It is super fun, and it's when you look at it from an outside perspective, it's a very basic, but there's so much to it. So much design, and I don't know how no one else can replicate it. It's so brilliantly designed
Well,
that no one can replicate it.
the
Not
people.
even Back for Blood can.
Yeah, I was like, the people who made it can't even
Yeah,
replicate it.
and it sucks because I wanted Back for Blood to be good, but yeah,
Yeah, Back 4
Left 4
Blood
Dead
2 is
2.
good.
Well, yeah, it is good, but they still need to fix
Yeah,
stuff. I really want to get back in that game, but I'm waiting for them to like come out with new stuff more. Um, but
they
yeah,
just
no.
announced DLC for it.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, we'll talk about it next week.
Ooh, I'm excited. Okay, well, but yeah, Left 4 Dead 2, I mean, the whole premise is literally don't even look at the story because there is a story and it's good if you want to know about the lore, but it's not the main point of Left 4 Dead. What makes Left 4 Dead so cool is this basic premise that you are the star in each movie. And they're like every level, it has a different theme and it has like a movie poster set up and it even has like your names on like you're playing those roles. And literally, you are playing that role. And there's this director that, if you've never played Left 4 Dead by now, I'm sure a lot of people know about it. But the director controls how the AI spawn, how items spawn, how everything is done. So every time you play, it is completely different. And literally, no one's been able to replicate this or pull it off like Left 4 Dead has. Left 4 Dead literally is, in my opinion, the best co-op game I've ever played, ever, and no stop. Like best of the best. I've had so much fun. I could even still get on my Xbox right now, pull up Left 4 Dead 2 and play it, and it will still be fun like I played it years ago. It is literally so well made that even on Steam, people there's still a big audience playing it. That game is insane, and I love it. It is so freaking good. And obviously, I wish they made a Left 4 Dead 3, but I just don't think they could really do much more. So yeah, I that's why it's in my number literally my favorite, like most replayable game I've ever played, and it is just super enjoyable. There's not really much to say. It's not a crazy story to be told, but it's more just the experience of you playing it every time. It's different and you experience different things, and it's just awesome and insanely well made. And it makes me again wish Valve made more games, but they won't. I don't blame them. They make bank off of Steam, but still, I do wish they did make more games. So, what is your number 4, Mike?
So my number 4. It's the game you knew was coming. You were just waiting to see where I placed it.
Yeah.
My number 4 game of all time. The greatest story ever told in video games? The Last of Us.
Hmm.
What?
I see now one coming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you knew it was gonna be on here. You just didn't know
Oh yeah,
where I was gonna place it.
I
The,
thought you were gonna put it number one.
nope.
That really
Nope.
surprised me.
It is not number one. The Last of Us
Really?
is a seminal video game in terms of narrative and character development. Still to this day, I don't think it's been beaten. I don't think it's been even beaten by the second one. I think the first one is a much better game than the second one. Not markedly, not a huge difference, but I think it's a better video game in terms of whole. Everything about it, I keep talking about moments, and that's a big thing with me is moments in video games. Uncharted 4 ending, um, the summoning scene in Final Fantasy X, the microwave scene in Metal Gear Solid 4, the suicide mission in Mass Effect 2. Like, these are the things that matter to me the most, and these are the things that I remember the most, and these are the things that stick with me throughout the years. The Last of Us 2's ending. Sorry, The Last of Us's ending is still one of the ballsiest things I've ever seen a studio do. To end a game like they did, with the narrative implications of what happens after, which eventually you find out what does happen after. After obviously there's a sequel, but the way they decided to end that game, with just a a simple word, not even a line, a single word, of which you are fully aware the character saying it does not believe what she is saying, and the implications of that on a player is it's just it's incredible. Like that's all I can say. It's just incredible. I remember playing it. I remember when it happened. I just sat there watching the credits in silence. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. I just sat there for the entire credit sequence and just in my head going over everything that I just experienced for I think like 16 or 17 hours, however long it took me to beat the game. And I think it's gonna be really hard for a game to beat stuff like that. There is one game on here that has, again, better moments, which is the reason why it's ranked higher than this. It has better moments for me as a gamer, but this game is incredible in terms of story, and that's all that really matters with this game. It's all about the story. The gameplay is there, and it's decent gameplay. It improved in the second one, but in the first one, it's good gameplay, but that's not the reason you play this game. You play this game because of the characters, because of the story, because of everything that happens within the narrative. That's the reason why you play this game. That's the reason why I play games. And that's the reason why this game is in my top 5. What is your reaction?
Um, I definitely seen it coming, but I didn't think it was gonna be this low.
Okay, it's
Um,
number 4. It's not that low.
I know, but well, it's still lower than what I expected. Um, but I actually thought you were gonna say Last of Us Two, especially, but um, I don't really know. I mean, obviously, in my personal opinion, I don't think it's the best storytelling of all time, but that is subjective, and I think that's what everyone. Some people believe one thing is better than the others, so I'm not gonna say it's not bad storytelling. So, and obviously, I haven't fully beat it, but I did watch pretty much the entire story, so I do know what happened. Uh that's because I never thought I was gonna play the game, so that's why. But yeah, I mean, it's got great storytelling. I'm not gonna say it's bad storytelling. Is it my favorite story? No. But for you, it is your favorite story. So I don't know. I don't really have anything to really say
Well,
against that.
it's my second favorite story.
Okay, well still.
Yeah,
It's one of your favorite
I think
stories.
it's the best story. It is
Yeah.
not my favorite story.
Well, yeah, yeah. But
There's a
still, it's
difference
like
between those two things.
one
Yeah.
of your
Yes.
whatever.
Anyway,
Your yeah.
number 3, sir. Number 3,
All
sir.
right. Number 3. Gears of War 3.
We all
Man,
saw.
oh man.
Anyone who knows you knew that was coming
Yeah.
eventually.
It was this game meant so much to me. See, when I first played oh god, I'm dying.
Don't die. The
Sorry.
game's so good, you just can't talk about it.
I know. So the thing is, when I first seen the 360 for the first time, I went over to someone I used to be a friend with, and he had Halo 3 and Gears of War 1. I already knew what Halo was at the time, but I didn't have a clue what Gears of War was at the time. Because obviously it started when the Xbox 360 did. So I played Halo 3 and I was blown away. And I'm like, I remember that was like all I could think of after I played that was like one of the 360. Well, with Gears of War, I played Gears of War and I was also instantly in love with that game. The first game, it definitely obviously isn't going to be my favorite. That's why I picked Gears of War 3. Gears of War 3 is my favorite out of all of them. The story was phenomenal. All the action and cinematic scenes for that era were phenomenal. I mean, the graphics were mind-blowing, and still to this day, they look damn good. Um, and I just remember being so hyped because I got like the biggest edition when it came out that first day. And I just remember sitting there for hours playing that game. And my one friend rode his bike over and we started playing multiplayer together. And oh man, was multiplayer so goddamn good in Gears of War 3. It was amazing. I mean, that game had some of the best maps I've ever played in any other Gears of War. It had the best horde mode out of any Gears of War still to this day, and I love Gears of War 3 Horde. It was so much freaking fun. I played hours upon hours of Horde, and just the campaign, playing co-op with my friends too, or just playing by myself. That ending, what I feel like is honestly the better ending of the Gears of War trilogy, is amazing. It was so freaking good, and it was like it was. I don't know. I felt pretty emotional because I was like, man, we've been through this entire journey. This is the game where we lost. I mean, this. It's kind of hard not to spoil it by now. I mean, if you guys haven't, I'm sorry. If you want to skip ahead, you can. But having Dom died, oh, that hit harder than anything. That scene was so emotional, and it was just so awesome to see this journey of playing 1 through 3 and getting to this point. It's like Uncharted 4 for you, this is what Gears of War 3 is. Like this was like well, it was what I thought gonna be the end of the journey for Marcus Phoenix and them. And it was because like the way it ended, it was so goddamn good. It answered all the questions that it really were needed. Uh Dom died and it was super sad and it was just it was the whole epic ending. It was just so good. Yeah, I mean, that's really all I could say about it. It was just so freaking good. Like that campaign was phenomenal, and everything else, the whole package together was just awesome. Like they pretty much nailed it, and Epic just said, "Sayonara. We made the best game." And we ended it, and they moved on. And I gotta say, they ended it off in a good note, and a perfect note for me. And then we got crappy Judgment after that. Sad day.
Yeah, but hey, it all ended up in the Gears of War 5, so
Yeah. I don't hate Gears of War 5, but it'll
I don't
never
either.
I don't think
It's
any
fine.
game will ever be close to Gears of War 3 for me when it
It's fine.
comes to the
Yeah.
Gears.
All right. That's all I got.
Yep, that's it.
All right. My number 3 game of all time. The final RPG on this game. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
Oh.
For those 10 people out there that haven't played this game and haven't experienced this game or haven't experienced any interaction with the Witcher universe, you're missing out, man. Just play this game. It is what Mass Effect wishes it could be throughout one game. And that was a weird statement, so let me clarify. The decisions that you make in this game have such an impact on the overall game and such an impact on the overall narrative that it's again, I don't think anything's matched it in terms of player agency and player input in a story. There's plenty of games out there that have player input in video games. Obviously, that's how we interact with video games. And sometimes, your decisions can change different beats and all that. but never had before and never since has a game relied so much on player driven narrative choices that I think, again, it just, that's what makes it so good for me. And that's even outside of the actual gameplay, which is solid. Doesn't blow my mind. It's fun. It has interesting builds. You can make Geralt however you want. But the game is so massive. It's so hard to quantify within just a couple minutes of talking about it in terms of everything that's in it. And the only negative I have to say about it is I wish the ending would have been more thought out. Not thought out. Give him more time to, because after you beat the game, after you make all decisions, you just get a overview, a like you just get Garrett talking. Not Geralt. The bard in the game that I can't remember his freaking name. Dandelion, telling you what happens, and you get some still images, some really cool artwork. I would have preferred that to be cutscenes, but the fact that there's like 16 different ending variations in this game, it'd be hard to make cutscenes for all those. But I would wish that was them, that was there. But overall, I mean, the game's a masterpiece. It's a masterclass. It redefined what it means to be a Western RPG and how to interact with the world and how to interact with the story and how to tell a story in a video game. And it really sucks to see what they came out with next in terms of video games. So I wish Cyberpunk was The Witcher 3. I wish it could be. I wished it had been, but it's just not, right?
Yeah, yeah, no, I do agree, but I do still think Cyberpunk has a good story, but it doesn't cloud or cover up everything else,
Yeah.
in my opinion of it. So
So what I want to do moving into the last two, I want you to give me your second one and your first one back to back without me saying anything, because I want to focus on your each of our top two games, because if with me there was a lot of thought that went into which one ranked where. Not a huge
okay.
amount of thought, but there was a lot of give and take. So go ahead and give me your second one, and then right after that, go ahead and give me your number one.
So second one is pretty obvious at this point, but for me, it's Halo 3. That is my number two. Now, a lot of people don't agree with Halo 3, the Halos. A lot of people say Halo 2. In my opinion, Halo 3 is the I don't know. Something about Halo 3 just oh, it was so epic. And then like all the new scare battles and stuff. Oh, like it was so freaking good. I mean, I have so much nostalgia for Halo 3. It is I just love that game. But I guess to jump on to my next game, this one's very obvious. It's Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah, duh.
Obviously, that was going to be my number one since the beginning. But I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2, there's not a lot I need to say. The game is truly, in my opinion, the masterclass of all open world games for me. I've never played anything like it, and still to this day, no one can seem to make a game that really is that great. Like something about Red Dead Redemption 2's world truly makes you feel like you're living a part of it. And the fact that you can interact with everyone and do all these different activities and truly just feel like you're a part of the world. Yes, there are problems where, yes, like for example, when you're skinning an animal or you're searching through a drawer or, you know, doing, like checking, or what is it? I can't think, rob people. It takes too long. Yes, those are problems, but those are such minor problems that I can get way past those. Yes, it sucks. I wish maybe they added an option that you quick loot or quick skin, but I was way too into the game to the point I didn't really care. I mean, I remember the first time, dude, and I walked up and I started to loot his body, and I was like, actually, like rummaging my hands and like his coat and all that, trying to grab stuff, and I was like, my mind just blew up. Like I've never seen anything like it. I also remember the first time when you get out of that tutorial area is what I want to call it, or the intro, and you go into the green, like like all the forests and woodlands and all that, and you start to see it. And I've never seen anything like it. The game, even when I go back to this day, and this is a 2018 game, not even a next gen game or anything like that. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, this world is so impressive, and the story is amazing, and it's not for everyone. And a lot of the GTA people don't like Red Dead because it's too slow. I love it. I mean, I could spend hours in it just picking up some wood to help the camp and cut the wood, or pick up the hay and bring it to the person, or go into town, maybe talk shit on someone random, maybe play some poker, maybe, get a bath because I want to feel clean, but maybe I don't. Maybe I want to be a dirty hog dude and get really fat and grow a big beard. I mean, literally, this is the most like realistic world I have ever seen in a video game. I truly feel like I was a part. I truly made. I felt like I can make decisions and do whatever I want, and it was just. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before. And I guess to quickly jump on Halo 3, I know I've been talking only about my number one, but just to quickly jump on Halo 3, Halo 3 is just in my opinion, the perfect ending for Halo's trilogy. I mean, it's still going on now, but I think it was a perfect ending, and I would have been happy with it if it ended there and never got made another game again. It was awesome. The story was amazing. I remember playing through. I played that campaign like 100 times by now, and I remember going and trying to find all skulls to get my Habusa armor. I think it's like Hayabusa or something like that. It's the cool armor with the katana on the back. Super cool. And multiplayer, all the good times I had with my friends playing that Forge mode, because this is the first time they introduced Forge mode, and all these custom games, and all like hours upon hours of fun times with my friends doing that and playing multiplayer. And then it was just so freaking good. And then, Halo 3 ODST came out and all that. Cool. But yeah, Halo 3, in my opinion, was the best Halo. I mean, it had awesome epic battles. The scarab fights were super cool. They're like mini bosses where you had to actually take out the legs, get it down. You get to jump in there and explore the scarab from the inside. Unlike in Halo 2, the only time you have to fight a scarab is on that one mission when you jump on top of it. In Halo 3, I love that like you're actually a part of that battle trying to take it down, and you can like jump inside of it and destroy it from the inside. That was so freaking cool. And then like just it was so epic at the end with the flood and all that. Oh yeah, Halo 3 is easily like the best Halo in my opinion. I love that game. But yeah, I'll end that off there. I
Uh,
can go on for hours,
yeah,
two
yeah.
games.
We can keep talking about it later on, and maybe other episodes we can come back and revisit this if anything changes or anything like that. Before I give you my number two and my number one, I want you to try to guess what my number two game of all time is, because I don't think you know it. I have talked about this game endlessly with you, but I don't think you know what I'm going to go with here.
Uh, hmm. It's Ratchet and Clank.
No, it's nowhere close. Ladies and gentlemen, my number two game of all time, Resident Evil 4.
Oh yeah, I should have guessed. Oh yeah.
This game not only revolutionized my favorite genre of all time in terms of gameplay and camera work, it also revolutionized. I forgot where I was gonna go with that.
Oh no.
Oh no no no! It again. It's hard to quantify. Again, it's just one of those games that I remember exactly where I was in my life when I played it for the first time. I remember in my parents' house. Um, I was on my grandma's side of the house in the basement because they were fixing my game room, so I had like a little mobile set, and I just remember where I was. And in my mind, if I can remember where I was in 2005 playing a video game, that's probably got a pretty seminal point in my life in terms of how many games I've played. I should probably bring that into discussion and bring that into my mind when I'm ranking video games. This is the game I have played the most in terms of playthroughs. I think I've played it through 6 times. Almost every single time it comes out, it has a re-release. I've played it on the only console I haven't played it on was the console it came out on, which was GameCube. I played it on the PS2. I played it on the Wii. I played it on the PS3. I played it on the PS4. I played it on PC. And then I believe I played it one extra time for somebody. I played with somebody, but I don't remember what console that was, per se. But this game is absolutely incredible. The story is good. It's the only game in my top 5 that doesn't have what I would consider a phenomenal story. But the gameplay inside of that story makes up for everything tenfold. It makes up for any problems or weirdness because it's Resident Evil. It's a Japanese game. The story's weird, all right? I'm just going to throw that out there. Like, they all are. But the revolutionizing of the third person genre. I mean, some of your favorite games, Gears of War. That camera that they use in Gears of War, Resident Evil 4. Uncharted, that camera they used, Resident Evil 4. It had never been done before until that game came out. So the fact that this game quantified and changed forever for the better, my favorite way to play video games, third person, action adventure, open world RPGs, all that. This game made that genre and made that perspective what it is today. So with that, it no doubt deserves where it sits on my list, number 2. So with my number 1 game of all time, at this point, Logan knows what it is.
Let's see what it is.
What I can only describe, in my own personal opinion, as the greatest video game ever made. And not just because it sits on my number 1, because I have never played a game that was done with such talent, with such skill, and such care for the characters within the game before. Ladies and gentlemen, in my humble opinion, the greatest game ever made, and I don't even see a way that it can be topped, God of War 2018.
That's fair.
I've been talking about, for the last 2 hours that we've been doing this, I've been talking about moments in video games and how much they mean for me and how much I draw back on those moments as a representation of how much I cared about a game. Spoiler alert, throw it up. Fast forward a minute into this podcast. There is not a single scene I've ever played that had so much narrative implications than receiving the Blades of Chaos again in this game. And what that means and what Kratos says, the line that he says after Athena tells him, after Athena says her line, and what Kratos says during this scene. If you have played all the other games and you've experienced Kratos' journey throughout those games, when she tells him, "You're a monster, and that's all you're ever gonna be," and he looks at her, and he just says, "I know, but I'm yours no longer." It's a revolution. It's a revelation for Kratos, the character, that he had been fighting for the longest time. He had been fighting the monster within. He had been fighting the anger within, and he was just exploding it on everybody outside of the world. And everybody felt his wrath. And this was the first time in this character's development that he looked inside himself and he says, "I know who I am. And I'm okay with that. But I am yours no longer to control. I am my own man." It blows my mind still to this day. I just got chills talking about it, man. Like, nothing comes even close to that moment. Nothing even touches that moment. And then the rest of the game is absolutely phenomenal. The single cut camera shot really binds you to these characters, both Kratos and Atreus, and makes you feel for these characters because you experience every single second of their journey, no breaks within it. You experience everything that they experience. Baldur as the main villain in the first game. I don't think anybody saw coming when they heard that this game was going to be set in Norse mythology, and the way that they did that character and the way that they connected that character to Kratos as a character, or to Kratos' character, as Baldur is pretty much what Kratos used to be in the original games and before this game. And now we see that mirrored in him, and especially in the final fight when Kratos says to Baldur, the cycle must end here. It's repeating a line from God of War 2 that Zeus told Kratos. The cycle ends here. But the difference is... Oh, sorry, my bad. Let me back up. Zeus was saying that line because a cycle of sons killing their fathers had existed in Greek mythology. And Zeus ended that cycle by killing the son. Kratos ends the cycle by keeping that from happening. Does that make sense? I may not explain that in the best way ever.
No, that makes sense.
Okay. And it's just so many different things. And obviously the revelation of who Atreus is at the end, and the mural that's painted when you get to the Giant's homeworld, and everything that's involved in this game. Nothing comes even close. Like, it is the only game on this list that I didn't struggle with placing. The moment that we said we were going to do this, I was like, God of War's first one. And I had nothing in my list I even like think about placing it anywhere near it. So that is the end of my list. What do you think, sir?
Uh, I mean, that was a good ending, honestly. I love God of War. Obviously, for me, it's not my number one, but I do think it's a very game
Hey,
that
it made your top
came out
five.
of
So
left field for me. It came out of left field for me, and that game did blow me away. So, and I do love it.
all right, you want to wrap things up here pretty quickly?
Yeah.
All right. So that is the end of our top 10 games list of all times. Thank you very much for going along with our journey, listening to our opinions. Some of them got a little off topic. We're tired. We've been doing this for a long time. We apologize for that. But please let us know on our Patreon what your favorite games of all time are, and what your opinions are about our list. Whether you hate them, whether you love it, whether you agree with it, whether you disagree with it, please let us know, and we'll be happy to read all those and talk about them in a later episode. Let's move through the last two segments. First up is the review roundup for February 28th through March 6th. Elix 2 got a 69 on Metacritic. Far Changing Tides came out on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and X, Switch, and PC, and garnered an 81. Puzzle Quest 3 came out on PC, iOS, and Android. No official reviews yet, but most of the people on Steam do not like it. So, Shadow Warrior 3 came out on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X, and PC, and got a 73. Babylon's Fall, the long-awaited PS4, PS5, and PC game from Platinum Games, published by Square Enix, got a 41. So that is unfortunate. Gran Turismo 7 came out on PS5 and PS4 and got an 87. Triangle Strategy came out on Switch, the spiritual successor to Octopath Traveler. It got an 82. And What Lies in the Multiverse came out on Xbox Series X and S, PS5, PS4, Switch, and PC, and got a 77. Logan, any reactions?
No. I guess it's good to hear that Shadow Warrior was pretty good still. I mean, 73 is that's
It's
a pretty
about
good score.
it's about in line with the rest of them, yeah. So
It's good to see Gran Turismo 7 too. It's been like a long while since they've come out with an actual number in the series.
PS3.
So
PS3 is when
yeah,
Gran Turismo 6 came out. So yeah, long ways went. And for me, very excited. Can't wait to play it. Gotta find some time to play it, but also got me 17 points on Fantasy Critic.
yeah,
Very
that's
excited
fair.
about that. So all right, next segment out this week. So this is for the week of March 7th March 7th all the way through March 13th. On March 9th, RPG Time: The Legend of Wright comes out on Xbox Series X and X, PC, iOS, and Android. On March 10th, Assassin's Creed Valhalla Dawn of Ragnarok, the final, well, they tell us the final DLC for that game or expansion comes out for PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and X, and PC. Ashwalkers comes out on Switch. Aztec Forgotten Gods comes out on PS4, PS5, Xbox X and X, Switch, and PC. Chocobo GP, the Final Fantasy version of Mario Kart, comes out on Nintendo Switch. Submerge Hidden Depths comes out on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and X, and PC. Workshop Simulator comes out on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, and PC. Young Souls comes out on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, Switch, and PC. And finally, on March 11th, WWE 2K22 comes out on PS4, PS5, Xbox X and S, and PC. You gonna play any of these games, buddy?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty
Definitely not.
pretty crappy week. I mean, Chocobo GP, I might check in on. I'm not going to buy it, but I might check in on the reviews for it. And I'll be interested to see what happens with WWE 2K22 after.
I know. Oh, I want to see the memes.
Yeah,
I'm ready for the memes.
Everything I've heard said, I mean, they took the year off after producing what can probably be described as one of the worst video games ever made in terms of
Yeah.
in terms of bugs. I mean, I don't even think Cyberpunk has a grasp on how many bugs and how crappy that game was in 2K20. But so I'd be interested to see what that happens and what the fans of that happens. So anybody out
If you ever want to, oh wait, sorry, cut in real quick. If you ever want to, if you want a great laugh, just look up WWE 2K20.
Oh, it's rough, dude.
It is the funniest thing
It is
I've
awful.
ever seen. It is like, I mean, literally, you ever feel, just look that up. It is so funny. I love it.
So if any one of you out there are excited for any of these games, please let us know. Please tell us what you think about these games. If you played any of the games that came out this week, like Gran Turismo or Triangle Strategy, please tell us what you think about those. And with all that, this brings us to the end of a show. We want to just say thank you to everyone that's been watching and listening with us, and we want to take this time to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Without your support, we could not do what we're trying to do here at the Experience Point and what we're trying to build here. Please let us know on our Patreon, on our YouTube videos, on our social medias. Please let us know what you think about the show, how we can improve it. If there's things you don't like, if anything, just let us know. All right, Logan, any last words?
Yeah, as always, thank you guys for listening to our podcast today. We really appreciate it. If you want to post your top 10 of your video games on, well, I believe the only place we could is YouTube. Post it down in the comments and we'll read it out and we'll give you our opinions as well. Other than that, again, thank you for listening. And thank you for coming by and listening to us. Hope you have a good day at work or whatever you're doing, maybe washing dishes or something like that. Other than that, have a great day.
Yeah, said last but not lastly, just said again, thank you. Please tell us what you think, and we hope you're having a good day /week, and we'll see you in the next one. See ya.
See ya.